Chapter 1. Brooklyn-born, I don't have no sob stories for you about rats and roaches and pissy pew hallways. I came busting out of my mama's big coochie on January 28th, 1977, during one of New York's worst snowstorms, so my mother named me Winter. My father, Ricky Santiago, was so proud of his new baby girl that he had a limo waiting to pick my moms up from the hospital. The same night I got home, my pops gave me a diamond ring set in 24-karat gold. My mom said my fingers were too small and soft to even hold a ring in place, but he insisted that he had a guy who would have it adjusted just right. It was important for me to know that I deserved the best. No slum jewelry, cheap shoes, or knockoff designer stuff, only the real thing. We lived in the projects, but we were cool with that. We weren't wanting for a damn thing. I had 3 aunts, 4 uncles, and a whole slew of cousins. As far as we were concerned, it was live for us to be chilling in the same building, or at least the next building over. We never had to worry about getting into fights, because around our way, we had reputation. Plus, it was plain and simple common sense. If you put your hands on anybody in the family, you would get jumped by the next oldest person in our family, and so on and so on. Sooner than later, we didn't have to say a word. Everybody understood that our family had the neighborhood locked down. It wasn't worth the trouble. Our apartment in the projects was dipped. We had royal red carpets on the floors, top-of-the-line furniture, a fully loaded entertainment system, equipment, and all that good stuff. I loved my pops with a passion. He was the smoothest nigga in the world. When he came into the room, he made a difference. His cologne came around the corner, introducing him before you could even see him. He spoke softly with deep seriousness. He was light-skinned, tall, with curly black hair, and a fine thin mustache to match. He was medium build, definitely in shape. The thing that stood out about him was his style. His clothes were crisp, expensive. He never wore the same shirt twice. He could do it like that because he was smart. He never used the drugs he sold. He collected his money on time and made examples of any fool who tried to cheat him. He had a saying, 1 copper penny, 1 finger. All the ladies loved him, but he wasn't what I would call a ladies' man. He never had no girlfriend, at least no female would call the house trying in front of my mom's. I can't recall any incidences involving other women, accusations, or any uncomfortableness. He was a family man. Everybody in the whole world knew my mom's was his wife, his one and only, his soft spot even. Moms and pops had been young lovers, and unlike a lot of niggas, they stayed together. She was 14 when she had me. Folks said she looked great during pregnancy and would switch her ass around the neighborhood flowing easy like water. She would wear her fine Italian leather stiletto heels, even in her 7th month. Moms had everything by the way of clothes and anything else you could think of. Her mahogany skin was smooth as a Hershey's chocolate bar. When she went anywhere, she was well coordinated. If she had a zebra skin hat, she sported zebra skin pants and would have a zebra skin pattern on all 10 nails. She'd even have a Victoria's Secret zebra pattern panties and camisole. What separated her from every other woman any of us knew was she just had so much class. While the others were putting knit imitation leather and zebra skins on layaway piece by piece, Mama wouldn't be caught dead without her shit perfectly arranged. By the time hoes sported their outfits, all their shit was played out, straight out of style. When it came to shopping, Mama had no mercy, and that's the way Santiago liked it. His woman was supposed to be a showstopper. Mama didn't work because beauty, she said, was a full-time occupation that left no room for anything else. She sat at her vanity table for 3 hours, making sure she positioned each extra long lash on just right. She argued with anyone who said she wasn't born with those lashes that framed her big, wide brown eyes that were gorgeous with or without falsies. She made it clear to me that beautiful women are supposed to be taken care of. She would whisper in my ear, "I'm just a bad bitch." Now, a bad bitch is a woman who handles her business without making it seem like business. Only dumb girls let love get them delirious to the point where they let things that really count go undone. For example, you see a good-looking nigga walking down the avenue, you get excited. You get wet just thinking about him. You step to him, size him up, and you think, looks good. You slide your eyes down to his zipper. Check for the print. Inside you scream, yes, it's all there. But then you realize he's not wearing a watch, ain't carrying no car keys, no jewels, and he's sporting last month's sneakers. He's broke as hell. A bad bitch realizes she has two options. One, she can take him home and get her groove on just to enjoy the sex and don't get emotionally involved because he can't afford her. Or two, she can walk away and leave his broke ass standing right there. Having a relationship is out. Getting emotionally involved is out. Taking him seriously is out. If a bad bitch is extra slick, she can keep the guy on the side for the good sex. He then becomes a commercial to the money man, who is the main program. The money man is the guy who knows how to provide, knows how to bring home the goodness and bless his woman with everything she wants. Now, the money man might not be ringing any bells sexually, but if he has ends, if his pockets are heavy, a bad bitch moans like this nigga is the original Casanova. When he's sexing her, she'll shake, pant, and cry out like he's creating orgasms as strong as ocean waves. My mom must have been a bad bitch because she had it both ways. She had the money man with the good looks, loyalty, and I know Pops was laying it down in the bedroom. Mom got her hair done once every 3 days. The shop we went to, 'cause she always took me, was for the high rollers girls. These were the few women in the neighborhood who are able to hook the big money fish. They all went to this shop to get their hair done, nails did, and more importantly, to show off and update on shit going on. Earlene's was where we could go to get our hair done while we collected information on the side. By the time I was 7, I understood the rules perfectly. Keep the family's business quiet. Most things were better left unsaid. Even though this was a high roller's hair shop, we were clear that motherfuckers were jealous of us. My pop's operation was steadily building. As a young guy, he started off as a lookout, but was so sharp that now he organized his own thing. He has his own workers and whatnot. People knew he was headed to being the next Big Willie by his style. He was respected for his product, which was never watered down, always a fair cut for your money. So me and my moms would catch jealous glances, but we threw those shit right back. Our attitude towards other females was, hey, your man works for my pops, now bow down to the family who puts food on the table for you and yours. Santiago was the #1 businessman in our area by the time I was 13, running things. Although he taught me never to sweat the small stuff, it seemed like every move he made, he thought about carefully. I would hear his key unlocking the first door into our apartment. Then the men he was with, his workers, they would stand in the limited space between the first door and the heavy metal second door that actually led into our place and talk. After they handled their matters, you would hear the first door open, then slam again. Pops would lock it and then unlock the second door to come inside. Whatever pressure he felt, whatever weight or business he had was left in between those two doors, because when he came inside, he brought his sexy smile, excited eyes, and power along with him. He would show us all love. He would have whatever any of us had asked him for in his pocket, no matter how small the request, down to a Snickers bar. If any of us had a problem of any kind, we could ask him, and he'd make the answer so simple that I wonder how I couldn't figure it out myself. If something was on his mind, he'd go in the back to a private room he had Woody the Carpenter build and pull out his chessboard. Funny thing was, he wouldn't play with anybody, just against himself. When I asked why, he'd say,
"That's how I stay on top, baby. I look at life from every position. I play from every side. You gotta know what each man on the board is thinking, down to the littlest motherfucker like the pawn.
Now Daddy would explain that other players are quick to sacrifice or ignore the pawn, but he was too smart for that.
The pawns are my soldiers. If I surround myself with strong soldiers, give them a stake in the game, then they keep the hood strong and tight.
He would look into my eyes as if to ask, do I understand? I didn't want him to know that I dig him so much, I listened to him for as long as he wanted to talk, but I didn't give a fuck about a game of chess. He would break down how around our way there were always some young kids trying to spread their wings and test his operation. He said they mostly stupid though, 'cause no smart guy's gonna try to kick in the door of the big man unless he's got an extra tight, professional, strong, and ruthless crew. But every now and then, some dumbass young kid who has seen too many Scarface-type movies will try to take over what can only kill him.
He loses,
Santiago said, knocking the Black King over on the chessboard.
He loses because he never understood the game.
The up-and-coming dealers on the block was Santiago's number 2 problem. I was his number 1. He loved me like crazy but was getting nervous about the way men, young and old, was checking for me. It was amazing how in 1 year from age 12 to 13 my teeth sprouted. I even had the ass to match. I don't know who was more excited, the men or me. I was walking around, poking my stuff out in any direction that looked good to me. But anybody who stared my way for more than a few seconds was in danger of catching a critical beatdown. Pops had already made an example out of at least 2 niggas from around the way. Santiago sliced his one dude from his left ear to his right ear. We call that kind of cut a hospital run. But this guy never made it to the hospital. Santiago let his blood gush out until Doc got to our apartment. Now Doc ain't really no doctor. He just has some medical training in the army. Santiago calls him when he don't need the police and hospital butting around in his business. Well, when Doc got finished with dude, his cut just bubbled up all across his face. Everybody in the neighborhood started calling him Bubbles for that ugly scar. Bubbles' crime was looking at me with lust in his eyes while he was supposed to be installing a safe in our apartment. Now Bubbles was a walking billboard that no one is allowed to fuck with Santiago's daughter. After that, we got the second metal door installed in our apartment, and none of Daddy's workers were ever allowed past that door again. Now Mom thought Santiago's ways was overboard. She told him she was just gonna get me some birth control pills and let me go, 'cause when a woman wants to get fucked, she gets fucked. She gets fucked whether it's in a car or in a closet. Suggestions like this just made Santiago more crazy. He made it clear to Moms.
Winter is not a woman yet. None of these lowlives are gonna make a trick out of my flesh and blood.
Pops would pull me to the side, grab my shoulders with his strong hands and firm grip, stare into my eyes and tell me slowly.
Only a hard-working man, a sharp thinker who doesn't hesitate to do what he gotta do to get you what you need to have, deserves you.
He repeated that lesson often. I would think to myself, only Papa fits that description. Now I love Papa, but I hated the way he cock-blocked. Every teenage girl wants to cut loose and get close to the fire. But I was like a pot of boiling milk with the lid on. You know that's ready to explode and slide down the side of the pan. So my peeps kept me busy by giving me things to do all the time. I had to watch my little sisters Mercedes and Lexus, the twins. They was a real pain in the ass at 8 months old. Then I had to take care of my other little sister Portia, who was 4. She wasn't half bad since she didn't shit all over all the time. Sometimes the 3 of them kids together got on my nerves so bad they almost made me want to go to school. But my policy was to go to school just enough so the authorities wouldn't kick me out. If I had a new outfit to show off or some new jewels I knew I would get sweated for, fine. But I wasn't going to report to school every day like it was some type of job when they weren't even paying me for it. School was like a hustle. Teachers wanted me to come to school so they could get paid to control me. What do I get out of the deal? Enough said, I just wasn't having it. As busy as they kept me, there was Midnight. I guess he got that name because Midnight was about the only thing blacker than him. He was one of my father's workers. He was real serious like my father. He always looked like he was thinking deep thoughts and had a lot on his mind. I figured maybe he had a plan to take over the world. I liked that because he would need to own the world to win me. He never smiled. He didn't joke around like other niggas in our age group. He did his pickups and deliveries like clockwork. My father once referred to him as a strong young lieutenant. Santiago liked him because he said he never tried to test or flex. He knew Santiago was the boss, and he was comfortable and cool with that. Midnight never attempted to skim, pay late, or run games like some guys did when they first started. I like Midnight for other reasons too. In the summertime, he wore white when he played basketball. His mother or whoever washed his clothes must have been more handy than those happy homemakers in the TV commercials because his shit was crisp. But what really got me was his black skin. It was smooth and perfect. It laid on top of his bone structure like saran wrap. His arms were cut. I could tell he lifted weights. But he wasn't all big and swollen like those little dick assholes in the magazines. He was tall yet medium-sized and perfect. His muscles were defined, his veins stuck out, emphasizing his strengths. His neck was slim and strong. He would come to the park only on Sundays. I know because I was clocking him like that. He would be wearing a new sweatsuit every time. He held his money in a gold money clip. He would take the money clip with the money neatly stacked out of his sweatpants pocket. He'd take off his pants, stripping down to the basketball shorts he had on underneath. His powerful legs was as cut as his upper body. For this, I gave him mad respect. I can't tell you how many guys I've seen with strong upper bodies and legs like a chicken. He would put that money clip on the inside of his basketball shorts and play ball. My eyes would move in and out of his structure. I couldn't wait to put my lips against his skin and maybe even suck his collarbone or something. To make the package complete, Midnight's kicks were always new and clean. Now, Midnight never paid me no mind. I wasn't worried about it though, because one thing I learned from my mother is a bad thing gets what she wants if she works her shit right. Pops also taught me something useful about patience. He said sometimes a victory is sweeter when it takes a long time to carry out the plan and you catch the person completely off guard. What I was up against was the fact that Midnight worked for my pops, so even if he had ever considered me, he probably ruled me out. He was 5 years older than me, so he might have also considered me jailbait. The worst thing about it was I couldn't tell either way. You know how they say a person's face is a dead giveaway? Well, Midnight was the opposite. His face seemed serious all the time. His reactions just didn't show up. Even when he plays ball, he didn't talk trash like the other niggas. He didn't even react when they tried to mess with him. He just seemed focused on the basket, made his moves, scored his jumpers, and didn't even smile when he won. At first, to get his attention, I did all the regular things like rocking my skirts extra mini, shortening my already short shorts, sporting halter tops and cute little metallic bras. As I got sexier, he went from looking at me almost never to never looking at me at all. While in his presence, or at least when I was in the same park he was in watching him play ball, I would try to get his attention by acting mad. I sucked my teeth, rolled my eyes at him, still nothing. So I decided to make him a long shot project. Meanwhile, I had my own fun stuff going on. I would let niggas take me to the movies, or should I say I went to the movies with my girlfriends and met niggas there, not wanting to ruffle Santiago's feathers by bringing a worthless nigga home. Sometimes we would just chill at my girl Natalie's apartment. Her mom's was never home, so we had free run of the place. Getting my first sugar daddy was no problem. His name was Sterling. I met him in Lower Manhattan at a grocery store when I ran in to get some chapstick on a fickle autumn morning. I guess my style just overwhelmed him, because instead of reaching into the register and giving me my damn change, his eyes were sliding in between my breasts like he wished he was one of my gold chains. I recognized him immediately as a sucker, somebody I could take for all he had. All his thoughts showed on his face. It was clear that I had his full attention as I gave him a blast of ghetto attitude. I put my hand on my hip saying, "My money or your life?" He looked startled, stopped staring, and counted out my change. I laughed.
Do you need your receipt?
He asked with his enthusiastic, corny ass trying to prolong the conversation. "If that's all you have to offer," I said, with a serious look sprinkled with sexiness. He gave me my money and cleared his throat, turned from his register with his cheap white dress shirt and $2 tie, and followed me as I walked toward the door. I guess he had it like that. He could walk away from the register because he was the store manager.
So what's your name?
"Winter," I said, rolling my eyes with disinterest.
You live around here?
"Brooklyn, baby, no doubt." The rest is history. He got paid every 2 weeks, and so did I. He worked at the store, and I worked on him. I had him buying me shit he couldn't afford. We ate at places he never knew existed. Whatever little money he took home and paid, I took my 25% like I was his freaking agent or something. It worked out smooth, him living in Manhattan, out of Santiago's eyesight. Besides the little piece of cash he provided meant a new outfit, an extra gold bangle to my collection, whatever. Like Mom says, you can never have too much. Santiago shook up what was supposed to be my sweet 16th with shocking news. We were all around the table. My chocolate Baskin-Robbins ice cream cake was bombarded with small nuts and 16 carefully placed maraschino cherries. Daddy handed me a long slim box, the kind I like because it almost always means jewelry. I tore off the gold wrapping paper and smiled wildly as I lifted my new diamond tennis bracelet off the clean white cotton. My mother's mouth hung open as she inspected my diamonds from across the table. Even though she knew better, she was confirming that they were clear, white, and sparkled like diamonds, not cubic zirconias. As I put on the bracelet, Santiago handed me a birthday card. This was unusual because we weren't big on cards and poetry and shit like that in my family. As I fumbled with the catch of my bracelet, my mom opened the card, suspecting, I guess, that there would be some birthday money in it or something. She probably figured that if I got cashed in addition to this bracelet, Santiago had gone overboard again and would need a talking to later on. As she opened the card, 2 Polaroid snapshots fell out and onto the table. She picked it up, twisted up her face in curiosity, and said,
"Baby, what is this?"
It's our new house on Long Island.
Daddy said coolly, with pride and confidence.
I wanted to surprise everybody, and I figured today was as good as any day. We're moving. First class, baby. Only the best, top shelf for the ladies in my life.
I was feeling crazy. The gold candles on my cake melted away, and so did my dreams under the pressure of the flickering fire. All I knew was the projects. It was where my friends, family, and all my great adventures were. I knew these streets like I knew the curves of my own body. I was like the princess of these alleyways, back staircases, and whatnot. What was the point of moving? Santiago always said you gotta live where your business is to avoid a hostile takeover. He said a man gotta carry a powerful presence in his neighborhood so the small timers didn't start itching with takeover fever. Now it was like he was cutting out. So I did something that I normally didn't do. I questioned Santiago. Why? What's the point? Why are we about to do something that you said we would never do? Santiago simply said,
Baby girl, things was on a new level. It was cool to rest my head here in the past, but my business is bigger and better than ever. I can't let them get too familiar with my routine. I gotta switch it up, keep on guessing.
Me, Mama, and Portia were all seated stiff and silent. The babies didn't know what the fuck was going on. Surprise swirled around, strangling us. he continued.
Everyone can't handle my success. Eventually, some fool will snap out of order and try to bring it to me by hurting one of my girls.
His long finger pointed at us. His eyes locked into each of ours individually. He was making good sense, but I was still vexed. I figured, yeah, sounds good and all, but I'm not down with the idea of running from a fight. It's just straight up not Santiago style. Santiago picked up on my expression quickly and said,
Now you know I don't run from no war. I'll take on anybody who wants to bring it to me. But what I'm not having is somebody with my ladies. If they want war, let it be man to man, and only the men.
It seemed like Santiago knew something he wasn't telling us. He was dead serious, and I knew that his statements were coming from somewhere.
This is a safe place. Man, wait till you see it. It's laid out so nice, it's like heaven.
He added, holding up the picture, his finger pointing out the mansion. The rules for our move out of Brooklyn were clear and non-negotiable. Don't talk about it. We knew no matter how silent we were, there would still be chatter. My mother's brothers and sisters and their husbands and boyfriends who all work for Papa would definitely have something to say. That didn't matter. Santiago said,
I'll take care of everything. Just don't add to it.
In my last few days, everything was moving like in a slow-motion film. Shit that stank more. Anything sweet seemed even sweeter. I spent all my extra time with my girls. We were mad tight. Many of us born and raised in the same spot. Take me and Natalie, for instance. We did everything together. We even got our cherries busted together and lied to each other about how good the first time felt. When the truth was, those big ripped our tight little 12-year-old tunnels apart. We fought over whose date was finer, even though Jamal and Jacob were twins. But I knew Jamal was cuter, 'cause he had a fine black mole on his top cheek and that shit was sexy. Natalie said Jamal was the one who made my tits swirl, 'cause after me and him started getting down, I went from flat-chested to all eyes on me. When my girl Tasha had beef with these girls from around the corner, me, Nat, Zakia, Simone, Monique, Reese, all of us took off our jewels, greased up our faces, braided down our hair, and had our razor blades under our tongues, ready to go to war. Before blows could be thrown, a razor spit out, the big doofy girl from the other crew who was supposed to scare us shouted out, "Yo, that's Santiago's daughter. You crazy, I ain't fucking with her." Then the girls who we supposed to be fighting started fighting each other, 'cause some of them wanted to fight and some of them didn't. So we started running toward them. We charged those bitches and they flew. We ran till we got tired and cracked up laughing at how stupid they were. I knew one thing, they never fucked with Tashi again. We blew trees together, then we got so hungry, we ate 4 family-sized bags of nacho cheese Doritos and watched our girl Asia, the only chubby one in our crew, throw up from the bellyache. Hell, we went from patent leather shoes at 5-year-old birthday parties to matching tomboy outfits and bras to fighting over whose titties were bigger. Shantae, who was older than us, taught us all the sexual positions. She let us watch while she got down with boys when her mother was at work. She liked the idea of being our teacher. She even taught us how to suck a dick. We had our first beef patties and cocoa bread, bun and cheese and ginger beer together, 'cause our girl Carmen was from Jamaica and used to take us to a spot where the dreads chilled out. She taught us how to dance like Jamaican wonders by moving our bodies slow and sexy like caterpillars. But none of us took fashion tips from her, 'cause her gear was out of this world. There wasn't nothing that we hadn't been through, including going to the funeral for Neek, whose mother pushed her off the roof after she found out her man had been fucking her daughter. I was gonna miss BK. The music, the vibe, the hot dogs, mostly the streets. It didn't matter when no one said, Brooklyn is the shit, #1 in my heart. No one was supposed to know we were leaving, but on our last day there, Natalie, who had a way of finding out all and any dirt on anybody, said to me out of the blue,
I'm trying to get my mother to get our long distance turned back on so I can make long distance calls.
When we parted, she said,
Stay real. Don't switch up on us, bitch.
We left in the evening. The whole thing was casual, like we were going out to eat dinner or some shit like that. We didn't take nothing with us, because Santiago said we didn't need it. Chapter 2. Oohs and ahs were the only sounds anybody could hear as my little sisters were completely won over by the drive through the fancy big money Long Island neighborhoods. As my dad's Lexus zoomed up the winding tree-lined driveway, the clean snow dropped onto the car windows, adding to their amazement. The way I figured it, they were young, so they were quick to betray Brooklyn. The huge doors to our new home looked more expensive than our entire old apartment. The warmth in the house invited us in, yet and still Santiago lit the fireplace. More like a museum, there was enough space in this joint to fit 7 or so families. It was so wide, we could even park our cars indoors if we wanted. The floors were made of white marble, huge 3-foot by 3-foot squares, to hell with tiles and linoleum. Mama sprawled out on top of the white mink rug that Papa had laid in front of the fireplace. The way she sunk into that fur and the way her eyes were twice their normal size made me know we were here to stay. The icing for Mama was when Santiago said, "It's all for you to decorate any way you like." For the entire month, we went through catalogs and magazines, mail-ordered shit, and received deliveries that Santiago arranged. Santiago was so loved that he had a guy who could make whatever he wanted to happen. Designers, carpenters, locksmiths, tailors, you name it, they came when he called. They gave him respect, tried to keep their eyes from roaming around Santiago's house. You could see them shaken by Papa's power. Although I wanted to be in Brooklyn, I could see that this is the way a man like Santiago is supposed to live. What we considered to be high quality before was nothing compared to now. But those slim corridors in the Brooklyn projects, where the smell of fried chicken collided with the smell of codfish and ackee, then got drowned out by the smell of liquor, still had my name on it. The silence in the Long Island mansion was killing me. You couldn't just open the windows, yell downstairs, and find out what was jumping off later that night. The reality was that for the most part, in this area where we lived, nothing jumped off. Period. The whole idea of next-door neighbors was dead. Forget borrowing a cup of sugar, a few cigarettes, or whatever. You'd have to walk what seemed like a mile just to get to the next house. Even then, you wouldn't be trying to borrow shit from them, 'cause hell, you don't know them from Jack, and they don't know you. Your ass is black, they old and white, and the bottom line around these parts is, you're just expected to have your own shit and not borrow anything anyway. Now, I don't want to lie to you. There were some blacks in the neighborhood, but they was so uptight. I figured if I asked the question, they want me to pay for the answer. When I registered at the school, I knew that I would be spending even less time there than I had at my other school. There was just nothing live about it. Here, I could put on a Chanel suit, stand on a corner, and meet nothing but the wind, and maybe even a ticket for loitering. I had my driver's license now, but it didn't matter. We only had one car, the Lexus, and it was Santiago's. He promised Mom she was next in line to get her car. I was sure that after her car came mine. But who knew how long that was going to take? Santiago had to hook everything up just right, so as not to bring too much attention on himself with too many big purchases. After a while, me and my moms were going stir crazy, but we were the only ones disappointed. My little sister's room was so big it was like a separate apartment. Even the twins were having a ball because they had plenty of space to tear up in. At the rate they were moving, we joked that our part-time housekeeper, a little Spanish woman named Magdalena, would be quitting any minute now.
What good is all of this, baby, if I can't show it off? I need my family to share in what you've given us.
Mama's words were never ignored by Papa. Once she lured him into the bedroom, she would get whatever she wanted. Soon, Santiago agreed to allow Mommy to throw regular Saturday night parties. Invitations were limited to carefully selected friends and family. Santiago spared them no luxury. They ate like pigs, drank from our liquor bar, and powdered their noses with the cane available in candy dishes, usually reserved for jelly beans. They partied every weekend and stayed at our house so late that some of them were there at our breakfast table on Sunday morning. These parties excited my mother and added the necessary spice to our new, boring Long Island life. She got to show off her house, furniture, and all that good shit. As certain people were skeptical about giving us our props before, they had to now, 'cause our shit was official. Nobody from our neighborhood could lie and say that they had what we had. From the way their eyes popped open when they first came to the house, we could tell they had never been in nobody's house that compared to ours. These parties did nothing for me, though. Point blank, I wasn't invited. Even though I was 16, Santiago couldn't get it through his head that I was growing up. Inside, I think he figured that if he treated me like a little girl, I would remain one. Somehow he thought he treated me better than any man claiming to love me would. So that should be enough for me, but it wasn't enough. So I learned to work around Santiago's ways. First, I found the bus stop. That may sound simple, but believe me, it took real detective work. It was about 1.5 miles from our house. I took the bus to the mall. That's when I realized where everybody in Long Island was, at the mall. I cased the place just to see what stores they had up there. They passed my quality test. Coach store, yes. Versace, yes. And of course, Ralph Lauren and Joan and David shoes.
My heart rushed as I shopped. I spotted a few cuties, but not exactly my type of men. They had the blank sort of look in their face, not aggressive enough the way I like 'em. Trust me, no. They didn't have to look no particular way to eat my pussy. And right about now, that's exactly what I wanted to relieve my tension. So I sipped the chocolate malt, bought myself a designer t-shirt, hooked it up the way I wanted it, and smiled quietly to myself.
Saturday morning, I prepared to fulfill my babysitting obligations. I dressed the twins in their matching Hilfiger jumpers and crisp new kicks. I did their hair up nice in some grown-up styles. I had on my tight brown suede pants, my brown suede jacket, brown leather shoes, and my Versace sunglasses. I put on my new custom-made designer t-shirt. I snatched up their little hands and headed to the mall where I was sure there would be something exciting for each of us to get into. By the end of the day, the twins had managed to rearrange their hairdos and redecorate their jumpers with spilled hot chocolate. I could not believe that I did not meet a man I pictured so carefully in my mind, my tension reliever. Instead, I was approached by one guy who walked up to me with his doofy ass asking me about my t-shirt. I rolled my eyes and made a face at him like he smelled like shit or something. He got the point and strolled away. Later on, going home on the bus, I thought maybe these guys around here were not used to bold women like me. Maybe they were into manners, prissy bitches and shit like that. Maybe my t-shirt, which read, "These are not my fucking kids," was too spicy for their precious eyes and ears. There was no doubt in my mind that I would have to find my way back to Brooklyn on a regular basis to keep my sanity. Chapter 3. Daddy, I said softly, trying to lean on my innocent baby doll look. I want to get my hair done at Arlene's next Friday. Sensing some type of plot, Santiago asked,
Why would you go all the way to Brooklyn to get your hair done? Can't you go somewhere around here?
Come on, Daddy, I pleaded. They don't know how to hook my do-up out here. Arlene be having my hair looking correct.
There's plenty of black hairdressers out here. Go to Wyandanch. That's a 45-minute ride. It just doesn't make sense for my baby to be riding a bunch of trains and buses just to get back to Brooklyn.
Bus? Train? Trust me, Daddy, I wasn't talking about riding either. I'm straight up hitting you for a ride when you driving on Friday, I said, laughing and begging at the same time.
Winter, you know I don't mix business and pleasure. I do my runs solo. I don't want you to have to deal with that or knowing more than what you need to know. It's not smart, and I've never been a stupid man. Just lay low for a while. Your mother will have her car in a couple of weeks. Then you and her can go ripping around to take care of all that girly shit. Anyway, there ain't a female in a state who looks better than Winter, even without Earlene's help.
He said with his cool face and half a smile. Even in my disappointed moment, a compliment felt good and worked, as it did every time. I accepted Santiago's rationale and went back to my room to reshuffle my deck and think of another angle to get me into Brooklyn. Days later, I called Sterling, my old sugar daddy, out of the blue. After racking my brain for a plan to get into Brooklyn, I realized he was the only sucker I knew who would get such a kick out of seeing me that he would drive all the way out here to get me. The price of the whole arrangement was that I'd have to tolerate him, act like I gave a damn about him when I didn't. I'd have to think of quick answers to all his wimpy bitching questions about where I had been, why I had cut out on him, why did I never call, blah, 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 blah. Then I'd have to think of a clever way to ditch him, because I definitely wasn't spending my Friday night with him. I have to be firm so he wouldn't start that damn whining. I'd also have to be sweet, so if I had to use him again as my taxi driver from time to time, he would cooperate. The worst thing that might happen is I might have to end up giving him some pussy just to keep him in line, or a quick blowjob while he was driving. I wasn't sweating it though. I had done it with him before, and I could easily do it again, especially to get the hell out of Long Island. Soon as Santiago's legs ripped out of the driveway Friday afternoon, I saw Sterling pull up in his little car with the broken fender. I swallowed hard and got ready to pretend it was a limo. When I told my moms I was going to Earlene's, she wanted to come too. I explained that she could not come because I was spending the night in Aunt Lori's and would not be able to get her a ride back after she finished at Earlene's. She screwed up her face as though she had a problem with me spending the night at her own sister's house. I quickly added that I will be back the first thing Saturday morning to watch the kids. She let go of her anger and I jetted. Adrenaline was pumping in Earlene's. I was like a junkie getting a fix as I got filled in on the what haps around the way. The girls dropped the regular shit on me like who bumping who, who's pregnant, who's paid, who's not, and why. Who's locked down, how long, and who's due to come home. Now Natalie was giving me the elbow, her discreet way of telling me to look toward the door without looking like I was looking towards the door.
There go Tasha,
she said out the corner of her mouth. Yeah, and? I asked, waiting for the 411 on her.
She's fucking with your man Midnight.
The information hit me right in my chest. She was talking about my future husband.
She's big on him too, especially since he got that new Acura with the rims.
My heart dropped for 3 full seconds. It took 1 second for me to check Tasha out. My eyes zoomed in on her ears. Cheap 10-karat gold earrings. Then her clothes. She was chilling a little bit, strictly hip-hop style. She had big taste-me titties, a small flat belly, and a round ass. She was brown-skinned with chinky eyes. Regular bitch, I thought to myself. The rack that she put those clothes off of had 1,000 pairs of the same shit, which means at any party, 4 or 5 girls will have it on. There was nothing unique about her, or even the way she hooked up her gear. It wouldn't be hard for me to move her right on out, but damn, it was the Long Island distance that was killing me. A second later, my mind focused on what I really wanted to hear. Midnight had a new Acura. The one I would be riding around in. The one he needed to have to sport a bitch like me. After my hair was butter, I left for Natalie to go check my Aunt Lori. I needed to at least show my face in her apartment and hang out for an hour or so. I knew my moms would call to check on me. I'd be out partying, but at least Aunt Lori could verify that she had seen me and that I would be back to her place to spend the night, like I told my mother I would. We had plans to go to Big Mo's, the local bar and dance set that be banging on Friday nights for the young crowd. There was never no problem about Big Mo or his bouncers getting in your business and checking IDs and shit like that. I can't tell you how my heart was racing just from being in Brooklyn Air again. Cars were positioned bumper to bumper for all 3 blocks around at Mo's Club. Car and Jeep speakers were up, each one playing their own jam. Sound systems were fighting to outblast each other. A little bit of hip-hop collided with a little bit of reggae, rockers, and even some slow jams. I was on foot rolling 15 deep, straight Brooklyn style, with 15 razor-ready girls who all had each other's back. When we got to the club, I put my plan into action. I didn't have long to work because Long Island was looming in the back of my mind like a threat. Midnight was standing on the right side of the club, where the lights were low. He was kicking it with about 5 other niggas. I caught the side of his serious face, his muscular jaw working. I laughed to myself thinking, only this nigga could conduct business in the place where everybody else is trying to get their groove on. I gave my girl Natalie the pinch, and our whole crew started walking toward Midnight in his voice. We rushed his crew, bumping into all of them, rubbing our titties against them, using the excuse that the club was crowded. Of course, it only took a second before my girls had his boys distracted. I stepped up, licking my lips real slowly and saying rough and sexy like,
What's up, Midnight? Haven't seen you in a while.
I said this line with sensual power. I said it like he and I had been intimate in the past, and I missed him and needed to get back with him as soon as possible. I was standing so close to him that one more inch and I could have slid my tongue down his throat. He looked at me unaffected, completely unmoved and non-emotional. My emotions were wilding. My nipples were up and my muscles in my pussy were beating like a heart.
What do you want?
He finally said. Now I was pissed. I knew my perfume had to be working. I dabbed it on extra so when I got up close to him, my scent would suck him in. Hell, I had on 18-karat gold earrings and 1-carat diamond studs. Much more than that $2 10-carat hoe I heard he had been kicking it with had. I didn't want to go off. The bottom line was I wanted him, so I had to play it cool, make sure I pull him in just right. I said sweetly, What do I want? I touched his hand with mine, looked him there in the eye. Oh, I want it all. He pulled his hand back like I had a disease, and slowly and coldly spit back at me.
Well, that makes you like all these bitches in here, now doesn't it?
Rage ripped through my chest as it became clear that I wasn't even a consideration of his. Hell, he acted like I wasn't even a woman. My mind automatically flipped to Santiago, who I know would have ripped out Midnight's tongue for even talking to me like that. Then, like a gypsy, Midnight, reading my thoughts, said,
What? Gonna tell Daddy? I'm my old man.
He turned and walked away. I felt so played, I didn't even want to turn around to my girls. I'd have to tell my whole crew that I got dissed like I was a piece of shit. I just tightened up, put on my Brooklyn tude, grabbed the next nigga standing close to me, and started to dance. I was gonna move with fury, let Midnight know what he was missing. I handed my coach bag to my girl and started shaking my ass all the way to Alabama, using this dumb f*** dancing in front of me like a prop as I tried to catch Midnight's attention again. My body was shaking and sweating as anger and desire fought it out. Yes, desire, 'cause I was definitely turned on. The lighter situation made it hard for me to catch Midnight's eyes. At the point that my body wanted to collapse from exhaustion, I saw Midnight looking in my direction and headed my way. Smiling to myself, I thought, I know I'm a bad bitch. I knew he would be back. As he got closer, I realized he was signaling to his man who was standing behind me. He snatched him up and they left the club. Later that night, our crew was walking back to the PJs. I was feeling down, but looking unaffected. We were joking, bugging, talking about people when a spanking new jet black gleaming Acura with rims pulled up alongside us. We all stopped to look at what I calculated was a $50,000 car with $4,500 in rims. The automatic window on the passenger side dropped down. Midnight was behind the wheel doing what he does best, looking good. I wasn't going to play the sucker role and assume he stopped for me. I had done that already tonight, so I stood in the pack with my girls. He must have known he could have called any of us over to him, and not one of us would have stopped to consider the others. All of us were probably doing the same thing, imagining ourselves in the passenger seat of that car, which just increased in value as I checked the soft, white leather interior and wood paneling.
Winter.
He called my name with roughness that made me want to just hop on his dick and go buck.
Get in.
I don't remember walking to the car or nothing. I felt like I was just transported or teleported right into the seat, like I was on Star Trek or something. I turned to the side. The automatic window was up. Midnight was pulling his finger off the control button. I saw 28 eyeballs glued to the side of the window, staring in my face. They was my girls, but they were jealous. All I could think was, yeah, that's right. What did you expect? Or have you forgotten I'm the queen of this ghetto? As the window closed, I could hear Natalie's voice saying, "Are you staying in my house or Aunt Laurie's?" I didn't respond, just thought to myself, hopefully neither. As we rode, my confidence grew slowly. I decided he was just trying to flick the script on me, play hard to get. It didn't matter though. He came back for me. I had made an impression on him. I had sweated him, and now he was sweating me. The air in the car was crisp and clean smelling. The stereo was so fly, it sounded like the band was playing the music in the back seat. He wasn't paying me no mind, but that was all right. I was used to his strange silence. It didn't make me mad. It made me want him more. I knew our lovemaking would be good just based on his mysteriousness. I opened my Coach bag and pulled out my little mirror. He wasn't paying me no mind. I tilted the mirror to the side angle so I could look at his face without him realizing I was looking. He was black, all right, beautiful. His long, thin nose and big lips mounted his white teeth. White like those t-shirts he wore in the summertime. Suddenly, it seemed, the music was abruptly interrupted by the loud and aggravating voice of Sister Souljah on the radio. I leaned up and reached for the button to change the station when Midnight intercepted my hand saying,
Don't touch my shit.
I sucked my teeth, rolled my eyes, and sat stiff while Souljah went on to talk about some black struggle. I thought, if there is some kind of struggle going on, she must be the only one in it. Everybody I know is chilling, just trying to enjoy life. She, on the other hand, with these Friday and Saturday night comments, busting up the radio hip-hop flavor mix, is the only one who is always uptight. I had every reason to take it personal. She started talking about how young black drug dealers are strong black men in the communities, but need to change their line of business because it's destroying the community. As far as I'm concerned, Souljah is just somebody who likes to hear herself talk. She obviously didn't know the time because the drug dealers don't destroy nothing. If there weren't people online to buy the product, then there would be no business. No drug dealer I know ever forced anybody, not one person, to take drugs. People do it voluntarily. They do it by choice. The niggas I know who sell drugs be trying to help the stupid crackheads. They be telling them to slow down and asking them are they sure they want to sell their last whatever just to get a hit. I even know a dealer who told this pregnant girl he wouldn't sell her no more crack until after she had the baby. She just took her dumb ass to somebody else and got the crack anyway. Then, when she had the baby boy, she tried to sell him too. Now whose fault is that? People do what they want to. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe Sister Souljah just wants people to do what she wants them to do.
Why you even listening to this bullshit?
What the hell do you know?
Where are you taking me?
Home, little girl. Your father pays me and asks me to bring you home.
I thought you was your own man.
For $150, I'll run an errand. His business. I pick you up, drop you off, collect my dough, and I'm out.
The $150 transaction was as smooth and non-incidental as a messenger service dropping off a package. After handing Midnight the money and closing the door, my father walked silently through the living room and into the den. The room was dark. He sat down, leaned back in his chair. The moonlight through the blinds lit half of his serious face.
Winter.
He said softly, "Yes, Daddy?" I asked.
What made you think you could spend the night in Brooklyn?
I asked Mommy. I wanted to see my friends. Natalie and me were supposed to...
I guess you're not understanding.
Not understanding what? I asked, checking my tone to ensure that I was not sounding disrespectful. Something Santiago doesn't tolerate.
Who you are, who I am, who we are.
He said each word with precision. He was starting to sound like some type of philosopher or something to me. This whole thing wasn't making any type of sense.
You're my daughter. You just can't wander off and go anywhere unprotected.
Anywhere, I said upset. I went home. I went to Brooklyn. I went to the only place I know, where my peoples is at, where everybody knows me. Those are my streets, Daddy.
Do you think those streets love you? Those streets don't love you. They don't even know you. You could walk around those streets 1,000 nights and 1,000 days and they wouldn't even know your name. The streets don't love nobody.
It was crazy. His words were making me feel uneasy and I couldn't connect. I didn't like the feeling. I was used to feeling relaxed and in control. So what are you saying, Daddy? Are you saying that I can't go home anymore?
No, I'm not saying that.
'Cause Daddy, I'm not hiding from anybody or scared of anything. You taught me that.
It's not about hiding. It's about being smart. I taught you that too. What makes you special, Winter?
He asked like it was the $50,000 Jeopardy question or some shit like that. I ran a question through my head and drew a blank.
What makes you special is me, Santiago, your father, your protection. You have full run of our projects when I lived there because I was holding it down, making everything all right. So everything was cool. Now this is home. This is where I rest my head. And if I'm here and you are over there, I can't see you. If I can't see you, I can't protect you. When you're unprotected, you're wide open. Anything could happen.
But Aunt Lori saw me. She knew I was there. Uncle Stevie was there just like usual.
Look at my face, Winter, and never forget what I tell you. Santiago loves you. Your mother loves you. Don't confuse it. That's all you can depend on.
Luckily, I had copped the nickel bag earlier in Brooklyn. I went to the linen closet and grabbed a couple of towels. I closed my door, pulled out my pack of incense. My mom shouted, "Hell no, the incense is a dead giveaway." I went to my bedroom window, opened it, and decided I'd let the breeze in to whisk the smoke out. Sitting down on my bed, I pulled off my shoes, I opened my shirt, unsnapped my bra, and let my tape breathe. I slipped on my slippers, walked to my dresser drawer, stuck my hand underneath the folded blouses, and pulled out my Philly blunt. I cracked it open, took the tobacco out, flushed it down the toilet. I put the weed in, wrapped it, licked it, and stuck it under my nose as a teaser to my appetite. Yes, I needed to relieve my tension. I'm backed up sexually, stuck in the suburbs, and my dream lover is a mummy. Just as I went to position the towel to jam up the space in the door, my mom's knocked and without hesitation pushed open the door gently. I got up, threw the towel on the bed to cover up the blunt I had lying there. "Hey, Mama," I said, trying to act casual. I checked her face. You could always tell when Santiago was upset because it showed on my mother's face.
Your father really went off when I told him you were spending the night in Brooklyn.
Yeah, we talked. I said, hoping to avoid 2 speeches in one night.
I tried to get him to loosen up, but you know how that goes.
She admitted. Oh, that's a fly design you got, I said, checking her freshly sculpted, painted, and immaculate nails. Where did you get them done?
A little shop about 15 minutes away. Santiago took me.
What else did you get? Don't be holding out on me. I know you got something else.
Just a little dress for me to rock tonight at my party.
She said. Yeah, I replied disinterested.
I know. That's how I'm starting to feel about these parties too. I just need to get my whip so I can get in, out, and around.
When do you think you'll get it?
If I have it my way, and I always do, I'll get it next weekend.
She smiled confidently. Yeah, but the way Santiago was talking, even after you get it, we ain't allowed in Brooklyn. Now you know that's crazy.
He's just protective, and sometimes he overdoes it. But girl, we can sneak.
She said, smiling. Her mahogany skin was glowing in the dim light. Mommy was pretty all right. A definite advantage to having babies at a young age. You get to chill with your moms like she's your sister or something. Fuck all those old stiff bastards complaining about teenage pregnancy, this and that. Me and my moms could party together. Nobody would ever know that she was my mom's. I got some shit in my closet that looks better on her than it does on me. I know some niggas from around the way in Brooklyn who'd rather fuck her than me. Now, they never admit it. It would be suicidal. Santiago would. Oh yeah, just the thought of daddy snapped me back into reality. Sneak to Brooklyn, I laughed. Santiago runs Brooklyn. There's no sneaking in and out of his territory. Hell, he beat midnight at the club and had him bring me home. Embarrassed the shit out of me. How did he know I was there?
Well, you know Big Mo got to answer to Santiago.
Mama said, being vague.
Speaking of midnight, I'll bet you liked riding in his car.
She smiled knowingly. What? I played it off. She laid back on my bed, rolled over, and started tickling me like I was a little girl or something. Hitting all my secret spots, I cracked up with laughter. Midnight's cool, I said matter-of-factly.
Don't front on me, little hooker.
She said like she was really one of my girlfriends.
I see the way you look at him.
When? I asked.
When? Okay, when you were 13, when you were 14, when you were 15, and when you were 16. He's a good catch, though. A good man. Loyal, paid, strong.
He don't like me, though, I said, admitted something I would never tell one of my girlfriends.
It's not that. Midnight just likes life. Santiago would squeeze the life out of him.
I wish that were the truth. No, I'm saying, I wish it was that he was just scared of Santiago. I'm saying, he straight up don't like me, period, as a woman. He talks cold, says very little. He didn't even want to be nice to me on the way home.
Trust me, there is no way he don't like my baby. You're young, fine. You got everything a girl could want. Pretty hair, beautiful eyes, clothing, jewels. It's gotta be Santiago standing in the way.
So when you think Santiago will stop standing in my way?
Who knows?
She said, exasperated. My mother got up and headed toward the door. As she stepped out of my room, she leaned her head back in and smiled.
And don't light up that joint in the house. That will really make Santiago snap.
Then I thought to myself, it seems like the both of them know everything. But nobody was going to stop me from getting my buzz on. I crawled outside my window, sat on my little slanted side of the roof, and puffed on lie in the spring breeze and moonlight. After the feeling of no worries came over me, I leaned back, closed my eyes, and drifted into the night. We were all seated in the family room. Santiago was playing chess against himself. My mother was flipping through her hundreds of album covers, her collection. My sisters were all glued to the television watching the Cartoon Network. I was reclining in a chair, redoing one of my fingernails when the doorbell rang. Santiago answered. When the door opened, he stood face to face with Midnight. Midnight looked Santiago dead in the eye and said, "We need to talk." Santiago led him into the den. I jumped off the reclining chair and tiptoed to the den door, plastering my ear against the side of the wall. Midnight told Santiago slowly and respectfully,
I know you love your daughter, and so do I. I know what I need to do as a man. I've been working on it for a long time, and I know I'm ready.
Santiago's face first held a look of surprise, then grew vexed. He remained cool as he leaned forward about to speak. Midnight quickly went on.
I know what I need to do as a man. I've been working on it for a long time, and now I'm ready. I wanted you to be sure that I'm for real. That my love for your daughter is for real.
Midnight reached into his inside pocket and pulled out an elegant black velvet ring box. He cracked it open and the 2-carat diamond sparkled. My nosy eyes beamed in on the stone.
I want to marry Winter. I want to surround her with the finest things in life like she deserves, like you always have. My finances are solid, stashed away, ready. Maybe we'll buy a house up here, live next door to you.
Santiago smiled at the idea of keeping me within arm's reach. My inside screamed, "Hell no, not here." My heart interrupted and said, "Okay, anywhere, you fine-ass paid motherfucker." Santiago said,
Winter is still young.
Yes, young and beautiful, like your wife was when you two married.
Santiago checked Midnight's face to make sure that Midnight meant no ill by his comment. Then Midnight took control.
I respect you as a man, Santiago. I always have. I value your business, and I'll serve you well. But I'm my own man, and this is what I want. So what do you have to say? What's this up?
Santiago embraced Midnight. As Midnight's face pressed against Santiago's shoulder, he looked at me and said, with that masculine authority that made me hot,
Pack your stuff, shorty. It's me and you from here on out.
Excited, but not wanting to appear desperate, I threw her hands on my hip and said, "Let's see what you have here." Midnight opened the box and took out the ring. As he placed it on my finger, the phone rang, jerking me out of my sleep, ruining my dream. If only it had rung after the love scene. I snatched the telephone as my sleepy eyes checked the digital on my dresser. 6 o'clock in the morning. What do you want? It was Natalie. She laughed.
My long distance is working. Hey, wake up, hooker. So what happened? Where did you go? Did you get it? How was it? Was it small? Was it big?
She fired questions like bullets. My mind was still sleepy. I needed enough energy to get my lies straight because I was definitely about to tell some lies. We went out for a late night, early morning breakfast.
Where?
She demanded. He took me to one of those big fancy diners out in Queens. He had steak and eggs with potatoes. I had the shrimp and fries.
Shrimp and fries? That's not good breakfast food.
Girl, you know I don't eat breakfast.
Anyway, get to the good part.
Before I could even start talking, she was filling in the blanks for me.
Oh my goodness. Wait till Tasha finds out about this. It's on now.
Now Natalie bringing that whole Tasha's name up only gave me fuel. After breakfast, me and Midnight got back in the car. He took me to one of those lookout spots by the river. He started kissing me. Girl, his lips was so big and warm. He started rubbing my tits with those big-ass strong hands. Girl, I thought I was gonna explode. He started taking off my shirt, and that's when I went Brooklyn on his ass.
What? What happened?
I told that nigga, look, don't try to play me out. If I'm gonna take off my clothes, you gonna take yours off too. You wanna see my body? Oh well, it's all here, but I wanna see your body too.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I lied.
So what happened?
He took his shirt off and said, now you take off yours. So I did. He took off his pants and said, Now you take off yours, so I did.
Oh, shit. Then what?
He took off his drawers and said, now take off yours.
Did you?
I damn sure did. Girl, I looked at his big-ass black bullhorns laying against that soft white leather car seat, and that was it. We got busy.
Was anybody looking?
Hell no. I don't know. We weren't worrying about that. After that wild sex, we just chilled butt naked. Him in his seat butt naked, me in my seat butt naked, puffin' lie.
Get out of here. You lying.
Girl, that's for real. I made sure my sweat sunk into that car leather just to let every other bitch know I was there. The next bitch that gets into that car is gonna smell me all over. We both laughed. Chapter 4. The next weekend came so swiftly. It was 12 noon when I woke up. It was my mom's voice. She was going off about how she was not spending another day caught up in the house. Where was her car? She wanted to know.
Today is the day. Today is the day my Benz is supposed to be parked outside my bedroom window with a big red bow on it. Where is it?
She demanded. The tone of my mother's voice was rare. I could hardly say I ever remember it being that rough. All I could think is here go 2 Concorde jets about to have a head-on collision. My 3 little sisters came running into my room, stuffing their little bodies under the covers with me. I expected to hear Santiago yell back, but he didn't. Instead, my mother just continued blowing her cool and doing something she told me not to do. She was making it clear who the boss was. A real woman was not supposed to do that. A bad bitch controlled without a man ever knowing that he was being dominated. A bad bitch was so slick that she made him think he was calling the shots while she planted the seeds and was the owner of all his thoughts. Not today. My mom's told Santiago she didn't want to hear no shit. He was going to go out with her today, her birthday, to buy that car. She was leaving with him, she instructed. After his business was transacted, Santiago was to buy that car she had to hold in her breath for. She wasn't interested in no other presents, no matter what they were. Through the walls, I could hear the bass in Santiago's voice, but not his exact words. The next loud sound I heard was the door slamming. From the silence, I knew that the both of them were gone. As my mother said last week, she always had her way. Saturday evening, the stars fell down, 6 minutes after 6. 6 hours after their argument, I remember it clearly. That was the time the phone rang.
Windsor, get the kids ready. I'm coming to pick you up.
I didn't recognize the slow, steady voice. Wait, who is this?
This is Midnight. Listen, your father asked me to pick all of you up and bring you out here.
Oh, you're becoming a regular little taxi driver, huh?
This is serious. I'll be there in 2 hours.
Click. Damn, should I beep Santiago? This had never happened before. Then I thought to myself, Midnight can be trusted. I got the 3 little girls ready, and 2 hours later we waited anxiously at the door. My 8-year-old sister wanted to fight me for the front seat in Midnight's Acura. I told her to take her little ass to the back with the twins. I wonder what would make her think she would ride in the front seat with my man. Hell, she probably already had a crush on him. Younger girls start getting horny at a younger age every year. Where we going? I asked. My heart was filled with all kinds of feelings.
We have to rush. Just get in. I'll tell you when we get there. It's not for little girls to know.
Midnight tried to fill up the empty space with the radio. Other than the music, we rode in complete silence while one of my sisters tried to peel the last bits of sticky paper off her now-later candies in the back. Oh my gosh, I thought to myself. I hope she don't suck the candy and leave it stuck to the side of the seat like she normally does. I imagine midnight pulling over and throwing all of us out on the expressway for messing up his leather interior. I laughed to myself. Just then, the aggravating voice of Sister Souljah leaped out of the radio and started choking me.
The ancient African elders believed that what you sow, you reap. If you do something positive will come back to you. If you consciously do negative things, the negativity will rule your life.
I sucked my teeth and thought, why don't that bitch just move to Africa? She's always talking about some African mumbo jumbo. Somebody should stick a bone in her nose and a plate in her lip. Maybe then she'll feel at home and shut the fuck up. I made myself laugh, thinking, them damn Africans must have been some fucked up niggas. If they believed doing something positive caused positive things to happen, why are they ass all fucked up, bald-headed, naked, starving, stinking, and the whole nine? They must have been doing some foul shit. Hell, that bitch don't know. She just be talking to Tarv. When we got to downtown Brooklyn, I asked Midnight where we was headed. He was turning right. Our old neighborhood was to the left.
I said I would tell you.
Minutes later, Midnight pulled over, put on his emergency blinkers, and asked me to get out. Puzzled, I got out. He came around to my side. He didn't let the girls get out. I said, I know we ain't leaving them in the car.
Come here. I gotta tell you something.
He put his arm around me and looked me dead in the eyes.
Your mother is in the hospital. She's been shot.
My whole mind went blank. It was like something took an eraser, the type they clean the blackboard with in school and just wiped everything out. 1 second later, my mouth was screaming. My mind was blank. My body cold. Midnight's arms were around me, hugging me, embracing me, and trying to hide my face in tears from the girls. They had their faces glued to the window saying something like, "Ooh, Winter's kissing Midnight. We gonna tell Mommy." My body was stiff. My mind wouldn't think. I felt out of control. What do I do? What do I do now? Is she okay? Is she gonna? Midnight held me tighter, firmer, almost as if to demand, with his body, that I get it together.
She was shot in the face. I don't know how she is. Santiago is upstairs with her now. I watch her sisters. You go upstairs and check on the situation with her now. Vega will take you up in the elevator.
He said, nodding in the direction of one of my daddy's men stationed in the main lobby door of the hospital. You coming with me? I begged him.
No, this is my position. We don't want the little ones to know anything yet.
Upstairs, Santiago looked like a madman. His face was dark with sadness. When he looked at me, I could swear that I saw tears, something I could honestly say I never seen in his eyes before. He hugged me hard, strong, and warm. As he laid his head on top of my head, his voice whispered,
I'm sorry, I fucked up.
What happened, Daddy? Is she okay?
She's gonna be alright. They're operating on her now. I should have just gotten her in the car. I shouldn't have hesitated. I never should have let her rattle me today. I knew better than that. What a stupid mistake. What a stupid mistake. The motherfuckers is gonna feel it. Violation.
He grabbed my face with both hands.
Go take care of your mother.
He said, using his eyes to point out his men stationed in the waiting room.
You take care of the children and stay with Midnight.
Where you going, Daddy? Can I see Ma? My words hit his back. He walked out the door. The doctors, nurses, attendants, hell, it took the entire hospital, it seemed like, to hold me back. I wanted to see my mother. They kept telling me, she's on the operating table. She'll be in intensive care later. Contamination, infection, blah, blah, blah. Pazez and Rodriguez, two more of my daddy's workers, were standing near the operating room doors. They was trying to look casual, but it's hard for two big black niggas from the streets to look casual in a hospital. It ain't like anybody was gonna mistake them for doctors or nothing. My mind started to clear up as I sat and sat and sat. It dawned on me to call Natalie.
I know it was those niggas from C Building on the other side. They've been trying to blow up around our way for some time now. On the low, they've been shaking niggas down, looting and terrorizing people. They got their own little operation going on. But damn, to blast Santiago's woman in the face? That's some raw unnecessary shit. The way I figure it, there are enough crackheads around here for everybody to get money. But they'll learn. They young boys anyway. They'll catch it. Santiago will set them straight. It's gonna be a bloodstorm in Brooklyn tonight.
She acted excited, like she was watching a heavyweight fight in Madison Square Garden or something.
Where you at?
The hospital, I mumbled back.
Where are the kids? With the housekeeper?
Nah, they downstairs with Midnight.
Midnight? What's he doing there?
Oh, it's like that now, huh? Oh, that's your man now and shit.
I hung up. Rodriguez motioned to me to come toward him. Discreetly, he leans toward me saying,
I'm taking you downstairs now. You won't be able to see your mother until tomorrow. Midnight is waiting downstairs in the front. You'll leave with him.
What exactly happened? I asked. I got no response. Drop the kids off at Aunt Laurie's house, I told Midnight from the passenger seat. I want to go check on some stuff. He looked at me with complete defiance, told me that he already had the plans from Santiago and I should just sit back and do as I'm told. Just let me make one stop then. I said, figuring I needed to be on my Brooklyn block where the shit was jumping off at. I needed to be with my girls, ready to do whatever we had to do.
That's the problem with all you women. Nobody can tell y'all shit. You never want to listen, never want to follow instructions. Then, when shit goes down, all the fuck you can do is cry.
Midnight said dryly, like he was 40 years old instead of 22. We crossed the state line into New Jersey. Midnight pulled into the Marriott Hotel parking lot. As many times as I had thought about me and Midnight's hot bodies all twisted up on some clean, crisp, cold white hotel sheets, I never imagined that we would be there under these circumstances.
We're gonna stay here tonight. I'll check in for all of us. Most likely nobody will ask, but if they do, we're one family renting a suite. My name is Cooper.
Hooper, is that your real name?
See? You don't even know my name. Remember that.
I thought to myself. Is that supposed to be some kind of answer or something? The suite was immaculate. Top of the line. I couldn't have asked for more if I was on a honeymoon. There was one king-size bed and a living room with a couch with a pull-out bed inside. Each room had its own television. The bathroom was huge marble down and looked brand new. I stepped in there, took a deep breath and figured maybe after the kids went to sleep, we could order room service, some Cristal, and sip it while we took a bubble bath together in the jacuzzi. I needed something to relieve all my pressure, and why not get with the man I always wanted?
You four can take this bed.
Midnight said, pointing to the bedroom.
I'll sleep in the living room. We'll be here for the next 3 days, so get comfortable and chill. You three, don't make a mess.
He said with a certain joking tenderness that must be reserved only for children. 3 days, I hollered with my hand on my hips. Can I talk to you for a minute, please? I pointed toward the living room. He rejected my order, turned the television to the Disney Channel for my sleepy sisters, then came into the living room at his own pace. What is this shit about 3 days? I have one dress with me, the one I'm wearing. The 3 little bears have no clothes and already have spilled shit all over themselves. My mother's in the hospital. I want to see her. I need to know what's going on. I'm not down with this Mission Impossible shit. And as for that shit you was talking in the car about women crying when shit breaks down, that's bullshit. I'm a fighter. I've held heat before and I know how to use it. I can cut a bitch with my razor so fast and so clean, she wouldn't even know what happened until she bled to death. The problem with you, Midnight, is you think you know everything. What you're not understanding is that I can help. I can be your right-hand man. Just let me know what's up, what's going on. Nothing moved except Midnight's jawline. Something Mama said was a definite sign of a man's anger. He reached in his back pocket, pulled out a stack of bills.
First thing in the morning, I'll take you out to get some clothes. Don't worry. I realize you're a high-maintenance bitch. Gotta keep you up in the style you're accustomed to. How many fighters do you know find themselves in the middle of a war and all they can think about is fashion and the clothes on their back? Hell no, you won't ever be my right-hand man.
I was impressed with the big stack of bills and excited about going shopping. I wondered if this was his money or if Santiago had given it to him and he knew all this time that he had orders to take me shopping. Maybe it was a little bit of both. Maybe he was using his own money but knew Santiago would pay him back. Okay, one last question. I pushed, knowing I was aggravating him, yet enjoying the attention. What clothes are we going to wear out to go shopping in the morning when all of our stuff is dirty? Never mind, I know, the laundry service. As I pushed 8 to call down to the laundry room, he put his finger on the phone, disconnecting my call. With a muscular hand on my shoulder, he said sarcastically,
Think like you come from the projects. Take your clothes off and wash them in the sink. Hang them up on the heater to dry. You know how to wash clothes, don't you? The laundry service is closed now. It's almost midnight.
After stripping the 3 little bears and tossing the clothes in the sink, I put them under the sheets and blankets. I talked to them about the things we will be doing tomorrow and assured them that everything was okay. They knocked out to sleep one by one like clockwork. I slipped off my dress and stood checking myself out in the bathroom mirror. Thank God I listened to Mama's advice about always having clean, sexy underwear. If I was a tackhead, I could have got caught out here with some beat-up drawers on my ass, with a shit stain and a big old hole in them. Just the thought cracked me up. I peeled off my panties, undid my bra, and put them in the sink. I stepped into the shower and let the warm water turn hotter, steaming my whole body from the tension of my crazy day. My mind was downloading slowly. What about Mama? What would her face look like now? Would she have to get plastic surgery? Would her face be temporarily disfigured? What would Santiago think about her face? Of course he would make sure that she had the best medical treatment and everything. How long would she have to stay in the hospital? Oh my gosh. Would I be a professional babysitter getting stuck with my little sisters? Santiago would definitely have to hire the housekeeper full-time instead of part-time to watch the kids. What about Midnight? What was his beef with the world? Or was it that he just liked pissing on my world? For once, Mama was wrong. She told me that Midnight wanted me. She told me that only his fear of Santiago stood in the way. But that was not what I saw in his eyes, fear. He never seemed fearful of anything or anyone. He just straight seemed disinterested in me. Now, he and I were forced together for 3 days, like being stuck on a deserted island. If I was the last woman on Earth, would Midnight turn me down? What the hell could he be thinking? Stepping out of the shower, I grabbed 2 towels, wrapped one around my wet hair and the other around my body. I swerved into the living room where Midnight had positioned himself in front of the TV. His dress shirt was open. Underneath, he was wearing one of those crisp white undershirts. I could see his gun on his waist, half tucked in his pants. My eyes slid down his legs. I could see another gun he held near his ankle. The blackness, the guns, his muscle structure, that white shirt, His white teeth and his unfiltered anger was so seductive I had to try to get with him. Do you want me to wash your clothes? I'm getting good at it now.
No, that's okay.
He said without even so much as taking a look at me. I stepped over into the chair opposite him. I'm tired, I said, stretching out my arms slowly above my head.
Go to bed then.
He answered cruelly, as if he didn't want to be bothered. I picked up my legs and placed them on the arm of my chair. I was now going to become the freshly showered, care-wrapped, body-wrapped in a towel ivory girl. I started playing games with my legs, repositioning them, opening them slowly, closing them slowly. I was making it possible for him to see the hairs on my pussy if he only wanted to. When I got excited enough, my juices would start to flow, releasing the scent of a willing pussy. Definitely something he wouldn't be able to fight. Are you a homosexual, Midnight? 'Cause if you are, that's cool. To each his own and all that good shit. He laughed a real laugh, and without turning around, he said,
Go to bed, little girl.
Little girl? Do these look like little girl titties to you? I stood up and released the towel, dropping it to the floor. I wanted him to see my 34Ds so he could take back his insult. I wanted him to see my whole body. He stayed stiff like a mummy, unaffected by my nakedness. And I mean, I was butt naked, standing in the middle of the hotel suite which was designed for fucking. Midnight leaned up, grabbed the remote, and started surfing channels.
I'll see you in the morning.
He said finally, like a father would. I sucked my teeth, picked up my towel, and returned to the bathroom. I washed, rinsed, and twisted the clothes as if they were the source of my anger, laying each piece out to dry separately, some by the heater, some on the shower curtain. I tiptoed into the bedroom, not wanting to wake my sisters. I grabbed one of the pillows from the bed and sat my bare ass on the comfortable chair next to the bedroom window where I slept. In the morning, I used the hotel blow dryer conveniently situated on the bathroom wall to finish drying the damp clothes. I slid into my dress, hating the idea of repeating yesterday's fashion. Without a proper cleaning, the clothes were stiff and rough like cardboard. Brushing my hair into a French bun, I heard Midnight talking. I pushed open the door connecting to the living room, abruptly ended the conversation he was having on his cell phone. What's up, I asked.
Your mother is out of surgery. She's still in intensive care, but she's gonna be all right. Montenegro and Ferreira are in the hospital now, looking after her.
Yeah, right, I mumbled. The first people I'm sure she'll want to see when she opens her eyes has to be the bodyguards. I rolled my eyes. Come on and drive me over to the hospital. I want to see my mother.
Nah, your father said you should relax. We'll get the kids ready and all go shopping. They should like that. They could run a little.
Santiago called? You knew I wanted to talk to him. But then you called me to the phone, I screamed.
Take it easy, Winner.
I don't know how it happened, but just then I lost control. Is it that you don't hear me, or am I speaking French, motherfucker? I want to see my mother. I want to talk to my father. I turned quick and grabbed the hotel phone so I could beep Santiago. Midnight grabbed my waist, causing me to drop the phone. I spun around wildly, asking, What the f*** is up with you? He didn't answer. I pushed him. As I swung on him, he used his body to restrain me. What's up with you two? The 8-year-old asked. Midnight turned my body and face away from the girls and whispered in my ear.
It's all right, shorty, and you will break down sooner or later. But you gotta hold it together, or your sister's gonna start bugging too.
When I saw my own tears fall into my hands, I got mad at myself for crying. It was not like me. But I liked the feeling of being uptight on Midnight. I liked the way he was holding me. I even liked the way he was treating me right at this moment. So I pushed it. I took a genuine situation and was about to make it work for me. Cry some more, get even closer for a little longer. But then, My 3 sisters tried to muscle their way into the act. One by one, they started to cry too. Midnight released my body, looked around the room at the 4 weeping willows, and got a look on his face that indicated he couldn't stand the pressure. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a stack of cash.
All right, whoever showers and gets dressed first gets $50.
Their tears turned into excitement as they shot into the bathroom to box each other out for the dough. The money was like smelling salts. It revived everyone. Midnight turned to me.
Yo, shorty tough. 2 more days, that's it. Then you'll be back home. Try to stay cool, you know?
I couldn't answer. I was straight in love with this nigga. I was replaying my new nickname, Shorty Tough. Trying to break the spell, Midnight waved the stack of cash back and forth in front of my eyes.
Yo, you must be an imposter. Where's Winner? Nobody has to ask her twice to go shopping.
He said, flashing a rare smile. I laughed, grabbed my jacket, and said in a sexy way, I'm ready. At the mall, the war of wills kicked in. I had one side of the hanger with the miniskirt I wanted to purchase, while Midnight's tight grip held the other side. My sisters ran in and out of the aisles under the clothes racks, while me and Midnight argued. With one hand on my hip, I clenched my teeth and spit. I've worn skirts like this before. It's my choice. Don't act like you never seen me rock a mini before. How and why did Midnight think he could tell me what I can and cannot wear? Now I'm saying, maybe if he was giving me some tick, making me feel good and relax, I might have considered his Adidas.
You check this out, shorty. I'm responsible for you right now. Whatever you did before is your business. For these 2 days, you're gonna wear something decent. Come on, put this shit back.
He grabbed my hand and led me out of the boutique, while my sisters traveled close behind. His touching my hand shot a sensation between my legs and through my body. Now, I wanted that miniskirt. I had others like it. But him grabbing me in the rough style made me want him even more. It seemed now that he cared. I was breaking through his ice-cold ways, and it was worth temporarily losing control. He led me upstairs into Bloomingdale's.
Now wait here.
He moved around the clothes rack with the rhythm of a leopard on a hunt. He held up an Eileen Fisher pantsuit.
All right, this is banging. This is something I would pick out for my sister to wear. Let's go get some shoes.
Now, the pantsuit was fly, I'll admit. The material was high quality and all that good shit. But Midnight's comment had reduced me to the level of his sister. Is this something you would want Tasha to wear?
Who?
Tasha, your girl. 'Cause I don't give a fuck about what you would want your sister to wear. I want to know what you want your girl Tasha to wear.
Tasha is not my girl.
He denied. I rolled my eyes. That's not what I heard.
Fuck what you heard. You and them silly bitches you be with. They don't know me. They just chickens. A bunch of chickens who ain't got shit to do except run their mouths.
I placed both hands on my hips. So are you saying you weren't fucking Tasha?
Is that what you want me to do to you? Fuck you and talk about it with some other.
I weighed his words, thinking, is this some type of trick question or something? Yes, I did want him to fuck me. Hadn't I made that clear? No, I didn't want him to talk about me with some other hoe. I want him to myself. Was he calling me a hoe?
Wear what you want to wear.
He said, frustrated. I got all the things he liked for me. We picked up some clothes for the kids. We ended up in Ethel Short's toy store. Midnight wanted to find me some games for the girls to play with to minimize their missing mommy and daddy, and most of all, to stop them from asking too many questions. The more fun they had, he figured, the less questions they would ask. When we were finished, we had so much shit it looked like a late Christmas. We had so much fun we had forgotten about lunch and had worked up quite an appetite for dinner. It was clear to me that Midnight was in control for now. So I didn't even ask where we were going to eat and tried to give directions. I just sat back and waited for him to take us to the spot of his choice. We went to the North American Lobster Company somewhere in Jersey City. I felt nothing but delight. The tables were big and round. Each one had a beautiful candle centerpiece with sexual flicking flames. The male customers wore white shirts and ties, placing their business jackets carefully over the back of their chairs. The women quietly talked to their mates, their faces soft and expressive. 100% class. There was no doubt that Midnight was as smooth as Santiago. He was made just for me. He lifted Mercedes and Lexi into their chairs, pulled the chair out for Portia. Do you have kids, Midnight? Silence. Answer the question, I insisted.
You ever seen me with a kid?
He asked, now aggravated. That's not the point. A lot of niggas got kids everywhere, but you never see them.
Yeah, well, I'm not a lot of niggas. If I had a kid, everybody would know.
I felt easy again. How old are you anyway? I asked, already knowing the answer.
You starting to sound like the police.
Not hardly, I said, smiling real sexy-like.
I'm 22.
Without missing a beat, without being asked, I responded, I'm 18 in 3 weeks. He looked at me serious-like.
Lying sure comes easy to you. You don't have to take a breath, blink, twitch, nothing. The lies just roll straight off your tongues.
How old do you think I am? I asked Midnight. Portia jumped in.
She's 16. She'll be 17 in January.
I pinched her leg under the table. Back in the hotel room, we played Goldfish, Pity Pat, I Declare War, Old Maid, Candyland, Trouble, and Sorry, before the 3 little ones passed out. Everything was less tense than yesterday evening, and for me, this meant an opportunity. Before I could organize my approach, however, Midnight grabbed the remote and clicked on CNN News. I got up and stood in front of the television. He had entertained the kids. It was time for him to entertain me. He got an instant look of disgust on his face.
Why don't you do something with yourself?
Asked Midnight, annoyed. I glanced up toward the mirror to check my appearance. I looked good to me, so I asked, something like what?
I don't know. What do you do? What are you into?
My mom drew a blank.
So what's up, shorty? What's the answer?
I smiled, liking the fact that he was playing with me. The answer to what? I asked. He shook his head as though I was frustrating him or something. What? Is there something you want to hear? Something I'm supposed to say? What?
I asked a question. What are you into? What do you like to do?
My mind started clicking. I like to enjoy myself, I said with much attitude. What do you know about that, Midnight? I like to feel good, relax, get high, buck, dance, shake my ass, shop. I like to be turned on. I'd love to turn another motherfucker on.
What do you read? What's the name of the last book you read?
I like movies. I like chilling with my girls. Matter of fact, if I wasn't stuck here with you, I have plenty of good shit to get into.
What you gonna be when you grow up, Winner?
Whatever. Maybe I'll get a job like yours, I said, cutting back at him and letting him know me and him are the same kind of people.
I got plans.
He said, going back into himself. Midnight went over to his leather bag, unzipped it and said,
Here, pick out a book or a tape. Do something with yourself. Just stay on my way.
The Art of War, The Wretched of the Earth, The Judas Factor were a few of the books Midnight had in his case. They didn't look interesting to me, and I wasn't gonna read some shit I didn't like just to get his attention. I went for the tapes. He had Sade, I'll Be Sure, Stephanie Mills, and Vogue and Blackstreet. I snatched up his Walkman. The wire for the headphones was twisted in between Midnight's wallet flap. When I pulled the Walkman's wire, the wallet flicked open. With my back to him, I went through his stuff. He had a picture of a dark-skinned older woman. She looked about 30-something. She had dark eyes and was wearing a scarf. The next window was a picture of a girl. She seemed about 14 years old, with a cute little face and big innocent eyes. I figured it must be his sister. She seemed way too young to be his girlfriend. She was dark just like him. Also inside the wallet was a piece of paper folded twice over. It was old and worn. I opened it carefully, trying not to make noise. It was a flyer advertising a Sister Souljah speaking event. Covering most of the page was a picture of her. The voice from the radio and the face on the picture didn't match. I had pictured her to look like a man, rough hands and veins popping out of her neck. In the picture she looked normal, young, with a decent face. She looked like a regular uptown Harlem girl. You know, in the picture she had her mouth wide open. On the bottom of the page was an event address. Brooklyn Friendship Baptist Church on Herkimer Street. I quickly folded it up and slid it back into the wallet. I laid the wallet back into his overnight bag and went back to my room, closing the connecting door. Taking one of the pillows from the bed, I set up the corner chair for myself once again. I turned on an old Albie Shore jam and drifted out to All I Do Is Think of You Night and Day. I can't say that I remember my entire dream that night, but I do remember a vision of me and Midnight's children. There were 3 of them. The oldest was a nappy-headed, rugged-looking boy, my son. Rough the way I like 'em. The girls had good hair like me. They were the color of hot caramel with diamond earrings. All of them were styling in complementary colors, Pele jumpers, with some kicks so fly they ain't even been invented yet. When I pushed the door open the next morning, Midnight was stretched out on the floor doing push-ups in his undershirt and undershorts. He was breathing and sweating. My eyes raced across his body.
I'll drive you home at about 10 tonight. Everything's straight. Santiago will be there. We just need to find something to do for the kids today. You know, to get their attention.
At the count of 150, he dropped and rolled over on his back. He curled up his fists in his undershirt, exposing the solid six-pack of his stomach.
What you think we can get the shorties into today?
He asked. I didn't respond.
You always looking for trouble. Some shit you can't handle.
I smiled. He looked into my eyes and smiled. Midnight delivered us home at 10 p.m. sharp. My handsome father was standing in the doorway waiting. His white linen suit gleamed in the light of the moon. His big hands rested in his pockets. He embraced Midnight as if he was family. He held my young sisters in his arms one by one and gave me the warmest, securest hug back into my safe home. The house was extra clean. The music, an old Earth, Wind & Fire album, played softly in the background. Santiago took Midnight into the den. Midnight came out a short while later, offering a general good night without so much as a glance in my direction. Santiago sent my sisters off to bed with the idea that Mommy was away, as if on a trip, and would be back home next weekend with candy and presents for everyone. Daddy followed me to my bedroom. I knew to be quiet. Santiago looked more peaceful than he had did the day of the shooting incident. I switched on the lamp on the vanity table, and the added light revealed a strange scar on the right side of my father's head. There was a maroon-colored dent hidden close to the right side of his hairline. The scar just made him look more masculine than ever, just tough, sexy, unstoppable. All right, Daddy, just fill me in. Whatever you need me to do, I'm down for you. You just let me know the plan. He smiled. How's Mommy? I asked.
Your mother's okay. She's a soldier. She'll be home by the end of the week. Now she'll have bandages. She'll have to take it easy for a while. But we're all here to make it easy for her. You know how conceited she is. So don't act like anything's wrong with her face. She will have to have some type of treatment after a couple of weeks. I got something to make her forget the whole thing. Take a look.
He signaled me to follow him. He led me down the hallway to the back window. My mouth dropped open when I saw the big red set S600 V12 Mercedes-Benz with a thick red bow and ribbons everywhere. Oh shit, I mumbled. My mind started working up a new wardrobe. If you're gonna sport a ride like this, you gotta be dressed to kill. Me and Mommy would have to go shopping immediately. Santiago was still talking, but I couldn't hear him anymore. I kept seeing the expression on Natalie and Simone's faces when I came to Brooklyn pushing not a 190 Beatty Benz, not a 280, but a S600 V12. Would my mother let me drive it? Or would she only think of herself? Would she make me wait until Santiago bought me a car? Or would she kick it with me like sisters would? Wait a minute, she was sick. Maybe she would need me to drive her around and do errands for her. Maybe she'd be a passenger for like about a year or so. Okay, I thought. Maybe she'd let me drive her around, but she wouldn't let me chill in a car with Natalie and them. It would defeat the purpose of having a red Benz if you couldn't flash it for your girls, ride around flexing. You know how many niggas would be on my bra strap if they saw me behind the wheel? Mad niggas. I'd be making them beg me, do shit they wouldn't ordinarily do, kiss my ass, suck my toes. I started cracking up. Santiago looked at me like I was bugging. I straightened my face.
Now, I know a lot of cats who can shot before. Shot all over the body. The leg, the chest, the stomach. But every dude I know who been shot in the head, never been the same no more. That's the shit that worries me. That's the shit that makes me want to kick my own ass for letting this happen. Winter, where's your head at? I'm talking to you. If me and you are on point, everything else will fall in place. Here's what I need from you. Stay out of Brooklyn until I tell you it's okay.
What?
Now listen to you. 10 minutes ago you were saying, just tell me the plan. I'm down for whatever, Santiago. Now you ready to betray me?
No, Santiago, never betrayal. Betrayal is for suckers. That's what you taught me. I'll do what you want. I'll stay out of Brooklyn until you tell me otherwise.
And less talking is better. A whole lot less talking. You know how we do. The less you know, the better off we all are. And don't get too comfortable just because we're out here in the suburbs. Play your hand close to your chest, just like you're still in the ghetto. Trust no one and answer no questions. Don't give anybody our phone number who doesn't already have it. Now don't get paranoid, just don't get sloppy.
A long pause fell. I broke the silence. You know, when Midnight called the night of the incident and said that he was coming to get us, I didn't know whether or not I should have beeped you to confirm what was going on or just going along with what he was telling me to do. I figured everything was cool with him, 'cause it always been.
It's good that you thought twice about it. But Midnight's clean. He's as loyal as a blood-born son. I never had a problem out of him. I couldn't have left him with my girls if I didn't think I could trust him with my money and my life. Why? Everything went okay, didn't it?
No, it went fine. He was a real gentleman, I stated firmly, so as not to cause no problems between the two men I love. Where did you meet Midnight?
He was just a kid who had a brush with them all. You know how they do. Don't want to give a kid a second chance. They force a man into a position where he can't survive, can't make no money. But when I first saw him, I knew he would be a good worker. He just had it in his eyes. Plus, he didn't have no family. A cat like that is gonna be loyal. He need to be able to take care of himself.
What happened to his family?
I haven't seen you that's interested in nothing. What's all the questions about?
You know, Daddy, I'm growing up. Look at me. I'll be 17 soon. Santiago watched me spin from left to right.
Yeah, you are growing up. I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
He put his head down into his hand as though this topic was too heavy for him. What about it? I asked.
Do you know what I want for you? I want you to settle down, meet a nice guy. One of those budding doctors or lawyers or engineers.
You talking crazy, Daddy.
No, seriously, Winter. My life from the outside is all good, but believe me, whether it's actually all good or bad, right or wrong, there's no letting up. No time to relax and just enjoy life. It's right when you think you've made enough big moves. Now you can take a deep breath. That's when the next guy gets you. He'll figure he caught you sleeping, call you a tired old fool, and move on you. Nobody wants to be all the time with one eye open looking over your shoulder and one eye at the door. You, Winter, you deserve better. You deserve to relax, kick back, have the easy and finer things in life. No stress. One of these big-headed doctors, lawyers, engineer boys around this neighborhood can give you that. Men in Midnight's line of work can't.
Chapter 5. When Mama was wheeled into the house the following week, it didn't matter that Santiago had coached us on how to act and what to say. By this time, he had told my younger sisters that Mama fell down and had a little accident where she cut her face. But no rehearsal could have prepared them for what they saw. Anybody who knew Mama could only be thinking one thing. Damn, who was that? She looked bad. Me and Magdalena tried to smile and make light of the situation, but that look of shock and horror that came over the kids' faces when they saw her could not be erased by any joke. Mama was thinner than usual. The area around her mouth was twisted and disfigured. She still had a piece of bandage covering a small piece of her face. There was only one thing I was sure of. I would be driving the big Benz. Later that evening, while Santiago was out, I pushed my mother's door open and quietly walked in. "What's up, Mama? How you feeling?" She was responding, but her words were slurred. She sounded like an old-style wax record with the needle dragging on it. "Okay, Mama, don't talk," I said, holding my hand up and smiling wild to make her feel comfortable. "I got a lot to say. Let me fill you in. Nordstrom's has the perfect all-leather red Adrian Venditti suit for you. I even spotted some red driving gloves that go with it real nice. You hurry up and get better, 'cause we gonna be cruising." She gave me a sigh, then a half smile. I knew that meant I was making her feel good. Hell, this was Mama. I knew what made her feel good. "The housekeeper is here full time now. We've been taking care of everything. The girls miss you so much. They're real happy you're home. Oh, and Santiago, he's like a puppy without his woman. You gotta hurry up and get better, 'cause he needs you." Just then, with the mention of Santiago's name, one tear rolled down Mama's left eye. "Don't worry, Mama. If there's anything you need, I'll get it for you. We're gonna get it together." I leaned over, gave her a kiss on the forehead, then whispered in her ear, "We bad bitches, remember? Bad bitches don't die." Again, she cried instead of smiling. I tried to remain cool. "Girl, Santiago's gonna get you the best of everything, no doubt. Your face gonna look even better than it did before the accident." At Mama's gesture, I handed her a pen and a pad from her nightstand. She scribbled a note to me which read, "Stay out of Brooklyn." Overcoming boredom was my new project in life. I had spoken with my girls from Brooklyn, but I ended those conversations as soon as the questions started flowing. Usually, the questions started flowing immediately. Of course, nothing but a Mack truck could stop Natalie's mouth from yapping. She volunteered the information that some serious shit had gone down around our way, and some peeps had turned up missing. Which really meant nothing to me, except nosy niggas around the way ain't seen certain people for a while. But for all they knew, niggas could be down south visiting relatives or some shit like that. The block was hot. That's how Natalie put it, which meant that 5-0 was everywhere. That shit did scare me, 'cause we always had plenty of cops around the way in Brooklyn. Sometimes they want a scene of the crime and look the other way 'cause they had a piece of the action. The way I figured it, everybody had to have a hustle to survive. The cops wasn't no threat as long as their cut was in it. As Santiago said, you gotta know how to spread the cheese around the table. Natalie also filled me in on the up-and-coming cuties who was buzzing around the way and the goings-on. She had seen Midnight only once in passing. He didn't say shit to her. He never did, and according to Natalie, he just seemed to keep everything on the down low. He hadn't been to the club, and Tasha's been running around with Little Nickel. I wasn't going to tell her about the new Benz, but it was taking all that I had in me to keep it a secret. Then Natalie remembered that my birthday was next week, on Friday. She said she wanted to big me up on my birthday, take me out, get me some bubbly, and do our thing. The bonus was that Slick Kid, her man at the moment, was cool with Bullet. We could double date and live it up at their expense. Bullet? I asked. Little Bullet?
Girl, get up on it. Little Bullet is Bullet now. It ain't nothing little about him.
I thought about it for a second. I always thought Bullet was a little cutie, swift on his feet, a fast talker, and definitely had some hustle in him. He was a small-timer, though. Not the type I ever considered to set up with or marry, but I could easily swing an episode with him. The puzzle was that I couldn't go to Brooklyn. I also couldn't mention that I wasn't allowed to go to Brooklyn. I had been stalling and lying to Natalie about why I wasn't coming around the way. Security at her house was at an all-time high. The Saturday night parties were dead. Other than Magdalena, security, and the workers, we couldn't invite no house guests. Now, I needed to come up with a compromise, an alternative. This date was something I needed in order to connect with myself and my people. I really needed the attention. Mama had been hogging all of it up lately. Santiago been either having meetings in the den, out working the streets, or on the phone. Yeah, I'm down for a double date, I told Natalie. I'll call you back to set up the details, but let Bullet know I'm all in. Strategizing came easy to me. I got that from Betty. I just laid the problem out like a chessboard and thought of the different angles to come at it. The key was to be able to relax enough to see the whole situation in your head. If you got stressed out, Santiago taught me, then you start making mistakes, overlooking critical shit. Now, I wasn't a chess player myself, but everyday problems, I could decipher that shit. Thoughts was running through me like a high-speed train. Stretched out on my bed, I came up with a brilliant plan. I say it was brilliant because it wasn't just a simple everyday plan. It was one that took everything and everybody and every possibility into consideration. There was only 1 week left until my birthday. I started activating my plan that same afternoon. Mother was out of the confinement of her room and slowly moving throughout the house. Her mouth was still crooked and her face stiff and slightly swollen. She wouldn't go outside because of the embarrassment of her appearance. She was waiting for some type of operation to put her face back in order, but it was still too soon. The doctor said she had a few weeks of healing before her body could undergo another operation. I knew she was feeling bad. In fact, this was the first consideration of my plan. Mama, you're looking good today, I lied. I can see where you're healing. I touched the left side of her face with 2 fingers. Listen, let's go outside and head to the mall. She rolled her eyes at me. No, really, Mama. I picked out some fly things for you. Since your face is looking better, you might as well get back on your feet. I know you like to be on top of things. You do want to look good for Santiago and all. Mama smiled. It was funny. Everything could be fucked up, but mention Santiago and Mama's whole world would light up. But still, she protested.
I can't drive. It's not safe. I don't feel ready yet.
Mama, I can drive. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Treat you like the queen you are. We can leave the kids with Magdalena. How about it? I opened my arms wide to give her a hug. She smiled.
I've been dying to get in my new car, but I didn't want to torture myself.
Don't worry, Mommy. Just remember, I know how you feel. We have both been trapped in this house too long. But today is our day, and we might as well enjoy it. I helped Mama get dressed and ready. We picked out a full wig and tried to hide the left side of her face by letting the hair fall in front. I lent her my sharp leather hat. We went outside, cut the red ribbon, and both got high off the smell of the fresh leather interior. Pushing the Benz was like being the President of the United States. It rolled like a private jet. Even the potholes couldn't affect the smoothness of the ride. Everybody I passed on the road looked to see who was inside, yet the tinted windows shielded us like we were top-notch celebrities. Mama looked happy discovering more and more features in her car. The wood paneling, her engraved initials, the CD player, digital display, lighted mirrors, and so on. She relaxed. I knew I had accomplished step one, getting Mama used to the idea of me driving her car. I had to get her on my side so we can convince Santiago I needed to drive this car on my birthday. Mama and I got manicures and even pedicures at the mall. We even let this butch-like Swedish lady give us each a massage. We ended our day with a dinner. Wait until Santiago sees your new outfits, I teased her. He's gonna chase you all around the house.
He won't have to run fast to catch me,
she teased.
Winter, Santiago told me when I was in the hospital, he had midnight watching you and the girls. I didn't tell him and I thought it was a stupid idea. We already were dealing with enough. But I wanted to check with you to see what happened. I know how you feel about midnight.
I avoided her eyes. Nothing happened, Mama. Not a damn thing. He was everything Santiago wanted him to be. He walked a straight line. I guess I'm not as good as you, Moms. I can't get what I want from that man. He doesn't like me.
He likes you,
she snapped back.
He'd be crazy not to like you. You have everything any man could want.
Mama had tears in her eyes again. It doesn't matter anyway. Santiago said he doesn't want me with a man like Midnight. Something about being dangerous and unpredictable. I gotta tell you, I was shocked to hear that. All of a sudden, he started talking about I should marry some doctor, lawyer type of guy. Not nobody like him. I guess it's because of what happened to you, Mama. What do you think? If you had to do it again, Mommy, what would you do? Would you have married some engineer or doctor? Mommy cried.
Never, never. I love Santiago more than I love my own life. The hell was some other man. Santiago is the only man. He takes care of me. He does everything a man's supposed to do. He has given me everything. If I had to catch a bullet for him, so what? I'd rather they shot me than him. There'd be no sense in living without him.
Her words fell on me like huge rocks. I wasn't used to this kind of talk. I was impressed by Mama's loyalty to Santiago and hoped one day me and Midnight would share the same kind of love. So you still think Midnight's a good catch for me? Mama sipped her Coke through the straw and said,
He's gorgeous. He is strong. He's a young Santiago. It don't get no better than that. Let me work on Santiago. By the time you're 18, I could see him giving his okay. Hell, it's progress that he talked to you about men, period. That means he's seeing that you're becoming a woman. He can't hold on to you forever.
I exhaled, rolled my eyes. 18? By that time, I'll be so horny I'll die. We both laughed.
You're young. Have fun. It's not like you gotta sit around waiting for midnight. He'll come around.
How's he gonna come around when he's in Brooklyn and I'm all the way out here?
I'll figure it out. We'll get him up to the house or something. We'll work on it. But you stay out of Brooklyn.
Until when?
Until Santiago says so.
The next day, I strategically dropped bits of information about a party going on at Hofstra University, which is about an hour from our house. If I was going to meet college-educated men, like Santiago suggested, I had to start going to some of these events. By the end of the week, I had buttered Mama up with compliments about her face. Now she was comfortable with lending me the car on my birthday and allowing me to go to a party at the university. However, I still had to get permission from Daddy to go out at night, even if it was my birthday. Convincing Santiago was always a hard bridge to cross. He just had a natural suspicion about everything. One slight thing triggering his intuition would cause the whole thing to get shut down. I waited in the kitchen Monday night for him to come home. Santiago, how you feeling? I asked sweetly.
I'm okay, baby girl. What you need?
Who said I need something?
You're looking and sounding so innocent. You gotta be guilty or something.
He was talking in a joking way. I want to show you something, Daddy. Stay right here. I ran back to my bedroom and returned with my birthday outfit on a hanger. It was a black satin Chinese dress. I held my Joan and David shoes in the other hand. In case you forgot, Friday is my birthday.
Have I ever forgotten your birthday?
He asked, smiling. Listen, Papa. So, what I'm saying is, Hofstra University is giving a sorority party on my birthday. I want to go. Mama said I could drive her car, and I plan to make friends like you said. The school is in Long Island. I might even meet some big-headed lawyer guy. I killed him with my smile. So, what do you say, Santiago?
Who you going with?
I'm going with Vanessa, I said to my own surprise. I had instantly conjured her up. She doesn't have a car, so I'll pick her up. I met her at the mall. She lives about an hour from here, in Deer Park. She's gonna be a sophomore at Hofstra next year. She's studying to be a psychiatrist and...
Okay, alright, don't fast talk me. If your mother said you can use her car, then fine. Be careful. And Winter, you are not to go to Brooklyn. Don't bullshit me. Don't give me no excuses, none of that. Stay out of Brooklyn. Be home by 3 a.m. Winter, if you meet some big-headed lawyer guy, have him come here by the house before...
Before what? I asked innocently.
Before I have to break his neck for trying something stupid.
Thursday night, I tied up the loose ends with Natalie. I played it cool, but I was so excited it was hard to sleep. I turned on my radio, dimmed the light, and let Jodeci help my eyelids close. When I woke up Friday morning, my sisters were all jumping up and down on my bed, smiling in my face, acting like they were having a sugar rush or something. What are you doing in my room? I asked. Happy birthday, the twins yelled. Portia rolled her eyes. We thought you'd never get up. What's the hurry? Daddy went out, the twins said. So I yelled at them. So he left a birthday present for you down in the living room, and we are waiting for you to open it. Sitting up, I laughed. Why are y'all waiting for me to open my present?
'Cause everybody knows you always get the flyest shit,
Portia said.
Meanwhile, I get Mickey Mouse watching some Barbie dolls or something disgusting like that,
Portia said bitterly. Later that afternoon, I discreetly placed my Gucci overnight bag in the trunk of the Benz. By early evening, I was all dressed up in my birthday outfit. My mother looked at my body filling out the black satin dress. Instead of complimenting me, she cried. I thought to myself, damn, all she does lately is cry. But tonight was my night. I pulled out of the driveway cautiously, trying to keep my mother's confidence and my driver's skills secure. I was sure she was looking through the window. When I was out of sight, I ripped down the road headed for the highway. Santiago said no Brooklyn, and I will respect that. Natalie, Slick Kid, and Bullet were going to meet me at the 42nd Street bus terminal in Manhattan. They had no idea I would be pushing a Benz. The best part of my birthday was going to be flashing around it. I might even tell them Santiago bought the Benz from me for my birthday. On the way down, I pulled into one of those all-service Amico stations. I popped the trunk, grabbed my bag, jetted into the bathroom, and took off that ridiculous satin dress. My real outfit was red leather shorts that fit like a miniskirt, a red leather vest that accentuated my titties and fit tight around my waistline. There was no use for a blouse. I threw my stockings into the wastebasket. My legs were shapely, big, and beautiful. There was no sense of hiding them. I had no scars or bruises. So what if it was cold? I wasn't walking. I was toasty in the red Benz. I threw in my diamond necklace and my diamond tennis bracelet. My soft red leather jacket made it all perfect. With a piece of tissue, I wiped the foggy gas station mirror. I could only clean a small section. The mirror was permanently dirty. I drew in my lipstick, checked my hair, and slipped my feet into my red leather Gucci shoes. I was good to go. Tonight was not for the big-headed lawyer boys or engineers. Tonight was the night for raw, Brooklyn-style, fun and live niggas. In the trunk, I carefully stretched the black satin dress on top of the case so it wouldn't wrinkle. In the car, I pumped up the radio to stay alert during the long drives. I kept the car windows closed. I would creep up on the corner of 42nd and 8th, slowly lowering the window. Then I would shout, "Surprise, motherfuckers, get in." The scene played over and over in my head. The thought of the jealousy Natalie would feel thrilled me. I knew she would get over it quickly, though. That was my girl. She would be happy to ride shotgun in my whip. On the radio, suddenly Sister Souljah started talking shit, her coarse voice overpowering the music.
The number one group of people dying from AIDS is young black women.
I popped in a tape to shut her up before she started getting on my damn nerves. I slowed the car to a creeping speed. Natalie, Slick Kid, and Bullet were chilling on the corner. Bullet was looking good. I could see his gold teeth shining. That shit got me hot. A mouthful of gold is sexy like a motherfucker. It just adds to the ruggedness, accentuating the attitude. Natalie was right. Natalie had on an outfit I saw in Banana Republic the other day. Slick Kid turned around and caught sight of my Benz. He didn't know it was me, but the car was so hot I had his full attention. His eyes popped out and he started checking the vehicle, sweating my rims, stepping up close. Natalie and Bullet followed. When they got up close to the glass, I lowered the window and said real sexy style, "Y'all waiting for me?" Natalie screamed,
No, you didn't. Oh, bitch. No, you didn't. I know this ain't your car. Don't even try it. What?
Bullet and Slick Kid immediately grabbed the guy on the street who shoots Polaroid pictures and flipped him a 20 spot. They started posing on the hood, leaning against the car. I jumped out and we all posed together. Bullet licked his lips, put his arm around my waist as he said,
Let me look at you.
He opened his arms and stepped back. I swung my ass around slowly.
Big pretty legs,
He said, talking sexually, like we were doing it already. He touched my legs with his finger, smiled, and said,
no stockings. Nice.
Hold on. Where we going? To the club on? Nah, fuck that. Let's go to a quiet spot. I don't want to have to bust nobody's ass tonight for trying to get mines. I'd rather chill with Winter. Let's shoot to the Marriott on 44th and Broadway.
Bullet said. Right before we got there, Slick Kid jumped out of the car and picked up some Alizé and Absolute from the liquor store. Slick went into the hotel with Natalie to check in. Me and Bullet sat in the car waiting.
I ain't seen you in about a year or so.
He said, looking into my eyes. Yeah, that's about right. I was playing shy.
Where the hell you been?
Shane's doing my business, just like you. Me never said nothing to me when I lived around the way.
Life is life.
He said, referring to Santiago. Then why are you here? I asked sharply.
Times changed. Got a little weight on my arm. Don't try to play with me. You wasn't checker friendly either.
Whatever. There's no sense in wasting time, I said. 'Cause time I don't have a lot of. You look good to me. I hope I look good to you. I ain't had it in a long time, and I'm ready to bring it together. I was looking him dead in the eye, letting him know I was serious. He leaned over and stuck his tongue in my mouth. He had a strong kiss. For a moment, my head was gone. It seemed like I blacked out. I was kissing him with all the passion locked up inside of me. It didn't really matter who he was. He was a warm body, a masculine body. He could get to feel all of me tonight because I needed it. Natalie was knocking on the window and trying to see in at the same time.
Room 609, y'all. Come on up when you're ready. Glad to see we're getting along. We're in 610.
She snickered and handed me the key. Natalie headed back into the hotel. We pulled the car around to the valet and headed on up. Bullet poured me a drink of Alizé mixed with Absolute. I sipped on it and felt relaxed. Take your shirt off, I ordered. Let me look at you. He grinned.
Oh, that's how you do it, huh? You like to be the boss.
He pulled his shirt off. On his shoulder was a tattoo of a gun dispensing a bullet. The heat in me went up a notch. He walked over to turn the lights off. Oh no, I said. I want to see everything. Turn them all on. We ain't got a damn thing to hide. I took off my jacket, I started to unbutton my vest, switched it off, and stood in front of him with my young 34Ds standing upright with extended nipples. I didn't have to say shit. He was all over me in an instant. Do what you feel, I said. I stepped into him and began licking his neck. He didn't taste salty, and I liked that too, a clean body. I slid out my shorts. They dropped to the floor. I began to undo his buckle and went for his zipper. When his pants fell to the floor, his big penis stuck out of his boxers. I jumped to him, wrapped my legs around his waist, and removed his shorts with my feet. Everything was physical the way I liked it. Watching his leg muscles go up and down, watching his ass move got me excited. I rode that dick like a professional jockey. All the energy in my body started running wild and high. Then moved to the center and released. My body shook, then relaxed. I slid down his body onto the floor.
Oh, no, you don't. Not until I get mines.
He mounted me on the floor doggy style and started giving it to me from the back. The chorus of his grunts and my moans turned me on. It was just a little freaky thing about me. The more I turned the nigga on, the more excited he got, the more excited and wild I became. 2 orgasms does the body good. We ended up in the jacuzzi with Marriott bubble bath bubbles foaming up everywhere. We had our drinks, puffed our weed, and we was cool with the silence. Then, loudmouth Natalie came busting in the room through the connecting door with Slick Kid.
Where y'all at?
Natalie yelled. Slick Kid laughed.
Baby, just follow your nose.
Next thing I knew, Slick Kid was in the bathroom where we were, with his sharp VL video camera rolling. He was cracking up and filming me and Bullet's cool-out session in the tub.
Wait a minute. Let me get in it too. You don't mind winter, do you?
She pulled off her shirt and pants and hopped into the jacuzzi with me and Bullet. Slick was laughing and taping us, talking about, Bud, you a big Willie. Now you got 2 girls. Bullet positioned himself between me and Nat to pose for the camera.
Where in the movies, y'all? Want to do any shout-outs?
Oh, yeah, I said, liquor talking. I want to give a shout-out to Simone, to Zakia, Asia, my girl Tashi, and all the live motherfuckers in Brooklyn. BK to the fullest. I love all my peeps. Stay live, y'all. Slick Kid wanted to get in the movies, so he started filming himself with the camera.
Attention, niggas, this is Slick Kid. I just wanted to say the black man is God.
Bullet cheered him on and added in his shout-outs. We all laughed, drank, and puffed. We played cards, ordered movies and room service, buffalo wings, french fries, and lemonade. We had a good old Brooklyn-style good time. At 2:30 a.m., I told them I had to roll. Bullet wanted me to stay, but I told him I had to take care of some important shit, and I'd pick it up with him later.
What about breakfast? Time to make the donuts.
Slick Kid yelled. They decided to stay in the room till checkout since they paid for it. By this time, Bullet confirmed that he still lived with his grandmother and he didn't have no ride home. I told him don't worry about it. I'd come pick him up sometime in the benzo, and as long as he kept it real with me, we could do it again. My buzz was wearing off. That was a good thing, because I was driving in the light rain of the late night, early morning, organized my story about the college party. I had never been to one in my life. As far as I knew, Santiago hadn't either. Still, I rehearsed it, knowing how clever Santiago was. When I pulled up into the driveway, Santiago's Lex was not there. I was surprised, since I was an hour and a half late, and 100% sure he'd be sitting in the kitchen with a mean old screw face ready to drill me. Luckily, I realized I was still wearing the red leather shorts. Panicked, I swung the car around the back. I popped the trunk open, grabbed my Gucci suitcase, and unzipped it. I pulled out a fresh pair of stockings and picked up the satin dress. I was quiet about closing the trunk so as not to wake Mommy. I ran under the shed in the back of the house and started to peel off my little red outfit. My body was covered with goosebumps and shivering in the cold 4:30 a.m. air. When I took off my Gucci shoes, I realized I had left my Jonah Davis in the car. I clutched my car keys, tweaked the alarm off, and tipped back to the trunk. I struck the key in and swapped the shoes. By the time I got back under the shed, my feet were covered in mud. I took off my panties and used them as tissue to clean my feet. When I went to slip into my new stockings, I pushed too hard and my big toe ripped through the bottom. The tear ran all the way up my leg. I took a deep breath to calm down. People who panic made stupid mistakes, overlook critical things, I reminded myself. Okay, so I put on my dress, no stockings, and I say that they tore at the party. I started fumbling to put my hair back into place when I heard a noise from the side of the house. It sounded like cracking sticks under somebody's foot. I kicked my mud-covered panties under the bush and stuffed my little red outfit into a nearby garbage can.
Come out of there, whoever you are, before I blow your fucking head off.
The voice came from the side of the house. It sounded like my mother. I was trembling. Mommy, I called out. Is that you?
Winter, are you okay?
She asked as though somebody had me bound and gagged. I'm fine, Mommy. I was just parking the car back here. She swayed around the corner with her flashlight and the little .22 gun Santiago had given her for personal security. The light. Take the light out of my face, Mommy, please, I said, not wanting her to see my panties in the bush. Everything's okay. I went toward her, hugged her, and walked her back around to the front of the house. What happened to the lights in the backyard? I asked.
They broke on. They broke everything. Messed up all our stuff. They took the Lex. They took Santiago. They tore up the house.
Her words were going into my head in slow motion. My body froze like ice. Anger consumed me. Who took Santiago?
The police. They came in with papers talking about they charging him with this and that and the other thing. They searched through all of our belongings. They cut him out their mattress. They scared the shit out of your sisters. They was crying and screaming.
Where did they take him?
Central booking, the regular. They said they don't know where he'll end up. Just call the precinct, they said it. He won't be arraigned until Monday, since this is a weekend night.
When did they come?
Santiago got back right after you left here. He said he had a feeling that something wasn't right. I'm surprised you didn't see him on the way out. The cops pulled up about a half an hour later. Big Long Island white boy, by the book cops. They came from everywhere without warning. Up the driveway, out of the sky, the roof, the backyard. Before I knew it, they were inside the house, outside the house, all and everything like roaches. They arrested everybody. Santiago, our security, everybody except me and the kids. I didn't know how to get to you, Winter. Eventually, I beat midnight. It was about 10 p.m. I told him what happened and asked him to go out to that school to tell you to come back home. He called me back around 11:45 talking about you wasn't there. He looked all over.
My guilty eyes locked into my mother. Her eyes were bloodshot, her mouth twisted, her face stained with tears. We needed a strategy to get out of this confusion. What did Santiago say?
He was calm, cool. Of course, they had his hands cuffed, locked tight in back of his body like he was some kind of criminal. He looked me dead in my eyes. All he said was sorry.
Mommy was hysterical or delirious or both.
I told Santiago not to worry. I will come and get him out. Then one of them smart-ass cops, not the one in the regular uniform, one of them feds or something, said it would be a long time before you'll see him anywhere besides behind bars. That's what you think? I told them bastards. That's what you think? The next cop picked up your picture and was like, woo-wee, that's a fine ass. That's when Santiago started breaking. He said he would make it so that cop would never see his own kids again. The other cop started reading Santiago his rights.
Mommy, how many cops were there? Inside or outside the house?
About 15 cops inside and 20 outside. In the back, everywhere.
I sat down on a kitchen stool. Daylight seemed to rush in. I made my mother take one of those sedatives the doctors prescribed for her facial pain. She had fallen asleep along with the kids. At 9 a.m., Magdalena arrived to work.
What happened?
She asked with her Latino accent. Long story, I muttered. Take your time cleaning this mess. We gotta straighten it up, but it's no hurry. She had a look on her face as if she expected to be paid more money to repair the disaster. Don't worry, I'll take care of it at the end of the week, I told her. Money, I thought. Santiago's gone. How will we get money? The upstairs safe popped into my head. The one situated behind my mother's clothing closet that I wasn't supposed to know about. I ran upstairs, pushed open my mother's door gently, not wanting to disturb her. She was there, sitting on her bed, smoking a cigarette, something I never saw her do.
Looking for the safe? It's gone. It's empty. It's gone.
She pointed to the closet where the safe door was open and empty.
Them bastards had warrants, papers, a whole bunch of shit. They said they'd been watching us for a long time.
Other than the money, did they take anything else?
Other than the money? Okay. Other than the $150,000 they stole from our safe, for evidence, they said. Evidence. They're probably out shopping with that dough right now. They took the guns. They took plenty of guns.
Coke? I asked cautiously.
None. Santiago had just come back from his runs. Everything he had was already gone.
How much money you got? I was afraid to hear the answer.
$700. That's it.
She said dryly. I had $950 myself. That made a total of $1,650, which, based on what we were used to spending, might as well have been $17. Who could we call? My mind went blank. I sat on the floor in her room, and my nerves numb neutral. I had no feeling. The ringing of our telephone brought me back to reality. I picked it up. It was my mother's sister, Aunt Lori, on the line.
Where's Santiago?
She demanded. Not having thought of what I would tell people and when to tell them whatever I decided to tell them, I said nothing.
Winter, stop playing. Put Santiago on the phone. These motherfuckers Kanan picked Stevie up out of here this morning, and I need Santiago to send somebody over here to see what's happening and to bring some money so we can get him out.
Santiago's not here right now, Aunt Lori. Call back in a little while. Mommy don't feel well. Or I'll call you back. Sorry about what happened. I'll give Santiago the message.
Winter, these motherfuckers went crazy out here. Arrested everybody. Tell your father somebody's gotta come help us out down here.
By sundown, it was apparent it was a total wipeout. One by one, women's voices filled with rage, fear, and hysteria called demanding that Santiago rescued their husbands, brothers, and sons. They had all been bagged. I contacted Santiago's lawyer, Bob Goldstein. He was already on the case. He told me that right now there was nothing he could do but wait. He had phoned the precinct and verified Santiago's presence. Now he awaited arraignment and placement. He was seeing what the bail looked like, what all the charges were, and what the evidence was like. He told me to come down to the office on Friday to handle matters and to bring my mother. Magdalena did a hell of a job bringing the house back together again. I split her a 50 spot for the extra work. It killed me to let go of the cash, but I did it just to keep the peace with her. I need her to watch the kids. Magdalena grabbed the money real quick and held on to it real tight. Chapter 6. Monday morning, we all was up early and dressed. There was no doubt we would support Santiago at his arraignment. We would show those motherfuckers that family sticks together. My mother put the girls in the back of her car and took the passenger seat. As I started to back the Benz up, I saw flashing lights moving up our driveway. A cop on the loudspeaker said,
"Turn off the ignition."
I weighed my options. I wanted to floor the gas pedal, ram the police, then pull out to handle my business. But my little sister's in the car, so I turned the ignition off.
"Get out of the car. Everyone, step out of the car. Move away from the car."
The police signaled the vehicle behind him. It was a police department tow truck. The officer pulled up to my mother and handed her a piece of paper.
"We are authorized to remove this vehicle, which is now government property."
Mother. This is my car. How the hell you gonna come and take my car?
Angry tears shot out of my mother's eyes. You don't have a right to come and take people's shit. I went buck wild cursing them assholes out. I pushed the car door open, jumped out, and started swinging my fist in the air.
Ma'am, calm down. Ma'am, now listen. Here's how it works. We're going to take the car right now, right here, today, this minute. We're authorized to do so. You go downtown. If you can verify the source of your income and prove that you personally purchased the vehicle, then you can get it back. All merchandise purchased with illegal monies by criminal activity are subject to seizure.
Mama thumbed hysterically through the yellow pages, trying to locate a cab that would come around our way. It took an hour to strike a deal with a somewhat local cabbie to drive us into the city. I paid $100 to get into the city. Money was going fast. By the time we got to the court, we had missed Santiago. I called the lawyer's office. His secretary said the lawyer must be on his way back to the office because he was there at the court to represent Santiago earlier that day. I hung up the phone without verbally acknowledging her words. It took damn near all day just to get back to our house on public transportation. Then we had to walk 3 miles to get from the train station to our safety house. Tears didn't have no place in the situation. What would Santiago do, I asked myself. He would think, plan, and not panic. All right, it seemed to me that we needed to have one big sale to get rid of all our shit in the house and get some money. I never liked it anyway. We could move back into the city, get an apartment or something. I started pacing around my room, randomly pricing things in my head. Who would we sell this stuff to? We didn't know anyone around here. We would straight up have to put an ad in the papers, hang up garage sale signs and directions to our house. Let these people come pick over it and pay way less than they would normally pay in the store. I found Mama in her room. She had busted open a new pack of cigarettes and was going at it. "What do you think about a sale?" I asked her. "We sell all this stuff in the house to generate some cash flow."
I want to talk to your father.
"Seriously, Mama, what do you say?"
I want to see what your father says. Whatever he wants to do, that's what I'll do.
"But Mama, we gotta make plans like Santiago ain't here 'cause he's not."
You trying to say he ain't coming back?
She acts like a crazy woman. "No, I'm trying to say, maybe if we put our heads together, we can have some ideas ready for Santiago. We can go see him tomorrow. I'll know by the morning exactly where he is." The idea of seeing Santiago delighted Mommy, who was starting to seem like an imposter to me. At 9 o'clock the next morning, I was on the phone trying to locate Santiago. I slid Magdalena an extra $20 and told her to babysit while me and Mommy took care of some business. She looked like she thought about rolling her eyes at me. She put the extra money in her pocket. We found out which jail Santiago was being held at. Then we went to find out the cost of bail so we could pull the money together somehow. The court clerk smirked when he punched in the case numbers for Santiago on his computer. With some strange look of pleasure, he pronounced,
"The judge has denied bail because of the extremity of his charges. He'll be sent to Rikers Thursday. You can visit him there."
My mother's face saddened with disappointment. As we turned to walk away, her tears started flowing. When we got home, Magdalena complained about the phone ringing. We thanked her for her patience and sent her home for the evening. The good thing was that in 2 days, we would be able to talk to Santiago. He would help us decide how to move. My mind was still trying to put things together. I asked my mother whose name the house is in and if it was a monthly cost or if it was paid in full. She told me it was paid for because that's how Santiago does things, but she never saw the paperwork because it wasn't her concern. This time, when I picked up the telephone, it was Natalie.
Girl, what's going on? It's like a ghost town over here in BK.
Everybody's getting locked up, I thought to myself. Who ever heard of a person who starts talking before she even says hello? Before she's even sure if she's talking to the right person. "Who got knocked?" I asked, playing it off. She rattled off a list of familiar names, Daddy's workers, bodyguards, and all of my uncles. Then she said,
I heard Midnight got picked up earlier tonight.
"Get the fuck out of here," I said, almost mumbling.
Yup, Asia saw the cops cuffing him over in front of Mo's bar. Yeah, Bullet told me about Midnight, too.
I wondered if Natalie had heard about Santiago and was just waiting for me to say something. "How's Bullet doing?" I asked.
He's all right. His girl just had a baby. It's a boy, 8 pounds, 6 ounces. Big, huh?
His girl? Natalie, you didn't tell me he had a girl.
Like you would have cared. Don't try to get new on me, Winter.
That's not the point. I'm just saying you supposed to have my back. You supposed to let me know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm supposed to fill you in like you be filling me in. Right.
Natalie said, getting loud with me. I didn't have time for Natalie's attention games, so I told her I had to go. "The policia," Magdalena said, peeping her head into my room without knocking on my bedroom door.
"Your mother is in the shower."
I jumped up, threw on some pants and a shirt, and headed downstairs.
"Good morning, ma'am. We'd like to speak to Mrs. Santiago, please. We want to ask her some questions."
I put my hands on my hips and asked if they had a warrant. As soon as they said no, I got ready to say, "Mama's not home." Then Mama came out of nowhere wrapped in a towel. Her hair was wet, her eyes wild, and her mouth twisted.
What is it now?
"We want to ask you some questions."
Do you have a warrant?
"No, ma'am."
And get the fuck out of my house. I've had enough of you all for 1 week.
Ma'am, we just want to ask you some questions about your husband. Under the RICO laws, you could also be charged if you were aware of or in any way connected to the distribution of narcotics. We would like you to cooperate with us. It will be better for you.
Get the out. Do you see a lawyer in here? How are you going to ask me any questions without my lawyer present? Do I look like a fool to you?
You're right. You're entitled to have a lawyer present. But you know we can easily get a warrant under these circumstances, ma'am. Or you could just cooperate.
Winter, close the damn door.
Mama was renewed on Thursday morning. She picked out her best outfit and was going to take Santiago by storm at Rikers Island. She asked me to help her with her makeup. I tried to make the best out of the situation and put it on as nicely as I could. I brushed her hair back and used the same wig that worked for her the day we went shopping. Mama pulled out her perfume, the expensive shit that was thick like syrup. She dabbed it on in a small amount. When you have the good stuff, she once said, you don't have to pile it on. She looked fine, at least compared to the last few days when she let herself go in ways I had never seen. She handed me the Visine. I dropped 2 drops in each of her eyes. I reminded her to take off her heels, put them in her pocketbook, and wear flat shoes since we had to walk to the bus stop. She protested.
We should take a cab to Reuters.
We should really save our money, 'cause we're running low, I warned.
We'll save it some other day. Today we're going to see Santiago.
Yes, we have a warrant and we're going to run you down for questioning,
announced the same cops from yesterday. They arrived when me and Mama were leaving. As we opened the door to go see Daddy, we were confronted by the 2 cops.
Am I under arrest?
My mother asked sarcastically.
if that's what we need to have a civil conversation with you.
Mama handed me her pocketbooks. Unwilling to cooperate with the police, she stuck on her wrist as if to say, take me. The police read Mama her rights, cuffed her, and put her in the car. Magdalena and the girls watched in horror from the kitchen. I stood there shocked and watched them take my mother away. On the way out, the smart-ass cop's partner paused, turned around and hollered to me standing in the doorway.
By the way, how old are you?
17. And where are you taking my mother?
My sister Portia blurted out.
How about you, little girl? How old are you?
8.
She said, snotty and proud. Their lights flashed as they sped away. I took the 20, handed it to Magdalena, collected my things, and made fast tracks in my Nikes headed to the bus stop. Santiago walked into the room accompanied by a corrections officer. His body was tight, his face serious. He still maintained his powerful presence. He had a way of looking good, even in those gel greens that hung on him like a leisure suit. I smiled when I saw him. He smiled back.
Where's your mother? Downstairs?
He said, no, she wasn't feeling good. She had to take 2 of those pills, and they knocked her out cold. You know, only something bad dramatic would keep her away. I had practiced this answer the whole trip to Rikers. No sense in adding to Santiago's problems.
And my girls?
They're fine. You know they miss you and all, but they're toughs. They'll do all right.
Maybe. Portia has 7 years in the projects under her belt. She's tough. Mercedes and Lexi, now they've been sheltered. They're straight up suburban kids.
I laughed, but wanted to hurry on to the business. Daddy, tomorrow I'm going to go see your lawyer. I'm going to find out everything. What do you need me to tell him?
I've been talking to him on the phone every chance I get. He'll want to talk money. He don't have to worry about that, though. I got money.
Daddy, they raided the safe at the house. They took 150 grand. He held his hand up to keep me from talking.
Just get a hold of Midnight. He got $50 of mine.
I was sure that this was code for $50,000. Daddy, someone said Midnight got picked up too. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. Daddy's eyebrows knitted together as if Midnight's arrest was somehow not what he had planned for. After a short pause, he said,
He'll be out soon. They got nothing on him. He's clean. I kept him that way. Just chill and wait for him. He'll come through. He always does. Meanwhile, tell Goldstein I said use the key. That'll be a deposit on his fee.
Daddy, Uncle Steve got picked up. And Harry, Vaughn, and Ron.
I know. I seen all them. Rodriguez, Pizzazz, they all in here. It's like being at home.
He smiled, I'm sure more for my benefit than anything.
They trying to shake my nigga up, scare somebody until they sing. You know what I mean. I'm all right, Winter. Don't worry about me. It's just Mama you gotta look after. After that bullet, she's delicate. You don't know it, but she is.
About the house, Santiago. I think we should sell it, you know, so we'll have some money flow.
I like your mind. Tell Goldstein. Tell him I said sell it. Winter, you gotta be tough. It's time. Remember everything I taught you. Keep your ears open. Follow the directions I gave you to the letter. And just play your hand close to your chest.
We said that last line together. I had heard it so many times. I had never really thought about how important it was, but it was sinking in now.
Tell your mother I want to see her 1 week from today on Thursday. Tell her I said pull herself together and get down here on Thursday in her best so I can show her off.
Magdalena had her stuff packed and at the door when I reached home. Her face was serious and fed up. What's up?
That's it. Finished.
She rubbed her hands together. What's it? You want more money? I'll give you more money. I was gonna pay you on Friday. That's tomorrow, payday. Hell, I tipped you every day this week.
It's not the money, Miss Winter. But I do need my pay for up until today.
Magdalena, I pleaded. Come on, girl. You know I need you. My father's gone. My mother's gone. It's just me and the kids. If you leave, I won't have nobody to help me with the kids. Magdalena busted out crying.
There is no kids.
Her words hit me one by one, each word in slow motion. No kids. I lost my composure. The tears burst out. No kids? What the fuck do you mean, no kids, Magdalena? I grabbed her, shaking her shoulders uncontrollably. Where are my sisters? What the fuck do you mean, no kids? Huh? Huh?
The BCW people came and said they were sent by the police. They said they had to take the kids because there was no adult in the house.
What are you talking about, Magdalena? You're an adult.
But Miss Winter, I had to tell them I no responsible. I have to leave at 7 p.m. this evening. They had the papers from the government. They took them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She cried. Then the horn honked, the signal from her son, who picked her up every night in that raggedy 1970-something car. As she held out her hand to be paid, I yelled, "You bitch! You couldn't cover for me? You couldn't just cover for me." My voice echoed in the middle of the huge empty house. "I ain't giving you shit," I screamed, throwing a vase at her as she rushed for the door. Every step I took around the house sounded like it was magnified by a microphone. I could hear my own heart beating in my chest and in my ears. I started hearing shit I never heard before, noises and heating systems and water dripping. I was stranded without a ride, without a family member. I was out in the fucking woods. Just then, Sterling, my old sugar daddy, became the most important person in the world. I ran upstairs, pulled my droid box out, looked for his number and called him. I had to calm down fast. The worst thing I could do was make Sterling think I needed him. Then he would try to turn the tables. "Sterling, this is me, Winter. It's funny how you just came to mind. I was sitting here by the fire with my panties on, and I thought, damn, I miss Sterling. Do you think you want to see me? 'Cause I definitely want to see you."
Winter, I have company right now.
He said apologetically. I cleared my throat to bring the strength back into my voice. "Who's there with you?" He answered with silence. Is she better than me, Sterling? You know how good I can make you feel. And I'm really needing you tonight. Right now.
Okay. Give me a couple of hours. I'll pick you up at 11.
I packed my overnight bag. My money was running low, so I dropped my diamond bracelet, earrings, and necklace in my bag too. If I needed, that was as good as money to me. I ran around the house, turning on all the TVs, lights, the radio, trying to convince myself I wasn't alone until my ride came. If I fucked Sterling that night, I didn't know it. It didn't matter. My mom was on vacation. Apparently, Sterling was so stupid that just my sweet face was enough to make him do whatever I wanted. The next day, I convinced him to let me drop him off at work and use his car. I promised to pick him up later that night. The idea of him seeing me 2 nights in a row was enough bait for him. I putt-putted in his little car back to the house on Long Island, hoping that my mother would be released and I could meet up with her. At some point, she'd figure out she had to cooperate, even if all she said was, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Then they would release her. Hell, she was completely innocent. I hated to think of her in jail, especially with her being so fragile. Since when does spending your husband's money become a crime? If there were, more than half of all the women in the country would be locked down. If she wasn't at the house by the time I got there, I'd swing by the precinct. The way I figured, they just try to shake her up, try to get her to give evidence against Santiago, which she would never do. I'd pick up my mom's, then we would track down the girls. The driveway to the house was blocked off. It wasn't a regular police car, you know, the kind with a siren. It was one of them, like the DT drives, undercover. I climbed the winding driveway leading up to our home. Excuse me, officer. This is my house.
This house and all the belongings inside are now the property of the federal government. No one is allowed on the property unless he is an agent of the federal government,
He said with authority and a puffed out chest. Explain this to me, I said carefully. How is it that you can take people's property, steal their house, and not even allow a woman to get her clothes out or her baby sister's bottles? I was going for sympathy. I had no wins running up against the Glock. I wanted to spit in his face, but for now, it wouldn't be smart. The only thing I could do now was go straight to Santiago's lawyer. Otherwise, all these cocksuckers would give me this official talk and send me away empty-handed. I would get the lawyer involved on my mother's behalf as well. As the car maxed out at 60 miles per hour, my mom calculated the value of everything in my bedroom. Jewelry, clothes, shoes, electronics, TV, etc. Hats off to the motherfucking police, I thought to myself. They had the best hustle in town. They were the real criminals. Goldstein's office was plush. The chairs were buttery leather, the walls walnut. The windows looked out onto the outlines of the city. I wasn't surprised. It was my father's style to be affiliated with the big-timers. I sat in the big chair. It was reserved for clients and positioned directly in front of the attorney's chair. I kept thinking that this chair was the hot seat. It got you all impressed. Then, just as you started to feel all comfortable, the lawyer would demand a minimum of 10 grand just to peek at your case.
So you are Santiago's daughter. Beautiful, beautiful. Where is your mother? I thought I told you to bring your mother.
He smiled like a gentleman. She's locked up. His left eyebrow raised. He reached on his desk and grabbed one of those legal pads and listened to my whole story. He didn't interrupt me once. Only the lines on his forehead answered. Every now and then he scribbled on the pad.
Well now, you got about 5 different matters here. Your father, that's 1. Your mother, that's 2. Your sisters, that's 3. You want me to look into the matter of the house, that's 4. The cars, that's 5. It's going to take a lot of manpower to get this job done.
I could feel him setting me up for the kill, fattening me up like a pig before the slaughter. He just wanted the bacon.
Right. Santiago says, use the key.
He repeated my message from Santiago to himself. Then he muttered something like power of attorney. He found the paper he was looking for in the file. He smiled, told me he'd get to work on all these matters. He would use the key and let me know what else was needed. He asked for my phone number and address. Haven't you been listening? I have no address. I'll be drifting. I'll call you.
By the way,
he said as I was stepping out of the door.
How old are you?
17. Why?
Because my best bet is that the Bureau of Child Welfare will be looking to pick you up as well.
I can take care of myself.
Yes, but according to the law, the state is your temporary guardian until you turn 18 years old. You are a minor. Not to worry, we'll just need to get a hold of your mother to get around this mess. My office will be the meeting point. When I get your mother, I'll bring her here, or at least you can check in periodically with one of my secretaries, and they will be able to tell you where to meet her.
Chapter 7. Between the money that I took out of my mother's pocketbook, plus my own cash, I had a total of $1,480. A diamond necklace, a diamond bracelet, diamond earrings, and the clothes on my back. If there hadn't been a flashing pink sign that read diner when I walked out of Goldstein's office, I wouldn't have remembered to eat. I had been 3 days without thinking about food. I had a chance to eat, but I kept trying to get my mind to think of answers to all these situations. Soon as something clicked into place, something else popped out of water. Making a plan was complicated. When would my moms get out? What fee would the lawyer charge? I couldn't come up with a good plan because I couldn't relax. I was cool on the outside, but inside I was in a state of panic. Normally, I'd be plotting on a party. Now I was plotting on survival, something Santiago always took care of for me. If nothing else was clear, the fact that I had to take care of myself was. The girls were little and cute. Somebody would give them some shit for the time being. I, on the other hand, would have to get mines myself. I wasn't sure if I could go back to Brooklyn yet either. I tried not to get paranoid and start thinking there was a hit out on me or something crazy. Out of respect for Santiago and Mons, I decided to wait. Besides, Brooklyn represented too many unanswered questions for now. Aunt Lori would be vexed because we never called her back about Uncle Stevie. By now, she would have found out Santiago got knocked too. Everybody would be expecting our family to roll out the dough, bankroll everybody's situation like normal. We were no longer in the position to get down like that, because money had to go toward our own problems, especially Santiago's case. I wasn't about to put myself in a position of having to borrow shit from them either. I could see them trying to flip attitude on me, something lovely. Bowing down was not something I do. I knew I could always chill in Natalie's. Her moms wouldn't give a damn and probably wouldn't even know I was there. But the shit Natalie pulled with Bullet had me looking at her like she couldn't be trusted. Realistically, Natalie was a lifeline. She had information. What I could do, I decided, was play her. Get to know what I needed to know. Tell her as little as possible and even throw her a curveball now and then. I definitely wasn't going to give her the pleasure of feeling like now me and her was on the same level. I would focus on the Lucci, the cash, the loot, and just how I was going to make it. I picked over my cheeseburger deluxe for an hour and a half before I came up with a plan. The impatient waitress tried to clear me out of the diner by exhaling real loud like I was taking up too much space for the amount of money I was spending. The key to getting back on top was midnight. He had the $50,000 Santiago told me about. Even though it was Santiago's money and I didn't know how much it would have to go toward legal fees, there would be no harm in me getting my hands on the dough. I was not in jail, so I might as well be useful. The smart thing to do would be to flip the cash, invest it and double it at least. Then I could deliver the 50 grand to the lawyer and have a nice piece of change to set myself up as well. I would use sterling for as long as possible. at least until I got answers to the big questions about my mom, pop, and sisters. I couldn't see him minding. He'd stare at me with those big dumb eyes and be happy I had finally seen the light. Whatever chick he had there before I came last night, she'd just have to wait. Eventually, she could have the man. I just wanted the pockets, the apartment, and access to his little putt-putt to handle my business. Goldstein located Mom swiftly. He told me she was being charged with resisting arrest, insulting, and assaulting a police officer. From his estimation, those charges were just a means for them to hold her for questions about Santiago and his operation. He put in his notification of representation. The court was backed up, and she wouldn't be arraigned until Monday morning. He said this was a good thing because he needed time to get Santiago's safety deposit box at the bank to see the status of things so he could settle the financial matters. He told me he was 98% sure he could get the prosecutor to lessen the charges on Mom, drop them completely, or at minimum, get her out on her own recognizance since she had no previous charges. This way, she wouldn't have to pose a bail. She'd just have to show up at the court date. He sternly told me to call him around 3 o'clock Monday. Things were out of my hands. I had 2 hours before I had to pick up Sterling, so I went shopping. Nothing expensive. The Gap, Banana Republic, basics check to get me through the weekend and the following week. $300 was the budget I gave myself. Why waste words on Sterling? Know that he was quick to dump the female friend he had over the other night. He was glad I decided to stay with him for the 2 weeks. My parents are out of town. He said he couldn't blame me for not wanting to stay in that big house alone and that he was happy I chose to spend my spare time with him. Early Monday morning, Mama was released. She had on the same clothes she went in with. Overall, she looked busted. Wig off, hair in a bad need of Orleans, mouth permanently twisted, I guess. She went off about the feds, seizing her leathers, furs, suedes, jewels, furniture, and house. She was enraged by the loss of her record collection, which she had carefully acquired over the past 17 years.
Whoever heard of the legalized robbery they orchestrated? And whoever thinks they can steal my babies got to be crazy, 'cause I'm going to get them back first thing tomorrow when the Bureau of Child Welfare office opens, and Magdalena needs her ass kicked. She should have known better than to let some woman in the house who was not in our family. And let me see a motherfucker driving around in my red Benz, sporting my wares. They'll get their ass carjacked right on the spot.
Where are you going to live? I asked Mama. She started laughing like the penguin on Batman.
Don't worry about me. What else can they do to me? They already shot me in the face. What they gonna do next?
Are you going to stay with Aunt Lori? She's going to be pissed about Stevie and money and everything, I warned. She waved her hand in the air as if to say none of that mattered.
After all I did for her, Santiago gave that worthless husband of hers a job when nobody else would. She better recognize. She just better make room for me, treat me like the queen I am, and just help out till Santiago gets home. He'll straighten all of this out.
Speaking Santiago's name put her in another frame of mind. I saw her eyes switch, and her voice did too. I saw Santiago, I said. He's all right. He asked about you, of course. He wants you to come down to see him on Thursday. Dress your best, he said. He wants to show you off. Mama cried. The twins were divided.
We don't like to do it, but all of our facilities are overburdened. We had a space for Mercedes Santiago in Manhattan. The other one, Lexi, is in Brooklyn. Portia Santiago is in Queens. There will be no problems getting them ready for release, but we have to release them to a stable environment. As it stands, Miss Santiago, you are still under criminal investigation. You have no residence. The address you're listing here, your sister's apartment, is a Section 8 residency. This means it must meet federal regulations for living arrangements. Your sister already has 3 children in the apartment. There are only 3 bedrooms. Therefore, it will be a violation of federal codes for us to release 3 more children into this apartment, or even 1 for that matter. Your sister has 1 daughter and 2 sons. Under federal regulations, a male and female cannot share a bedroom together after they reach 10 years old. You stated your sister's sons are 12 and 15. We just can't do it. Do you have a relative who can speak up for the children? Who has extra rooms in a non-rent subsidy, federally regulated housing?
All of our peeps went to projects, so that question didn't deserve an answer.
Look, miss, I just want my children. Now, I'm good for raising hell, but I'm trying to be nice, work with you here. I've been through a lot. I'm innocent. I'm not perfect, but I just need to have my babies with me. I'm not a drug addict, crackhead, or a criminal. I just need to have my girls back today.
You're presently unemployed. The only option we can offer is the Emergency Assistance Program. We can put you and your children up in a family shelter with a kitchenette so you can cook your own meals. We would allocate your food stamps and medical coverage for your children, but there's a waiting list for these types of facilities. There's no way we could release the children to you with no income and no apartment. To be honest with you, Miss Santiago, there are also some more problems with this case. The girls are 5 years old, but they're not registered in kindergarten. Why? Did they attend private schooling?
No, if you check the birthday on the girls, you'll see that they turned 5 after the deadline for kindergarten registration.
Oh, I see, okay. Anyway, Mrs. Santiago, we are willing, in the meantime, to place you in a women's shelter while you try to pull things together. Sometimes it's better to check into a shelter than to move into another problematic environment. The girls tell me, and our records show, that there's another child, one Winter Santiago. Is that you?
She asked, eyebrow raised. No, I'm Rosie. I'm a family friend. I lied.
We'll need to know the whereabouts of the other child. Legally, she's still a minor, and we're responsible for her. We can place her in a group home with lenient rules and regulations since she is an older child. We can help her complete her schooling, as long as she has no history of emotional problems, violent behavior, or educational dysfunctions. She wouldn't have to live in a restrictive or reformatory facility. When can you arrange to bring her in, or provide us with an address so we can have her picked up?
My mother glanced at the big armed security police stationed in the corner of the room. She looked at me and said,
This is unbelievable. Can I have your business card, miss? I'll give you a call and let you know what I want to do.
Give us a call soon. We need to locate Winter. Should I put you on the family shelter waiting list in the meanwhile?
My mother lowered her eyes.
Yes, but I believe you'll be seeing me in court very soon. I need to get my girls back right away.
In Goldstein's office, my mother went off. Goldstein had the confidence of a well-paid elderly gentleman. He let her rattle on and remain courteous.
Let's separate the matters. First of all, we're operating with a nut of $50,000. This is what I received from Santiago's safety deposit box. The real money is in his bank accounts, but his bank accounts are all frozen. His business records have all been seized. None of that money will be accessible until after the case is closed. Depending upon the way things unfold, that may never be attainable. Given these circumstances, that's a small nut. Deduct $7,500 from Miss Santiago's case.
$7,500 for what?
For getting all the charges against you dismissed, Miss Santiago. That wasn't easy. I really had to lean on the prosecutor in Long Island. You could be doing 6 months to a year and a half right now. I'd say your freedom is well worth your money. Wouldn't you agree?
But I didn't resist arrest. I didn't assault no officer. How could I have assaulted him when I was already handcuffed?
Be that as it may, I took care of everything. My fee is $7,500. The case for your children will require a retainer of $3,000. That's a discount. Family court is a messy matter. A lot of this will depend on whether these cases get separated or not. There are several co-defendants. Some of these cases can drag on and on. It's a little early to discuss. However, if we go into appeals, we're looking at another major set of expenses. You need to be prepared for that. It all depends on how far Santiago wants to take it.
What exactly is my father being charged with? I interrupted. The lawyer surrendered one of the folders in Santiago's file. There were 10 sheets of green papers issued by the court. The answer to my question? I said. What is he being charged with?
Everything. You name it. Santiago's being accused of it. Conspiracy, murder, weapons, money laundering, tax evasion.
It was ridiculous to me. People don't understand Santiago's world. It's business. Nobody kept the drug dealer's business in check but the dealer himself and the team he set up. There has to be punishment for those within the team who test too much and step out of line. There has to be punishment for outsiders who attack the business. Violations have to be responded to. Otherwise, the business don't flow correctly and people try to take advantage. They shouldn't be able to barge into our business and force their rules on us. Not but Santiago knew his workers better than anybody from the outside. Everybody in this game knew what he was dealing with. Nobody forced them into this business. They understood the risks. Besides, the drug dealers helped America to be rich. If it wasn't for us, who would buy the fly cars, butter leathers, and the jewelry? We put so much money into circulation. More than those little nickel and dime paying taxpayers. We employ half the men in the ghetto. Nobody else gave them jobs. So why be a player hater? It was $60,500 that had to go to the lawyer up front. Goldstein already had $50,000. Soon as I tracked Midnight, I'd locate the loot and deliver the $10,500 to Goldstein. I'd have $39,500 to push around and double. Daddy said Midnight would be released. I offered him a partnership since he already knew the business. He'd go for it as long as he got his cut. Mama and Goldstein were closing out their talk. Mama was asking if she could arrange to see the kids at the places they were being held. Goldstein promised to look into the matter. On the way out, I asked Mama, "How was last night at Aunt Laurie's?"
It's as cool as can be expected. She keeps asking if Santiago had put any money away for a rainy day. She wants me to know it's raining and she needs cash.
What did you tell her?
I didn't tell her shit. I just looked at her like this.
Mama made a real ugly face and rolled her eyes into her head. I laughed. Mama was becoming a real comedian.
After I made this face, she knew the deal. Don't ask me for shit.
I never mentioned to Mama that Santiago told me about Midnight having some money set aside. I don't know why I didn't. I just didn't. After repeatedly beeping Midnight, he finally answered my page.
Who this?
A shockwave shot through my body. Winter.
What do you want?
Santiago.
Where do you want me to meet you for dinner? I'm in Manhattan. I can meet you on 34th and 8th tonight at 8. We can go any place you want from there.
The wind was whipping the pleats of my wool skirt, offering a free peep show to anybody who was looking. I was feeling a little more relaxed in the new suit, though. I knew the money was real tight, but this suit was an investment. If I could walk Midnight into my corner, we could regroup, create a new hustle, and land on our feet like cats. Whatever Midnight decided to do would affect my father and even my own life, but I wasn't about to give him the impression that I was desperate. I wasn't stupid enough to go and try to get my hustle on without the input of a real player. Midnight knew the ins and outs, plus he knew my father was loyal to him and he could duplicate Santiago's style of running things. In fact, Santiago could somehow counsel him from the inside. Santiago had stayed on top for so long that Midnight and a few years of working for him had to have learned the secrets to his business. I knew at first me and him would have to squash any beef we had in the past, even though I never understood what the problem was anyway. He acted like me wanting to get with him was a crime. As serious as things were now, I was sure he would see that me and him gotta work together. Otherwise, some lowlives were going to be happy to watch us sink down to their level. I promised myself not to piss him off. I was going to stick to business.
You called about the money, right? Well, I'll have it for you. Monday morning. Where do you want me to drop it off?
Midnight had rolled up to the curb and dashed open the window. He didn't get out of the car. He didn't even say hello, peace, or what's up. I thought we was going for dinner, I said nicely, bugging out on how he was treating me.
That was just something to say to keep you from running your mouth on the phone. There's a lot of brothers in jail today because they or some silly girlfriend don't know how to shut up over the phone. I knew what you wanted. I'll take care of it. Meet me on Monday at 1:30 p.m. on the pier outside of Louis' restaurant at the South Street Seaport.
He pressed the button and the window closed tight. As his wheels started to roll, I kicked his car with my foot. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Who the fuck do you think you are? He hit the brakes, reversed, and the passenger window rolled down.
Are you crazy? The last thing you want to do is make a scene.
Well, I'ma make a movie if you don't show me some respect.
Respect? What do you know about that? I saw your naked ass on a videotape, sipping champagne with Bullet. Who'd have ever known that Santiago's daughter would be sipping bubbly with the who's working for the other side? While your daddy was being raided by the feds, you were drinking butt naked with the enemy.
His words pierced me like knives. I was tongue-tied. I had been part of a setup. My mind tried to reject any blame. I would never do anything to hurt Papa. My chest was heated up. My mouth cranked up and said whatever came to mind. Yeah, I was with Bullet, so what? You got a problem with that?
I spent the night in jail behind your stupid shit. That's right. Slick Kid brought the video to Big Mo's to celebrate how much of a fool some small-timer like him made of Santiago's daughter. He showed the video on the bar TV at Mo's, Oliver Spot. Wait, we used to run shit. I'm chilling in the back room, doing what I'm supposed to be doing, when Mo comes in the back to tell me what's going on. I come out to the bar area blowing my cover. Here, I'm the only nigga on the team who ain't got pinched by the feds. They ain't got nothing on me, but I gotta sit in the pen for 2 nights for beating the shit out of a little broke-ass nigga cause you a stupid bitch. Back off my ride. I'll bring the money to you on Monday.
He pulled off. Furious wasn't enough to describe the intensity of my feeling. Below the anger, my thoughts played dodgeball. I ran to the nearest telephone and gave Natalie a call. She picked up. Her usually bold voice was quieted by sleepiness. Yeah? What's up with your man Slick Kid?
Oh, forget him. I ain't messing with him anymore. He's ridiculous.
So you know that he's been running around showing niggas my ass on a videotape.
Don't take it personal. My ass is in that tape too. Why sweat it? We in shape. Niggas can't lie and say they saw some cellulite or stretch marks or nothing like that. Our was tight. I should thank the fool. You know how much dick I got sweating me now? His ass was straight up trying to diss me and I flicked it on him. Ha ha, now niggas checking for me.
Natalie's calm ran against my fury. So why you didn't tell me Bullet was down with the mother niggas around the way?
Oh, that. Bullet's cool. He's getting a little name for himself. He's pulling in the loot. It's just a money thing with him. He ain't got nothing personal against you or your family. He's cool peeps. He really like you. I mean, for real, for real.
Yeah, with a wife and a newborn baby.
What? Oh, I didn't tell you. Remember Patches from around the way? You know how all the boys in his family got that big hairy black stain on the side of their faces that they be saying is a birthmark? Well, Souljah had that baby, and it had a big black hairy mole like Patches. Now Souljah swearing up and down that it's still Bullet's baby. It's a miracle or something. Bullet's grandmother talking about there's no way her fine-ass grandson gave birth to an ugly little something like that kid. Now Bullet looking like a fool. He's all caught up out there, fills Souljah's house up with Toys R Us stuff for the kid and all that. He's standing in the waiting room with the cigars and champagne when Patches Jr. slid out. I overheard Souljah talking to her girl Fatima, who be kicking it with Monica, saying even though Patches is ugly, he can't eat a mean pussy. That's why Souljah kept seeing him on the side. When she got pregnant, she just told Bullet it was his kid because Patches is broke as hell. She knew Bullet was a good guy and would support the baby. Now I saw Bullet today. He said as soon as Souljah heals, he's gonna go upside her head. He said he knew she was a hoe. He just wanted to be a man about it and represent for the baby. That Souljah swore up and down was his.
Damn. It was all I could say. Natalie had a way of mixing up and confusing any conversation.
Oh, I seen your mother back around our way. She's like a whole nother person. I heard she was supposed to get some kind of surgery to fix her face.
Yeah, she'll be alright. I hate to think of my mother walking around all crazy like.
Sorry about your father.
I knew I needed to hang up. Natalie was just being a nosy ass, digging for more shit to talk about. Oh, Natalie, I gotta go. The cops over here about to throw a ticket on my Benz. I slammed the phone down. A winter white outfit was gonna make me feel alright. The color white for me was like a new beginning. I was standing outside of Bloomingdale's at 10 a.m. Monday morning when the doors opened. My meeting with Midnight would happen in a couple of hours. I hoped that time might have cooled Midnight down, making him more reasonable and receptive toward my business deal. My mom's was definitely right. There had to be some love in Midnight's heart for me. He fought Slick Kid for me. What other reason would he have to beat Slick Kid's ass? He went to jail for me, defended my name. My Nicole Miller dress was not that expensive. It was the shoes in the bag that sent the bill soaring. I took a chance at a new hair shop. At least it was new to me. Those girls from the Dominican Republic hooked my hair up lovely. It was a silky long wrap, China-style blunt cut. At 1 p.m., the South Street Seaport was alive. Glasses were clinking, spoons, knives, and forks in action as the lunch crowd flowed in and out. The restaurant was in the open air. You could feel and smell the breeze coming off the East River. I fit right in with the well-paid executive lunch crowd, sporting my diamond necklace, bracelet, and earrings. When Midnight walked in the room, everything around him seemed to slow down. He had the presence and the body of an NBA player. He was perfectly in control. The hostess led him to his seat and handed menus to both of us. The busboy filled our glasses.
I told you to meet me on the pier outside of the restaurant. You have a hard time following directions.
I was hungry, so I stepped in. His bad mood was ruining my outlook.
We got a problem.
We? I said sarcastically.
Listen, I don't have time to play games with you. The money is gone.
What do you mean the money is gone? That's bullshit. No, that's more than bullshit. That's fucked up. You took the money for yourself. I was gonna share it with you. Santiago said you was honest. He is gone for 2 minutes and look how you do. Midnight had his hands folded in front of him. His jawline started flickering and his big thick lips curled under.
If I was a different type of man, I'd break your ass up right here in front of everybody. Now hear this, shorty. Your father is like a father to me. He gave me a break. For 5 years, I never sifted one penny from him. I could have easily because I was close to him. But Santiago paid me well for my services. I got my own loot. So don't ever use your pretty lips to destroy my reputation. It took me a long time to build it, and believe me, I earned it.
Well, what happened then? What happened to my father's money? I asked desperately.
May I take your order, please?
The waitress asked.
Give us a few more minutes,
Midnight said. The waitress exhaled and left like we were going to jerk her for her tip or something. Well, what am I supposed to do? I asked. My voice was trembling. I was using all the strength inside of me not to break down or maybe go crazy and start throwing steak knives around the room. The waitress returned.
I'm sorry. This is lunchtime rush. We need you to order now or...
Midnight stood up, placed a $20 bill on the table.
We'll be leaving.
When I called Mama, she asked for the $700 I had taken from her pocketbook. When I told her I was broke, she started cursing and yelling about needing the money to go and see Santiago. Not wanting to give her anything from the last $500 in my pocket, I tried to humor her, but she wasn't going for it. I know how locked in on an idea she could get, so I promised I would go through my belongings at Sterling's mother's house and try to pull together some cash. We could go and see Santiago on Thursday, because those were his instructions anyway.
Those were his instructions to you. I am not a child. I'll go see my husband anytime I want to, and not say I'm going to see him today. You go get the cash together now, and meet me at Goldstein's office at 3.
I hopped on a train and jetted back to Sterling's house. I had to take off my dress and switch my bag before I met with Mama, or else she'd be pissed that I spent her money on clothes. I took the tags and the clothing receipts out of my white pocketbook and laid them to the side just in case I needed to return anything to get some extra cash. The idea was painful to me because I couldn't see anybody wearing a dress as good as me. When I arrived at Goldstein's, my mother was wearing a dress that I have seen Aunt Lori wear more than a few times. She had a long blonde wig that also belonged to Lori, but didn't match my mom's face at all. She put it on to cover the left side of her face. It did cover the scar, but the fashion trade-off was just not worth it. I gave her a kiss, and she immediately turned and asked,
Did you get the money?
Yes, Mama. I have enough for both of us to go see Santiago, eat some dinner, and for you to get back to Brooklyn.
Good, let's go.
Don't you have to see Goldstein?
I already saw that crazy man. He's talking about I can go to see Portia tomorrow, but it will be a supervised visit. We can't leave the facility with her. These people trying to treat me like I did something wrong, like I'm some type of child molester or pervert or something.
They processed us at the jail, checked identification, made us take our shoes off, and laughed at the hole in Mama's stocking right at the big toe. They patted us down, frisked us, and escorted us to a bus that took us to the prison waiting room. We signed in a big book, learned my father's prison number, were told never to forget it, and we sat. The room was filled with all kinds of women, all ages and some children, mostly all dressed in what would be their best, with about 50 different perfumes, deodorants, and colognes hogging up the air. The carefully stationed guards stood in each corner doing nothing except making sure we did nothing. There was one big mouth guard coming in from the corridor that led to where the prisoners are. He would come into the room yelling the last name of the prisoner, escort the visitor to the back, and signal when your time is up. When he finally came in and called out Santiago, my mother got up. So did this young Puerto Rican woman holding a baby boy. But both women kept approaching. I was seated in a chair waiting for Mama to see him, then I would be next. I checked out the mix-up. The Puerto Rican girl, I guess, was about 22 years old. She had long, jet black hair down to her ass. She was sporting a Donna Karan tan suit, something to mention because that was the expensive line. Most people could only afford the DKNY line. She had a big diamond ring on the unmarried finger, Her son had on baby Jordans and a Guess jumper with a matching hat. He had a gold identification bracelet on his little wrist. The officer held up his hand and said,
Sorry, ladies. There's only one visitor at a time. Now who's going to be first?
I thought to myself, that's how my son's gonna look. Dips and paid. My mother said,
I don't know which one of us you're talking to. I'm here to see my husband, Ricky Santiago.
The Puerto Rican girl was proud but reserved. She said,
It's okay, officer. I'll wait.
My mother blew up, jumped in the girl's face and said,
What do you mean you'll wait? I'm here to see Ricky Santiago. Who are you here to see?
No, it's okay.
The lady said, waving her hand so my mother will go away.
What do you mean it's okay?
My mother's face was angry and her twisted mouth was going nonstop.
Who are you going to see? Are you trying to say you're here to see my husband?
The lady stood there, blank-faced, and did not answer.
I said, who are you here to see?
Ma'am, it really doesn't matter. The lady says she'll wait. So you come along with me and leave her alone.
The guard grabbed my mother's arm firmly and led her down the corridor for her to visit with Santiago. My investigation started the minute I could no longer see my mother. I went to the sign-up book, telling the officer I wanted to make sure I put down the right number for my father. I checked the number me and my mother wrote and ran my finger down the row of numbers until I saw Santiago's number written again. I slid my finger across the left side of the page to see the name of the visitor. It read, Dolce Tristamente. I approached Miss Dolce slowly, sat in the chair by her, and said, So are you here to see Ricky Santiago? She looked into my face nervously and said, No. But then I saw the baby bracelet. In big block letters, it was engraved, Ricky Santiago Jr. You lying bitch. You are here to see my father, you fucking whore. Don't you come around here looking down on me and my mother like you better than somebody.
Look, I didn't say anything to you, so back the fuck off.
Sweet little Dolce's 5'2" petite frame turned into a roaring fire, the kind most of the Puerto Rican girls I know have. If she wanted to fight, I was down with that. What I wasn't going to let her do was post up and act all cute and snotty, like she had one up and over on me. We can take this right outside, I said, threatening her.
No, we can do this right here,
she said, handing her son to an elderly woman seated next to her. The guard from the right corner threw himself in between me and her. He smiled and said,
Ladies, this is Joe. What are you going to do, kill each other over some bum behind bars?
Then Dolce and I started screaming on him. His response was,
I'm going to put both of you out if you don't shut up. Now you, go sit on that side. You on the other side,
he said, pointing. Me and her exchanged stares. I wanted her to know I would catch her again, and next time I would have my razor. When I looked at that baby seated on her lap, with the jet black curly hair, his big brown eyes, those clothes, and especially that bracelet, I knew it was my father's son. I wonder how much money Dolce got away with. I bet nobody raided her house. She probably got all kind of jewels and cash stashed away. Apparently, she still had her clothes too. There was no telling how much our family wealth she was using up. I became enraged at the idea that he was taking better care of this little bastard than he was of me, his firstborn. Here I was, scheming on survival, when she was living a life of luxury. Why? Only because she gave Santiago the son he always wanted? When Mama came out from seeing Santiago, she glanced at the baby and threw her head up in the air. Dolce stood up with the baby, and I guess the old lady was the grandmother or something. They went and stood by one of the guards. Mama asked if I was going in to see my father, 'cause I was just sitting there motionless steaming. No, not hardly, not today, I told her. Mama straightened Aunt Lori's dress. She pulled out a small mirror and checked her wig. She patted it insecurely. She shot one last look at Dolce, then she ran her eyeballs up and down Dolce's clothes. grabbed my hand and said, "Come on, Winter." On the bus ride home, Mama explained that the whole thing was just a crazy mix-up. Santiago told her that the entire jail was filled with blacks and Latinos, and a lot of inmates had the same last name.
It happens all the time. Don't worry about a thing.
I just listened, feeling sorry for my mother. For the first time in my life, I was mad as hell at Santiago. The next morning, I waited in Penn Station for my mama. We were set to see Portia at the group home in Queens. So much had happened the day before that I hadn't had much time to think about my little sister at all. I decided I could pick up some $5 stuffed animal for her. In Long Island, she had a collection of stuffed animals that Santiago brought for her from every and any place he ever went. At last count, she had 86 stuffed animals. Santiago even had special shelves designed for the animals to sit on. There were 3 levels that extended across 4 walls in all directions. Each stuffed animal was seated in an assigned seat Portia gave them. She had a name for each of them and knew all of them by heart. Whenever the twins would sneak into her room to play with them, Portia would know because they could never put them back in the right order. I picked up a Winnie the Pooh because Portia always liked him. I checked for the price. The Winnie was more than $10. I heard my mother's voice over my shoulder.
Yes, that's perfect for your sister.
Yeah, I think she'll like it, I said without turning around. When I looked up, I dropped the bear. Mama was completely bald. Her entire head was shaven clean. She had on a leather miniskirt from Aunt Lori's tasteless wardrobe. Her top was a white learner's type of cheap collection blouse, imitation silk. On her feet were the unforgivable Payless buy one get one $10 shoes. Ma, what? Oh my gosh. What did you do?
Don't make a big deal out of nothing. I just decided that this is who I am. You like it?
She stood in the middle of the store with her hands thrown up in the air like she was some type of fashion model.
Actually, Winter, B shortcuts are in style now. Get up on it. Come on before we miss the train. Grab the other Winnie over there. That one's all dirty.
She picked it up and placed it back on the closest shelf. On the train ride to Queens, Mama told me I should move back to Brooklyn. Aunt B, her other sister, said I should stay with her, share a room with Bianca, my cousin. For the first time in my life, the idea of going to Brooklyn struck me as the last thing I wanted to do. Portia came out with an attitude. She had her arms folded over her chest like a grown woman. She rolled her eyes.
What is wrong with your hair, Mama? Did they do that to you in jail? Did the police shave your hair like that?
Baby, this is a high fashion decision, straight off the pages of Vogue. Y'all are just late with the styles. Don't worry, y'all will catch up.
So why am I locked up in here and Winter is out there with you, Mama?
Mama popped her eyeballs out at the visitor who was there to monitor our visit, as if to say, mind your own business.
What y'all looking at?
Intimidated by the bald-headed, twisted-mouth Mama, the supervisor turned her hair away slightly.
First of all, this is not Winter. This is Rosie.
Mama whispered, leaning over to Portia. Portia's eyes widened. Mama placed her forefingers over Portia's mouth and winked while she whispered.
Shh. Do you want them to come and take your sister away too? Just play along. Call her Rosie.
The supervisor cleared her throat.
Excuse me, Miss Santiago. Please don't do that.
My mother stood up, put her hand on her hip.
All of you think you can boss me around. This is my baby and I'm talking to her right now. How they treat you, baby?
The food sucks. There's no cable, no Sega Genesis. They won't give me the clothes I asked for out of my closet in my room at home. They won't even give me my stuffed animals. The beds are too small, my counselor's breath stink, And I'm bored to death. When can I come home with you?
My mother clutched Portia's shoulders.
Don't worry, baby. Mama's coming to get you.
What about Lexi and Mercedes? Will the twins come home with us too?
Oh, yeah. Everybody will be there, and we're going to have a big party. Mommy and Daddy and Winter, Lexus, Mercedes, and Portia. One big happy family. We'll even have Big Bird and Ernie and Bird.
Mama said, but I know she was feeding Portia a dream. Portia flagged her hand at Mama.
I don't even watch them anymore.
By the end of our visit, the supervisor had to drag Portia out of the room, kicking, biting, screaming, and crying. She wanted to leave with us. Mama jumped the supervisor and fought too. I jumped in, 'cause that's the way it goes. We were thrown out when extra security arrived. The supervisor was all torn up. On the train, I tried to talk to Mama. I wanted to understand what was going on with her. She just seemed different to me. For the first time in my life, I was even a little embarrassed by her. I caught myself on the train, trying to look like I was alone, with no connection to the bald-headed weirdo in the next seat. I would stare straight ahead, then turn my legs slightly in the opposite direction so people wouldn't think we were sitting together. Mama kept talking to me anyway, making it clear that we were together. Seriously, Mama, why did you cut your hair? She started to make jokes and I grabbed her arm. No, seriously, why did you cut off your hair?
I was just mad.
Mad at who?
Well, it started with Aunt Lori. She knew I had been wearing a blonde wig because it worked for me. She come talking about she wants to use a blonde wig because it goes with her tiger dress that she's going out to the bar in tonight. Now she knows I don't have money to go to Earlene's right now, and I'm damn sure not about to ask Earlene no favors. I figured your aunt was trying to be cute by taking the wig away from me. Now she knows I'm not the type to go borrowing things in the first place, so I said, I'll fix her. I'll never ask her for no more of her weaves. I'll just cut off all my hair.
But now everybody can see your scar and where they operated on you and everything.
Well, when I was in the mirror at first trying to style my own hair, I realized I wasn't really gonna get no money for no plastic surgery. I might as well be proud.
She said, smiling. But why? I asked.
You can't get no respect in Brooklyn being down on yourself. I was sitting in the living room looking at Aunt Lori's old record albums. I saw that live Grace Jones. It clicked in my mind. It's like a sign. I ran in the bathroom and just cut it all off. Now I'm gonna rock it just like Grace. She don't care what nobody says, and neither do I.
For the rest of the ride, we sat in silence. It was clear that I was gonna have to take my Nicole Miller dress back to the store. I just couldn't spend my last $450 on a new outfit. I would return this one, get the money back, and use it to purchase a new one. The upcoming meeting with Midnight was important to me. Everything had to be as perfect as I could make it. If he was successful at locating some of Daddy's money, I still had to break him down so he would at least talk real with me about what we were going to do. He might reject my business arrangement at first, but now that Santiago was locked up, he'd have to make money too, wouldn't he? He couldn't stay speechless and distant toward me forever. I was so jumpy about our meeting the next night that Sterling kept asking,
What's up? What's wrong? What's the matter? It's like you're not even here or something.
I smiled sweetly, thinking to myself, hey, idiot, I haven't even been here since I got here. I can't believe how dumb Sterling is. He's sicking me. He wore tight briefs, not boxers. He left small chunks of toothpaste in the sink after he brushed, and little droplets of piss on the toilet seat. What really did it for me, though, was the skid marks in his drawers that he leaves visible because he is too lazy to put the lid on the laundry pail back on. Worst of all, he reminded me of the bad shape I was in, being homeless and all. I hated him for it. Sterling only had about $100 to $150 a week spare cash on hand after paying bills. He really ought to have realized he couldn't buy no quality ass for that kind of money. Friday, it would all be over for him. I would tell him my parents were back for vacation. I'd leave with my things in one of his suitcases. He'd call me later in Long Island. The phone would be disconnected. He would spend the rest of his life trying to figure out where I had disappeared to. I'd have to get the money from Midnight and a little business one, or maybe Midnight would let me chill up at his spot until I could get my place situated. I traded my Nicole Miller outfit easily for a Calvin Klein dress. Things went smooth. There was no sense in the store clerks arguing with a regular customer, even if they could detect that I'd already worn a dress. I had time to get my hair touched up as well as my nails. My hair was swept up into a French bun, and my skin was perfect, smooth and clear. My ears held my diamond studs, and I carefully put on my necklace and bracelet. I tried to speculate on exactly how much money Midnight would come back with. I came up with an A budget and a B budget. The A budget was if he came with something around $50,000. I would bring the money to the lawyer for Santiago, even though I was still mad about Doje. I would take a couple $1,000s for the apartment. If I was lucky, I'd find a place big enough so my moms could get my sisters back and we could all chill. The rest of the money would be from me and Midnight's investment. Now the B budget worked like this. If he came back with $20,000, I pay the lawyer $10, invest $7, and keep $3 for myself. When our investment paid off, then I will worry about everything and everybody else. At 59th and 8th, I sat outside of Central Park near the statue and waited for Midnight to arrive. When I spotted his freshly washed black Acura with the gleaming wheels coming around a circle, my heart jumped. He pulled up to the curb.
Get in.
How you doing, Midnight? I asked, really sultry and cool. I was gonna be more womanly and in control, I told myself.
I'm cool.
He said with little emotion. Well, what did you come up with?
Yeah. We can check out that museum. It's only a few blocks over.
What? I asked as I knitted my eyebrows together. He raised his hand to cut the conversation short. I was wondering what was going on. I sat quietly, glancing to the left. Into the back seat, I caught the glimpse of a suitcase strap. My body filled with panic when I saw Midnight's bags packed. So many different thoughts filled my head. The first one was treachery. Midnight had all the money. All of it, I thought. All the money Santiago had, he had. Now he was going to break me off a little piece, pretend the rest had been stolen, and fly to Colombia or something to hide out. Midnight must have been down with the other team all along. He sold my daddy out, and that's why he was the only one who didn't get locked up. Now he was dipping out on not only Santiago, but the other guys too. He had a plan so sweet that he has ended up with all of our cash and both of the other teams got jerked. When I turned sideways and looked at him, I thought he looked so sincere. A new thought came. He was going to show me the money, all of it, and a yellow business-type envelope. No, a briefcase, a black briefcase. Then he was going to say that he and I should go away for a while, regroup, organize ourselves, make some more dough, big money. We would send the money to the lawyer for Santiago and give some to Mama. Then we would leave. But then, why didn't he tell me last time I saw him to pack my bags?
Get out and wait on those steps.
Midnight said, interrupting my thoughts. Where are you going? I was worried.
I'm going to put a car around over near Rackham Park.
What's up with the museum? I questioned him after he parked the car.
We not going in there.
So why did we come here then?
Come on. We'll sit down right over here.
He pointed to a table with benches. When I got over there, I noticed nasty blotches of bird shit splattered around. Let's sit over there, I said, directing him to another table with an umbrella surrounding it. Midnight grabbed my arm tight.
I said sit down here. A little bird shit ain't gonna hurt you. I gotta be able to see my car.
I grabbed a little leftover newspaper off the round table to cover the shit on the bench. It took everything I had not to show how aggravated I was. With slight attitude, I asked, "So what's up?"
I don't talk in the car. You never know who's listening in.
Midnight whispered. I laughed. Either he had lost his mind in the last 4 days, or he was just telling a joke.
Everything is fun and games for you, Winter, huh?
I got serious then, too. I wasn't gonna let him make me feel like a child. "So what's all the luggage for? Are you going somewhere?"
Yeah, I'm leaving.
"Going where?" I was horrified.
That's my business. All you need to know is I'm out of here.
"No, that's not all I need to know," I said, standing up. "I need to know what the fuck is up. Santiago said you had his money, and it should be obvious by now that I need to have it."
I talked to Santiago. He knows what happened. The money is gone. Even the money he put aside for situations like this is gone. Somebody he trusted, though, crossed. The way I see it, he got raided by the street niggas, and he got raided by the authorities. The authorities uncovered shit nobody but family should have known.
Well, let me ask you something, Midnight. How come you get away smelling like you ain't have shit to do with nothing? How come everybody else is behind bars and you cruising around in your damn Acura like your shit don't stink?
Because I'm smart. I figured this day will come, and I planned for it. Nothing good lasts too long. I never did no talking to anybody. I never kept no shit in my place. You can't be in the business yakking off at the mouth like a woman. Half the evidence they got on a nigga is a nigga telling on themselves over the phone and in their cars. The feds is listening in, clocking niggas, recording shit, straight up snooping. Niggas running around buying too much shit, but you can't teach a man how to humble himself if he don't want to. Every man gotta do it his way. I did it my way. It worked out for me, that's it.
You trying to say you better than my father? I asked, tears running down my face.
Nah, nothing like that. Your father's a smart man. I learned a lot from him. Sometimes a man as smart as your father can see everything and everybody else, but can't see himself. Your father was sharp, but sometimes he let women influence him to make moves he knew he shouldn't make.
Women, are you referring to my mother?
For the most part.
He said in such a cruel way I wanted to kill him. Did Midnight know about Dolce all along? Had he met with Santiago in Dolce's apartment the same way he met with Santiago in my house? What other secrets was he keeping?
Women are emotional. That's why a man gotta be strong. Now, emotional women have a way of pushing for what they want and not thinking about how things gonna end up. I like women, but I like smart women. A smart man never chooses a dumb woman. All she can do is make demands, spend his money, and bring him down.
Now he was stabbing me back. He thought I was gonna bring him down. Or maybe he thought Mama brought Santiago down. Any way you look at it, it was a knife in my stomach, an insult, a diss. I had no time to dwell on the pain. So I pulled the knife out saying, "What about me? What am I supposed to do? What did Santiago say for me to do?"
Santiago said, go back to Brooklyn. It's okay now.
Go back to Brooklyn? And do what? Live where?
Your Aunt B has a safe spot for you.
The idea of returning to Brooklyn with nothing seemed crazy to me.
So what, Brooklyn's not good enough for you anymore?
Apparently it's not good enough for you. That's why you leaving, right?
Nah, I live simple. Brooklyn was alright for me. I'm leaving cause there's nothing to stay for. The feds would love to catch me slipping or pin some shit on me I didn't even do. They hate to be outsmarted. They ain't got nothing on me. My place was clean, no drugs, no jewels, no money, and they hate it. Rather than sit around waiting for me to cook something up, and them doubles will cook something up. I'm out. I'm out like I was never even here. I did time already. The first time was the last time. Anybody try to take me down, we all going out. Right there on the spot in the hail of gunfire, cause I'm never going back to jail.
His words were clear. He said them with so much strength, I couldn't even front like he was lying or something. But I still wanted to know about the money. Somehow it just didn't seem right that there was no money left. Where was he getting money from? How was he gonna make money? Where was he gonna stay? How you gonna make your dough? Where you going?
I'm gonna be straight, shorty. Don't worry about me. I got plans. I'm about to come into something. Listen. This is for you.
He said, pulling a white envelope out of his pocket. I looked at it. I knew it had money in it. I exhaled.
Don't be stupid, Winter. Learn how to use that head of yours. Otherwise, you end up like everybody else.
Midnight planted a kiss on my face and snatched away the object of my childhood crush with 2 little words.
Take care.
Can I come with you? The words dropped out of my mouth before I could stop them from embarrassing me.
No.
No? Why not? I'm not saying I have to be your girl. I'm just asking if I can roll with you. You might think I'm dumb, but I'm not. I know a lot of shit. I understand. We can put together what little money we have and make something out of it. I'm 17 now, you know. I'm not as young as you think.
None of that has nothing to do with it.
Then what is it? What is it? I asked over and over. Let me in on the big secret why you never wanted me. Why's the answer always no but you? Let me know why you would leave me in Brooklyn knowing what's happening to my family. Everybody's gonna find out that you just bounced like it was cool.
I already told you. I gotta do what I gotta do. What happened to you and your family ain't no secret. Everybody already knows. You hide from Natalie and all those silly bitches, and they already know.
He grabbed the leftover newspapers from the table beside us. He balled them in his fists and pushed them into my face.
Can't you read? Santiago been in the paper every day. Page 2, page 3, page 4. You see? That's what I'm talking about. Dumb women. You don't even know what's going on around you. If it ain't on the front page, you don't know it. But you know the name of every designer and Bloomingdale's. Hell no, you can't come with me. Your dumb ass ain't bringing me down. Not me.
Midnight walked away. I stood on the steps crying mad. He drove right past me. I ripped open the envelope and couldn't believe it. I was flipping through 10s, 20s, and 50s. The grand total was $3,000. 3,000 measly dollars. What the hell was I supposed to do with that? In the envelope was a business card turned backwards. Scrawled across the back of the card in neat handwriting, it read, I know you don't like her, but she can help you get your head together. I flicked it to the front. Assistant Souljah's name was on it, with an address and phone number. I set my teeth and put the envelope in my pocketbook. Chapter 8. I walked until I saw a cute little coffee shop. I bought a newspaper from the stand and ducked inside. Inside, I flipped to the section with apartments for rent. I took a jar of nail polish out of my pocketbook and splashed a red dot on all the listings I was going to check out. I had already decided I wasn't going back to Brooklyn with everybody feeling sorry for me. I wasn't going to give Natalie the pleasure of feeling like me and her was on the same level. I'd find a decent place to stay while I put my survival plan together. I put the money for the tea and fries on the table, plus $1 tip. After walking halfway through the coffee shop door, I turned around and grabbed my tip off the table, realizing I had to save my dough. I hit the pavement, heading for an available advertised apartment in Harlem. The building was a brownstone, on a block of brownstones. This particular one was real nice and neat, with a decorative iron fence on it, and flower pots on the left and right sides of the entrance. The landlady came to the door and peeked out the curtain. She was only about 5'2", real dark skin with a colorful scarf on her head, a dress, and house slippers. After opening the door, she stood behind the lock gate looking me over from head to toe. She spoke with a thick West Indian accent.
Good afternoon, child. What can I do for you?
I'm interested in the apartment you have for rent. I was confident and I looked good, expensively dressed with a fresh hairdo.
Are you alone?
She asked as if she couldn't tell I was standing on a step by myself. Yes, I am, I replied, trying not to be snotty. She went into her front pocket on her multicolored dress, pulled out a small key, and unlocked the gate.
What's your name?
Winter Schulman, I said proudly.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Do you have any children?
No.
Oh, because we have working people in this building, and little babies are wonderful, but they can be a loud disturbance in the middle of the night.
No, I don't have any children, I reassured the suspicious little lady. What floor is the apartment on? I asked, trying to hurry her along.
Oh, it's on the second floor. We'll go up in a minute. So how did you hear about the apartment?
I read about it in the paper. I said, wondering why she put an ad in the paper if it was supposed to be a secret.
Oh, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you a student?
Yes, I am. I lied. I figured that must be what she wanted to hear.
Oh, that's nice. What are you studying?
I paused, couldn't think of anything. I looked down at my shoes and quickly said, fashion.
Whoa, that's nice. Well, you look good, child. I hear them models make a good living, but that means you'll keep irregular hours.
Not understanding her, I said, what? I mean, excuse me?
Well, like I said, people in this building, we're all working people, so most of us are out during the day. So my husband and I turn the heat down during the day because nobody's here. Around 6 or 7 p.m., we turn it back on. It's a way to conserve and save money.
Yes, but in a few months, spring will be here, I told her.
Oh, well, you are planning to be here in the fall, aren't you? I don't rent by the week. This is not a hotel. If you want to live here, you'll have to sign a lease agreement for a minimum of 1 year. Stay right here. I'll be right back.
She slid behind the closed door of her apartment and came back with a clipboard. Who is she fooling? I thought to myself. What difference does it make if I sign the lease? When I'm ready to bounce, I bounce. What is she gonna do? Call the rent police? There were 20 million people in New York.
Come on,
she said, signaling me to follow her up the stairs. She pulled out a large circular key ring with a whole bunch of keys on it. 1-bedroom apartment with a little kitchen, fully carpeted. The place looked like a Barbie doll was supposed to live in it. That's how cute and compact it was. For me, it was perfect. I pictured maybe a leather love seat, a cable-ready big screen TV, and a fancy designer phone. I pictured myself walking around the apartment barefoot with my pretty pedicured toes sinking into the thick carpet. The living room was more than a little smaller than my bedroom on Long Island, but it was cool. I could definitely deal with it. I'll take it, I said, smiling, looking at the lady, and grabbing my envelope with the cash. I began counting out the dough.
First things first, child. You'll have to fill out this application,
she said, looking at my cash suspiciously. This was the first time I had ever seen anybody turn their nose up at cash. Why? I asked nicely. I've already told you everything.
I know. It's just the way we do things around here. I need this for my records.
She handed me a form, asking my name, address, place of employment, education.
You know I'm the president of the Block Association. It's small. We're just getting started. Most of the responsible people on the block participate, but you know there are always those few. We're trying to clean the block up, get rid of the drugs, make it better for everybody. We're real careful because a lot of drug dealers have cash. They send a pretty little thing like you in here, but you don't know anything about that filthy way of living.
She smiled and added,
I can tell. Such a lovely face. Do you have a check?
No, I don't, I responded hesitantly.
Oh, here, you must need a pen.
She handed me a ballpoint, still close over me in the application. I filled it out, making stuff up as I went along. I play along with her inspection, get my new keys, close my door, and never speak to her again except on rent day. I was Winter Schulman. I attended Brooklyn College. I was 23 years old.
I thought you said you were 22.
She quizzed. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I just had a birthday. I haven't gotten used to being 23 yet. I laughed.
Don't worry, child. The older you get, the more birthdays you forget. I'm 23 too.
She laughed, getting a real kick out of herself. I pulled out my envelope, counted out $650, and handed it to her. She cleared her throat.
You must have misunderstood. The total to pick up the keys and move in is $1,950. 1 month's rent and 2 months security.
Security for what?
It's a normal procedure.
There was no need to be nice anymore. There was no way I was giving her all the money I had left. She looked at my screwed up face.
Don't worry, child. It's fully refundable at the end of your lease. If everything is in order, you can get your 2-month security back in full. If you lose your keys, it's $100 because we have special locks and we'll have to have the whole lock removed and replaced. Every decent landlord around here is going to ask for the same things.
Sorry, miss, I said. You must be bugging. Didn't you hear me say I was a student? She shot me a mean look.
When I was a student, I had 2 jobs. You have to work to make it in this country. That's how I get to where I am now. I had to work to own this property. No kind of work was too good for me either. $1 is $1 is $1.
I handed her papers back and left. Sterling wasn't that dead, I thought. I'd just tell him a new story, something bigger and better. I stayed at his place for a while until I figured everything out. Sterling's apartment was quiet from the outside. My key slid in the lock. Inside the door sat my suitcase. I pulled the case up onto the couch and opened it. My belongings were inside, carefully packed. I rummaged through my jeans, shirts, and dresses, checking to see if everything was there. The side pockets had my jewelry and toiletries in a separate plastic bag. I laughed. Too bad he wasn't as neat with his own stuff. Sterling startled me when he came out of the back room. I hadn't realized anyone was home. On the way over, I had practiced for this moment. It was time to put my act into action. How are you feeling, baby? You must have got home early.
You look nice.
He said, checking out my outfit, the same one that didn't work on midnight. You like? I playfully spun around.
I always have.
So anyway, Sterling, sit down. I'm gonna let you in on my idea. He walked over, hesitant and suspicious. We've been cool roommates for the past couple of weeks and
tonight you're leaving, right?
He interrupted in a voice that attempted to be authoritative. He started mouthing words, but no sounds was coming out. It was like he wanted me to read his lips or something.
Winter, I have company.
Company? I said loudly, surprised. He put his long finger over his lips to shush me.
Remember when you called me to come get you from Long Island? Remember I told you someone was here? Well, she's in the back, and I don't want no trouble, Winter. You did say you were leaving tonight. It's been 2 weeks.
Sterling's eyes were concerned. Just looking at his weak ass made me sick to my stomach. But I had nowhere else to go. I remained cool-headed, or at least I tried to give that appearance. Oh, there's no trouble, Sterling. Just get rid of her. I laughed. He didn't say a word, so I came up with a new suggestion. Okay, I'll just stay in the living room tonight, but I think... A girl came out the back room. She was overweight with a big chubby face, like one of those church ladies you see singing in the choir on cable channels on Sundays. She had on a long, shapeless floral dress. I guess it was supposed to hide her fat. I was sure Sterling wasn't about to replace me with this cow.
Sterling,
the woman said in a tone that sounded more like a mother than a lover's.
You said 5 minutes.
Oh, Winter, this is Judy.
We both looked at each other, but neither of us spoke. She came out and sat on the chair facing me. I could tell Sterling was uncomfortable with the silence. He kept playing with his fingers.
So you live in Long Island?
Judy asked dryly. Yeah.
They have some really nice houses out there. The traffic must be really bad on a Friday night.
Yeah, I rolled my eyes at Sterling.
I packed your things up for you. You have some real nice taste.
Yeah, I said, realizing the only way I could stay was to humiliate myself completely.
So where do you plan on going to college next year? Sterling told me you were 17. You must have started thinking about it seriously.
Not really, I said matter-of-factly. Thinking to myself, I hate these stuck-up college-type bitches. They think they too cute to get down and have a Brooklyn-style fight to keep them in. They want to do a lot of smart talking, like they somehow better than somebody, or at least they be thinking they can prove that they are.
I had no choice except to go to college. My parents made that clear. What do your parents do? I mean, for a living. They must be well off not to be stressed about whether or not you should go to college.
She added as though I had asked her a question. She seemed fully prepared to have a conversation with herself. Sterling interrupted.
Winter, I'll help you carry your things downstairs.
But I don't have a ride, I begged. Sterling, aren't you going to drive me home? Judy cut in.
No, sorry. Our movie starts at 8:05 p.m. Sterling already called your dad before you even got here. Your dad's gonna pick you up downstairs at 7:30 p.m.
What kind of game was this $2 nigga trying to run on me? And what in the hell made his fat-ass girl think she was running things?
So is your mother or your father Sterling's mother's sister or brother?
What is this, a damn interview? I said, losing my cool. She scooted over to Sterling's side.
Sterling, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to aggravate your cousin. It was just small talk. I'm sorry. I just thought it was nice that your parents trusted Sterling to babysit. Your families must be really close. I'm telling you, I missed him so much for the last couple of weeks, I thought I would die. I will say, I was jealous at first. You know, when Sterling told me you were coming over for 2 whole weeks, jealous of you getting all his time and attention. I can see now that he was right. You are just a kid. He was just helping out, and everything worked out perfectly. Come on, I'll walk downstairs with you guys.
She walked over to the closet, grabbed my jacket, and said,
This is yours, right? I left it out when I was packing your belongings. I thought it might be cooler at night. Here, don't forget it.
We went downstairs, dead silent in the elevator. In the lobby, Sterling handed me an envelope.
Call me and let me know you got home safe.
I grabbed what I knew was a small sum of money, sucked my teeth, and walked away with his suitcase and everything I owned inside. I don't know why I didn't go off. I don't know. I just didn't have anything left inside to go off with. The whole thing was so unexpected. If I would have beat up his girl, what would have happened? If anybody was predictable, it was Sterling, but not this time. Sterling couldn't control me, so he picked this motherly girl to fill my shoes. She's probably been around him for years, hoping and praying for an engagement ring. But if you ask me, it wouldn't last. It was obvious her pussy was no good, otherwise he wouldn't have lied to her to be with me in the first place. At the train station, I broke down and called Natalie.
Where you been, girl? We all been waiting to see you. Where you been hiding? Why you treating us like we ain't family? What took you so long to call?
For about 3 seconds, I felt bad for not calling her. Maybe it was really all good in Brooklyn. Maybe I had been bugging out, making things worse than they really were. I told her I was on my way to my Aunt B's apartment. I would be there around 10 o'clock at night.
Good, let's hang out. Meet at my apartment at 11. We'll go to the club.
Why didn't you call first?
That's what Aunt B said to me when she opened the apartment door. I was thrown off, 'cause Midnight Mama and Santiago made it seem like Aunt B was going to be happy to see me or something. She had an aggravated look on her face. She pointed for me to go straight to my cousin Bianca's bedroom, yelling down the hallway. She reminded me to use the bed on the left side of the room.
Remember to leave Bianca's stuff just like she left it, 'cause she don't like nobody fooling with her stuff.
As I passed the small kitchen to get to the bedroom, I saw a set of male legs inside. There's the problem. She has company, a man friend, and I busted up her groove. I could dig it. I put my suitcase down, went in the bathroom, freshened up, and headed to Natalie's. When I banged on Natalie's door, my girl Simone answered with a big-ass smile on her face and a little pregnant belly. My girl Tashi screamed out,
"Surprise, bitch."
All my girls were there. Asia, Zakia, Natalie, with Hennessy and Passion Alizé in hand, and elves laying on the table just like old times. I felt real good. In a few minutes, I was sure I was gonna feel even better. I thought as I sparked up my second joint, this is what made life worth living. Good friends, free weed, and lots of laughs. Simone filled me in on the oohs and ahs of pregnancy.
Not as bad as people try to make it sound,
she said. Her and Little Biz broke up.
No real bitch need a nigga to survive anymore. Plus, the next nigga's bound to be coming around the corner any day.
I told her I heard it wasn't cool to drink liquor when you were pregnant.
As fucked up as the world is today, the baby will need some thug passion just to be able to roll with the punches.
We cracked up. Simone couldn't take it anymore and laughed so hard she accidentally pissed on herself. I laughed until my stomach ached, while Natalie sprayed enough air freshener in the living room to choke us all. Zakia, Monique, Reese, and Tashi had a game of spade going. I checked Tashi cheating as usual. She had them tricks down pat. She'd have you talking about the juiciest shit while her hands were switching shit around. Meanwhile, she used those eyes to signal to her partner. She even had coded songs to sing that Reese understood because she was always her partner in spades. For what she had going, they should have been getting paid, or in Vegas or Atlanta City with the big timers. Fun didn't break out until about 5 o'clock in the morning. Natalie's mother came home. I could see that she had her own high going on, but something about her being in an apartment just changed the mood. One by one, people started breaking out. I nudged Simone, who was passed out on the couch. Come on, girl. Let's walk over to our building together.
Good looking out,
Simone muttered. Outside, night glided into early morning. Blue-gray skies framed what was the quietest time in the projects. At 6:15, the sun snuck up and mugged the moon. Partygoers were inside their apartments, passed out in their clothes. There was nobody outside except the crazy crackheads. I was surprised to see my mother in the lobby of my aunt's building, bald-headed and thinner than the last time I saw her. She smiled when she saw me, laughed for no reason at all, and started explaining that she heard I was here in the neighborhood. She was just out checking on me. She knew how Aunt B could be sometimes. I could tell she had her own buzz on too. I didn't believe for 1 minute that she was down in the lobby checking on me at this time in the damn morning. I rode the elevator with her and Simone. Simone got off on the 3rd floor, me on the 5th. As the elevator door was closing, Mama was huddled in the corner, rubbing her arms like she was freezing. As the doors opened on her bizarre face, she was saying something like,
"You look good, Winter."
I was glad that door shut so fast in her face, 'cause I definitely could not return the compliment. I woke up that afternoon to Aunt B wanting a loan. Since I wasn't crazy, and Aunt B's husband was locked up with my father, I knew that if I gave her money, I'd never get it back. If I gave her money today, she'd start to expect it from me. Eventually, she would start to demand it from me. After a while, she might even try to collect rent for the bed and 6 feet of space on my side of the room. She was flat broke like all of my aunts are now. Their houses didn't get raided and ransacked like ours. Their belongings didn't get repossessed and seized only to be auctioned off somewhere for pennies. They still had clothes, jewelry, stereo equipment, and all that good shit. Nah, I replied.
Come on, girl. Just lend me a 20 spot. I'm expecting some money on this Wednesday. I'll give it right back.
Seriously, though, I said with a straight face. I don't got it. I need a loan myself. I went over to my coach bag and emptied my stuff onto the bed. See? Nothing. I didn't keep my money in my bag, 'cause that's what people expect. I left it pinned to my bra, a trick my mother once showed me a long time ago. I besought her teeth. Then she disappeared from the room. She's stupid, I thought to myself. She should have got some loot from that long-legged nigga she had in the kitchen last night. Pussy should never be free. Simone called asking if I wanted to go shopping.
There's a big concert tonight, and we should both get outfits and go find us some cuties.
I agreed. In the stores, my blood was rushing at all the new clothes. New styles seemed to come in every day, and the stuff I bought weeks, even days ago, didn't excite me anymore. I teased Simone about looking for an outfit that would hide a pregnant belly. She denied it, saying men love pregnant pussy, and if she wanted to, she'd sport a halter top and let her belly hang out. We laughed as we imagined how crazy that would look. Meanwhile, Simone picked out a whole bunch of outfits.
Damn, I gotta go pee.
That was like Simone's third time peeing in 1 hour. Not to mention, she stopped at McDonald's to use the bathroom on the way there. Meanwhile, I found the perfect outfit with shoes to match. It killed me to pay the grand total of $500, although it was a savings from my usual sprees. Simone finally came out the bathroom. The cashier handed me my change.
How much?
Simone asked as if she was financing me. No big deal, I said as if I had a Swiss bank account or something. You want to check Nordstrom's? They usually have all the flavor designer shit. They even got a fat lady department, I kidded her.
Nah, I got everything I need. Just chill.
At Simone's apartment, everything became clear. In her big Coach bag, Simone had every outfit she picked out and admired at the store. She even had one of those machines that removes the metal alarms from the clothes. She also had accessories, belts, costume jewelry. She had shit I didn't even see her pick up. In her closet, she had more shit, some with the tag still on them. She had 2 or 3 of the same items in different sizes. Straight up, Simone was a professional booster. The pregnancy, she said, has increased her take. She made more money now because she could walk out with more layers of clothes on her body and not look suspicious.
You look shocked.
Nah, not shocked. I'm mad as hell you stood there and let me drop $500 when I could have got all my shit for free.
Yeah, you was always paid like that, Winter. Don't worry. You can take that shit back, and I'll pick it up for you later.
I'm wearing this outfit tonight.
We'll just return it on Monday. We can do that, but you gotta watch it. They'll ask to see your ID, and if your name pops up on the computer and it's returning too much shit, next thing you know, they'll be knocking at your door with a badge. You gotta watch these stores. They be updating their tricks every day. I'm on top of it, though. I know all the tricks.
How many tickets you got to the show?
4. It's supposed to be me, Natalie, Tashi, and Zakia. But Natalie's going with Will, so you can have her ticket.
Who's Will?
This nigga from Fort Greene. He's a player. He got a custom-made yellow Land Rover, rimmed out. You should see it. It's fat. Natalie gonna be acting up. Nobody gonna be able to say shit to her tonight. That nigga bought the whole box seat section for the show. He began lacing her lovely with all the butters ever since they hooked up.
How the fuck are we getting to the show, I wondered to myself. Am I supposed to take the train or walk or hop out of a yellow cab while Natalie was styling in a Rover? There had to be a better way. You got a phone book, Simone?
What?
A Yellow Pages. Let's rent a limo.
All right, let's do it.
Chapter 9. Brooklyn's finest, Uptown, and the Boogie Down filled the concert hall. As usual, the show outside the theater was the biggest. Females in spring leathers, patent leathers, plastic lace, cellophane shorts, skirts, the works. Enough gold on necks, arms, and teeth to fill 4 knocks. Players was rocking fresh Nike, Fila, Armani, Versace, Kanai, Mecca, and all the flavors. Hip-hop vibes hogged the airwaves, and we filed in looking every person up and down and side to side, checking for authenticity. It was a car show, a hair show, a fashion show, and a hoe show, all rolled up into one. Each male and female in the audience was as important as any star on stage. At showtime, the crowd went wild as the biggest names in hip-hop blew up the stage. The huge speakers blasted out the hottest jams, and the crowd rocked to one rhythm. The MC had the niggas chanting, "Make money, money," while the ladies overpowered them with our "Take money, money." Natalie was up in the box seats with the kid Will, whose hands were holding all kinds of shine, jewels, and other signs of big cash flow. Everything was cool until I saw her standing up clapping with a sky blue $3,500 Chanel skirt suit on. This bitch pops out of nowhere with some wares that was strictly my style and overreaching for her. In all the noise, a silence surrounded my head. My body shook with anger at Santiago and Mom. I also thought of Midnight leaving me when that could have easily been us in those box seats profiling. Now, what was I supposed to do while Natalie was pretending to be me? I leaned over close to Simone's ear. "Do you see Natalie?"
Yeah, everybody see Natalie up there.
"That suit she got on is banging," I painfully admitted.
The security at the Chanel store is too tight, or else I have that suit on. I told you that nigga Will to shout out on that.
I had only been living in Long Island for 1 year. Was shit actually moving so fast that Natalie had become large? Since when did Natalie become a high roller? I asked.
Girl, you don't know the half. Ever since she made that little video movie with you, she been like a little star around here.
What little movie?
Don't front, Winter. That movie with you and Bullet and her and Slick Kid. And one part, she was sucking Slick Kid's dick real nasty like. Now niggas is sweating her like she Vanessa Del Rio or something.
Natalie waved to us when she spotted us looking up in her direction. She was all excited. She signaled for us to meet her afterwards. Simone smiled, nodded yeah, and turned to me.
Yeah, she's a little big-headed, but she all right.
The last performers came on, ripping shit down. I moved with the crowd, but I was still boiling inside. BMC came on to close the show, then shouted,
"A special thanks to Sister Souljah for putting this show together. All proceeds going to her children's program."
Sister Souljah came out the side of the stage wearing some shit she mixed and matched from the Macy's clearance rack. People clapped for her. How is this bitch supposed to help the community when she don't even know how to rock her shit? I checked her arm. No Rolex. Not even a Timex. Nothing. No weight on her neck. Nothing. Her hairdo was fat, but that don't mean nothing when you don't know how to accessorize.
What's up, girl?
Natalie was smiling ear to ear as we crammed into the concert hall lobby.
Winter, I called you this afternoon to see if you wanted to chill up top with us, but you was gone already. So come on, girl. Roll with us to the dinner.
She said, clutching Will's arm.
It's on Will.
She elbowed me and whispered,
"You want to ride with us?"
Nah, we gotta ride.
Simone jumped in.
What you pushing, Winter?
We pushing a limo, a driver, champagne, the whole nine.
All right, cool. Tell the driver to follow us. We'll meet over there and eat before we head up to the after party.
Now Natalie was giving directions. There was something sexy about Will. I didn't know exactly what it was. Maybe it was the 1-carat diamond stud in his ear. Or maybe it was just wanting thick, being stressed out, and ready to get fucked no questions asked. It could be the fact I didn't like him being with Natalie. He made her act like she was better than somebody else or something. If all she had to do to get that Chanel suit was suck his dick good, I could have gotten a whole wardrobe. Brooklyn Heads jammed into Junior's restaurant. I was checking niggas I ain't seen in a long time. People had different ways of dealing with me, but nobody tried to front of me like I fell off or something because father or no father, I was wearing that Isaac Mizrahi dress like nobody could. My hair was hooked and my face was looking fresh and sensual. We all stepped into the booth and ordered all kinds of things.
It's on me, y'all. Order what you want,
Natalie said loudly. Will acted like he was the Lion King surrounded by all the women. He was quiet. He paid and profiled for all the niggas who only had the pleasure of having one woman's attention for the night. We was laced, all of us, a crew of girls dripping in the finest shit, ordering shit we knew we weren't going to eat, and just talking, joking, and having a good time. The money in my bra was sticking me right in my titty. I headed to the bathroom to adjust it. Afterwards, I glanced in the mirror and threw on some more lipstick. I licked my finger to lay down a piece of my hair that was about to go unruly. As I was coming out of the bathroom, Will was standing at the payphone. The thing that ran through my mind was, what's up with him using the payphone? I had already noticed him carrying a Motorola StarTech Cellular. I threw my right leg out to push right on by him.
Santiago's daughter, right?
He asked, even though he already knew the answer. Everybody did. Yeah, what about it? I asked defensively.
Nah. I got a lot of respect for him. I see life is still treating you good.
His eyes were concentrating on mine, like he was trying to hypnotize me or something. I take care of myself, I responded, letting him know there was no reason for him to feel sorry for me.
Yeah, I can see that. What you need to do is let me take care of you.
I flagged my right arm to show him, no, I'm not interested.
Come on, girl. Just give me your phone number. I know you're with it. It's all in your eyes.
Listen, man, I don't even get down like that. Natalie's my girl.
And you will look better in that Chanel suit than she does. Just give me the word. I'll tear that shit right off of her ass and put it on yours.
I thought about it for a few seconds. I'd be a liar if I said it wasn't a good offer. He smiled slyly, flashing his gold teeth, chewing real sexy on his bubble gum.
Come on, give up the number. I'll drop her off at home, swing around to pick you up, then we can talk, get to know each other for the rest of the night.
My nipples hardened. They started sticking out of my tight dress. He saw them too, licked his lips, and smiled some more. I opened my coach bag to get a pen. He pulled his pen out quicker. He scribbled on a book of matches as I recited, 555. Then Natalie appeared in the doorway. She looked at him.
Why are you using the payphone?
She asked just to have something to say. When he didn't answer, she looked at me with my open bag, then looked at him with his pen in his hand and said,
You little sneaky bitch. You fucking low-down sneaky bitch.
Wait a minute, Natalie. He asked me.
He asked you what? What did he ask for? What did you ask her?
Baby, I didn't ask her for shit. I needed a pen. I had to make a call. I didn't want it traced to my cellular, so I used the payphone. I was giving her the pen, and that's it. Well, come here. Why are you so suspicious all the time?
He pulled her and gave her a big bear hug to calm her down. As she buried her face in his wide chest, he looked over her shoulder at me for the last 4 digits. I silently mouthed, 4728. Still embracing her, he mouthed, I'll call you. Back around the table, none of the girls at the table knew what happened, but everybody could feel that things had tensed up. Our food had arrived, and Natalie wasn't saying or eating nothing. She was all back on Will's dick, but looking at me like I was a murderer or something. Finally, Natalie blurted out to me.
Nice dress.
Yeah, that shit is banging.
Tashi said.
Did Simone pick that up for you?
Natalie added in a sarcastic voice. Simone cut her eyes on Natalie, then looked at me for a sign of what was going on. My teeth were locked with anger.
Nah, she bought that today. I wish I would have picked it up for her, because half that dough she spent on it would be in my pocket right now.
Everybody except me and Natalie laughed at Simone's unending one-woman comedy show. Yeah, your little suit is nice too, I responded in a snotty voice. It's just my style.
Yeah, I picked it up for $40 at the auction the FBI did at your house in Long Island, along with some other fancy shit.
I lunged across the table for Natalie's neck. Zakia jumped in between us, trying to separate us with her arms as Simone held me back. Tashi held Natalie and Zakia told Will to step back.
You sneaky bitch. You always thought it was all about you. Nobody could have shit but you. Here I am being a friend, and you stabbing me in my fucking back. Hear the whole block talking about your crazy ass, crackhead, bald-headed mother, and your broke homeless ass. I'm taking up for you, and you trying to cut my throat. Don't think you ain't gonna take no ass with him for that. Later for Will, this is about you and me.
You ain't nothing but a low-class hoe, Natalie. You been biting my style forever cause you don't have no style. And for the last time, your man came to me. If your shit was all that, he wouldn't be sniffing up and around my ass. So get it together.
I'ma fuck you up, Winter. Don't let me catch your ass in the hallway or anything. I'ma fuck you up.
Yeah. Y'all coming? I asked, getting up from the table to leave. All of them was looking back and forth to see what each one was gonna do. Simone hopped in a limo with me. The others stayed with Natalie.
If I wasn't pregnant, I'd have your back. But I gotta look out for this one here.
Pointing to her belly. Me and Simone stayed up drinking the rest of the night. I stumbled into Aunt B's at 5 a.m. and fell asleep in my clothes. By 5 p.m. Sunday evening, I woke up with a headache, peeled off my clothes, and stepped into the hot shower. My mind flashed back on the past 24 hours, and my tears mixed with the shower water. The idea of my personal business being yelled out at Junior's restaurant had me shaking still. Will called at 6.
So what's up? You ready? I'm coming to get you.
Stop playing. You didn't even check for me last night when your girl was going off with me.
Don't pay that no mind. If I would have stepped in, she would have only got more dramatic. The way I handled it was to let her blow off some steam until she got tired out.
Oh, really? I said nonchalant-like.
Come down at 7. I'll pick you up. I'll be driving my green Q45, not the Rover.
All right. Meet me in the back of the B building. I knew I was living dangerously, but I wasn't worried. What Natalie didn't understand was that I needed Will for business purposes. She was way too dumb to relate to the ideas and business plans I had put together. She had crossed the line when she tried to play me out in public. I was about to build an empire, so I didn't have to be concerned with lowlives like Natalie and her off-the-wall comments. Outside, the car was dark green and crisp, mint green custom upholstered leather seats with dark green piping. The rugs were mint green too. I slid my shoes off as I entered the car, afraid to get even a lint ball on his interior.
Pretty feet, Winter. So how about the bottoms? The bottom of your feet, are they soft like silk or hard and crusty like sandpaper?
Don't compare me to the second-rate women you're used to.
Second rate, huh?
He repeats quickly without sounding the least bit insulted. Yeah, the ones with ashy ankles and elbows. The ones with the hard feet and chipped nail polish. That's what you're used to. And the ripped panties and dingy bras and the wire popping out and the stinking hairy underarms and...
I got you, Winter. I get the point.
Good. Don't assault me and I won't assault you. Where we going?
I want to check that new Bruce Willis flick.
Oh, I responded, uninterested.
Why? What you want to do?
I want to talk.
Damn. Why do women always want to talk? I just met you. What do we have to talk about?
Something that's important to me. Business.
Ha! Business. What kind of business?
You know what kind of business.
Oh. You don't want to talk about that. That's a man's game. Business is a rough sport. Like football or worse. You don't want to get into that.
I've been around it all my life. I know what I'm dealing with. Right now, I'm in a tight spot. I need to make some dough, fast money. I know you can relate to that.
You know how I know you ain't ready for this conversation? Because you don't even know me, and you talking about some shit you can't trust nobody in.
I already thought about that, but the deal is, I gotta start somewhere. Panicking about who to trust and who not to trust ain't getting me nowhere. I'm ready to take a gamble. The way I see it, whoever gambles with me gambles too. We both have something to lose.
Yeah, but I ain't the person. This ain't the angle I came in on. I asked for your number because I think you're a classy chick. I wanted to spend some time with you. Shoot the shit, catch a movie. Now you trying to muscle in on something else. I can't do business with you, Winter. I play hardball, the major leagues.
All right, look at it from another angle. Think of me as an investor. I give you the money to invest in your trade. You give me the return on my money.
What if you give me your money and I don't give you back nothing? See? This business is like a chess game. You gotta think of every possible move any and every player in the game can make. To every move, you gotta have a smart reaction. You don't have no crew holding you down. Then where's the threat? What's gonna prevent any from jerking you, robbing you, killing you? Santiago's gone. His whole crew is gone. It was good while it lasted. That's why I'ma pile my dough and get out before it's too late.
My face dropped. Will saw my sadness.
All right, how much you working with?
I got $2,500, I said proudly. Will laughed and laughed and laughed. What's so funny?
I don't even deal in those small sums of money. The way you were talking, I was thinking you were about to negotiate a major deal. You talking about you working the corner hand to hand, competing with the other sellers who been out there and got a flow going with their customers. You talking about sparking beef over turf just based on them being down with the new and you being a reminder of the old.
Well, then you put me on. I'll be down with your crew. Train me and all that good shit. Put me on. Will looked at me like he was thinking about it as we pulled into the drive-in.
You know, there's a lot of ways to make money, Winter. Not only one way.
Yeah, like what? Will smiled. I shot him a fuck you, I ain't no $2 hoe look. I ain't tricking, working no dirty alleys and shit like that.
I would never put Santiago's daughter on a stroll. You too good for that kind of work.
So what you offering?
Just stick with me, Winter. You want some popcorn?
No, I said, frustrated. Will came back with everything sized large. Large drink, large popcorn, large nachos. As I sat there watching him crunching on his popcorn, I wondered, what is Will really into? Who is he? Did he have any value or purpose to me, or was I just wasting my time? He obviously didn't want to do business with me. He must have only wanted the pussy. I tried to take a good look at him again, but it was too dark. I could only get a glimpse when a blue or yellow or red light flickered off the screen into the car. He looked all right as far as I could remember, but he didn't give me that uncontrollable feeling that I felt when I was in a car with Midnight. He had all the right stuff, and I'd give him some pussy to get it from him, but only if I could be sure I was going to get exactly what I wanted. I've seen plenty of niggas who will flash their jewels, cars, and gear, run through pussy, and leave the girl with rug burns on her back and nothing else. I'm either the cash, training, a solid team, and a real man to look out for me in every way. So I started to fuck with his head. Let me ask you something, Will.
What?
You supposed to be a great businessman, right?
No doubt.
He said confidently. You watch how your money moves. You look out for people trying to pinch the stash. Don't want to make moves with no small timer with small money.
Yeah? What you trying to get at?
He asked, slightly aggravated. So why does a man who works so hard for his dough drop 3 G's on a like Natalie for a Chanel suit?
Dan, that suit really got you heated, huh?
He joked. No, seriously. It's no secret that Natalie fucks around with anybody. You supposed to be a man who watches the company he keeps. And look who you end up in box seats with. Will was aggravated.
Look, you want to get raw with me? I'm going to get raw with you. I will talk to you like you one of my boys now. Natalie sucks my dick like no other hoe ever sucked my dick.
Yeah, but you could have got your dick sucked on 42nd Street.
No, not like that. There's an art to sucking a dick. Natalie got that locked down. She gets the whole dick in her mouth and still finds room for my nuts. When I blast in her mouth, she swallows like it's pancake syrup. Hell, she earned that $3,000 suit. One of my boys from Fort Greene was just saying Natalie's fucking around with this other kid he know from around the way. I told my boy if she's sucking his dick like she's sucking mine, I know why he's risking his life with one of my hoes. But as long as she's sucking my dick like she does, she can do whatever she wants.
So what is you on my number for?
Just 'cause a chick can suck your dick don't mean she can be your girl. I figured that shit out.
Oh, so you saying that?
I'm saying that you Santiago's daughter. You beautiful, young, top of the line. A nigga don't have to teach you how to act. You naturally classy. Now that's different.
Oh, so you trying to make yourself look good by making Winter Santiago you girl. But then you're gonna let Natalie suck your dick on the side while you blessing her with clothes and cash.
First off, I didn't say nothing about giving her cash. I give her things she wants. And if you ask me to cut her off, you must be saying you're gonna do me better than she do. So I wouldn't have no reason to f with her again.
Will rubbed his balls with his left hand until his thick erect was sticking out of his pants. Will started laughing.
Listen, girl, you just don't know. Some niggas smoke weed, some niggas hooked on cane, some want pussy. My pleasure is having my joint done right. If I ain't got a girl the minute I want her, I make one of them crackhead niggas suck my joint. Man, them niggas is so turned out on that crack, they'll get on their knees and suck my dick just like a bitch for a hit in their pipe.
He laughed.
Men got stronger jaws. That shit feels even better.
The movie screen turned black. Will's lips were moving. He was talking, but I couldn't hear no more sound. That was it. If there was a feeling in my body for Will, it was dead. I told myself if I could calm myself down, maybe I could still have Will as a possible business partner somewhere down the road. The bottom line was, I was sitting next to a man who thought it was okay to let another man suck his dick. Somehow, Will figured that only the crackhead is the homosexual. Will saw himself as all man, the powerful dealer. Just to keep it real with y'all, I can't take no man seriously who I gotta guess about sexually. I can't be seduced or excited by questionable masculinity. I need to know that my man is rugged and rough to the bone. I would never have to worry about midnight saying or doing this. If a crackhead even suggested oral sex as a trade-off for cash, Midnight would have put a bullet in his head. What Santiago might have done in the situation is unmentionable. I bobbed and weaved like a boxer for the rest of our date. I knew I had to play my cards carefully not to burn a potential bridge. At the same time, I refused to end the night with my face buried in Will's lap. Tomorrow I will consult with my father about my financial options. My anger toward him was slowly wearing down. I felt backed into a corner. The truth of the matter was I needed some good advice from Daddy, a man who had always loved me. The pain of it all was trying to talk through a thick glass, or having to speak through a small vent, or having to talk on some dirty old phone surveilled by the police. There would be no kind of privacy. I would have to pick over each and every word. I hated the idea of not being able to touch my father, having to watch him move and calculate his steps because his hands and feet were chained together. And what would I say to him about my mother? What had Daddy already heard? Who would he blame? Wasn't my mother's condition his fault? Wasn't it the incident with Dolce that pushed my mother over the edge in the first place? How much did Dolce cost Daddy? Did she have money hidden that belonged to Santiago? Tomorrow I will get answers from him to all of my questions. I crawled into bed and noticed my cousin Bianca was fast asleep in our small room.
I saw you get out of his car. When I catch you, bitch, your ass is grass.
That was my father-young wake-up call from Natalie. She couldn't rattle me, though. She's so petite that I didn't even think of her as a fighter. I thought to myself, she definitely had changed a whole lot. 'Cause there was a time when she wouldn't even dream of threatening me, much less following through and putting her hands on me. She was the gossip operator in our neighborhood. Therefore, she knew my situation. She knew my family wasn't tight like they used to be. The only worry I had now was when and how Natalie would attack. Would she jump out of a dark corner with a razor on the steps where the light is always broken? Or would she pay one of the local crackheads to do some ill shit to me? I have to stay alert. At 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 o'clock, the phone rang. Each time the person calling hung up, I knew it was Natalie. By 8 a.m., my aunt was screaming about the crank phone calls. She paced the hallways, talking about, there are 3 grown women living in this apartment, and whenever this kind of shit happens, it means somebody is sleeping with somebody else's man. I didn't answer. Bianca looked at me and rolled her eyes, as if to agree that her mother was bugging and to go back to sleep. Out of frustration, I got up and headed for the shower. The steam surrounded my naked body, and heated water drops slid down my breast. It's time to leave here, I said to myself. So I asked myself, and go where? I came up with no response, but I knew I needed to leave fast. Where is Midnight now, I wondered. I imagined him in the villa in Spain sipping a tequila sunrise. Tequila was a Spanish or a Mexican drink. Oh, what's the difference? Or maybe Midnight was disguised somewhere in a shack in Alabama. Nah, he was too smooth for that. He was sitting in the back room of an elegant club in Chicago, one that he owned. He dressed up every night, blending in with the darkness, but still wearing sunglasses. He raked in mad dough, but ran the real operation out the back room of the club. He was saving up enough dough to come and rescue me from this bullshit. He'd take me to the nightclub, bring me on stage where the spotlight would fall on me. I'd be wearing a silver designer dress that was so top-notch it wouldn't even have a name. A dress especially prepared for me. No other dress like it in the world. I have on silver shoes imported from Italy and handcrafted stockings with designer garter belts. Midnight would say,
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my wife, the new hostess of my club, Winter Storm.
The crowd would cheer, and I would graciously accept my new role as top hostess, madame in town. In the shower, I made myself laugh and laugh and laugh.
Don't you hear me knocking?
My aunt's voice sliced through the sound of the shower water. Yeah, Aunt B.
Somebody's here to see you.
I grabbed back the shower curtain saying, "Oh, Aunt B, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to ask you. If Natalie comes by our cause, just tell her that I left already."
Why, I thought that was your girl.
She asked suspiciously. "No, she is. I just don't feel like being bothered with her today, 'cause I got a lot on my mind."
Oh, you must be thinking about that stretch limo you was riding around there Saturday night,
Aunt B said.
Or maybe you're thinking about Natalie's man. What's his name again, Bianca?
My aunt yelled to her daughter.
What's Natalie's boyfriend's name?
Bianca didn't answer.
I ain't that damn old. I know what goes on around here, especially in my own house.
My aunt stepped out of the doorway. I stood there speechless and naked and getting cold as the air blew in and the steam moved out of the open door. "Aunt B," I said, "who's at the door?"
You'll see.
She stuck her head back in and said,
"Get dressed."
Patting myself dry, I dashed to the bedroom. Bianca was up and out of her bed. I thought, damn, where did she go that quick? I went in my suitcase, pulled out my jeans and a shirt. As I reached for the bra I had laying on top of the suitcase under the folded dress I took off last night, I immediately saw that my safety pin was not there. I ran my hand along the lining of the bra. The pins were gone. My $2,500 was gone. A sense of emergency overcame my body. "Don't panic," I mumbled to myself. I unfolded my dress, shook it out to see if my money had somehow gotten tangled up in there. Nothing. I picked up my pantyhose, shook them. I threw open the top of the suitcase and started running my hands along the side of the pockets, searching for the cash. I looked in places I knew I would never put the money. Sweat broke out on my forehead, mixing with water beads from the shower. Aunt B stuck her head in the bedroom, shook her head with disapproval and said,
"What a mess. Please don't keep company waiting. Are you looking for something?"
I opened my mouth to speak and immediately closed it. "Nah." She walked away. I got it. I caught it. She had been in my things. My aunt had stolen my money. She thought it was even Steven because she didn't have no money, and she figured I got more where that came from, 'cause I must be holding out on her. This lady took my life savings. I screamed out loud, no words, just sounds. I stood butt naked in anguish. My aunt came back to the bedroom door with her hands on her hips, followed by an older white woman. She was peering into the bedroom at me like she was trying to see as much as she could as quickly as she could. My aunt turned to her and said,
"Good luck with her. She's a mess. She don't want to listen to nobody. She always wanted her way. She's a non-stop liar." Winter, this is Ms. Griswoldy. She's from BCW.
Nice to meet you, Winter. We've been looking all over for you. I'm just glad we got the call about your new address this morning. Come, get dressed. Let's go.
"I'm not going anywhere with you." Miss Griswoldy leaned toward me.
I'm sorry this is the way you feel, Winter. In fact, I'm sorry for everything that has happened to you up until this point. For now, and for the next 330 days, you are officially a ward of the state. We are your legal guardians. Please come along with us. The marshal will escort us.
I glanced down the hall and saw a man in a uniform. "Wait a minute, hold on. Aunt B, can I talk to you for a second?" Aunt B looked at Miss Griswoldy as though she all of a sudden needed permission from her to have a conversation in her own apartment. Miss Griswoldy looked at her watch and said,
Please pack all the belongings that you plan to bring with you. You have 5 minutes. We're on a tight schedule. You're not the only pickup we have to do this afternoon.
I grabbed Aunt B's hand, said excuse me a minute, and closed the door. "Come on, Aunt B, we family. Did you actually turn me in? Did you call the authorities on me? Is it that bad? Dang, I would've gave you some money." Tears of anger filled my eyes.
Don't be stupid, Winter. You think I'ma call the authorities into my crib? That nosy lady been snooping all around my house. You think I want some more police and heat in my place? You're just stupid, Winter. You don't run nothing around here. You better check yourself. That stupid chick Natalie probably called the authorities on you. Now, this white lady, all in my business. So pack up your stuff and go. To be so smart, you sure are stupid. I don't need no trouble. She know I got too many people living in this apartment to be on Section 8. She know Alva's locked up. She know your mother's on drugs. She looking at my arms checking for tracks. She's staring in my face like I'm supposed to confess to something. I just want her to get out of here.
What about my money, though? That's all the money I have to my name. My aunt looked me dead in the eye and said,
What money? I don't have no money.
She stuck her 2 hands in her pockets, pulling them inside out. There was nothing in those pockets but lint.
And as far as I know, you didn't have no money either.
Aunt B gave me the evil, sarcastic, I told you so grin. My mind slept. All I know is I had my 2 hands around her neck, choking her. She was gagging for air. I wasn't going for her I ain't got no money in my pockets act. I ripped off her shirt. She fought back. But she couldn't fight me. Well, she could, but she wouldn't win. I snatched off her bra. The money wasn't hidden in there. Miss Griswoldy and the marshal entered the room. The marshal restrained me. Miss Griswoldy picked up Aunt B from the floor and tried to help her reassemble herself. My aunt stepped back from Miss Griswoldy's assistance.
You see? Winter is violent and spoiled. You'll need to lock her up. She can't be trusted. All I can say is I opened my place to her and she turned on me. She'll turn on you too.
With only her pants left on her body and a busted lip, she snatched up a big piece of my shirt off the floor to cover her titties. I understood how she was trying to set me up. I just mumbled, "You junkie," and packed my stuff to go. The House of Success was a group home for teenage girls aged 13 to 18. Don't ask me how or why they picked that name. As far as I was concerned, it was a joke like everything else. This building was set up like a house. Somehow, somebody thought they would take a whole bunch of anonymous females, put them in a building set up like a house, and have them pretend like they was family. There were 4 girls in each big room. There were about 10 big rooms. There were 2 kitchens and 1 big living room that doubled as a recreation room. There were offices where the people in charge did whatever they were pretending to do. Across from the offices were a set of small rooms that some counselors and personnel slept in when they did overnight shift. This was minimum security, where a girl had to follow certain rules and would somehow be rewarded with little freedoms, as Miss Griswoldy put it. For the next 30 days, you will be evaluated.
If you are not deemed to be violent or suffering from a learning disability or illness, you will be treated like a young adult with adult responsibilities.
So the deal was I had to be on lockup, meaning I wouldn't leave or come and go as I please. I had to stay within the facility for 30 days while they decided if I was ready for the world. I wasn't scared. Santiago raised me to be strong. I'll admit, I had all those messed up scenes in my head from the movies, like some squad of butch women dragging me out of my bed, beating me up in the bathroom, and shoving a broomstick up my crotch. But I would fight anybody I had to before I would let them get me down. They'd have to kill me before I let some chick eat or lick me. All of that was dead. The House of Success wasn't like the movies, though. In the room I was assigned to, I met all kinds. First, there was this girl from Haiti. The only thing I could say about her, she was the greasiest person I ever saw. She had a dogged-out, uneven jerry curl with all the grease activated in gel that was coming with it. She had the jerry curl grease colliding with Vaseline on her face. She had greasy lotions on her hands and feet, and in general always looked wet. Her name was Claudette. There was no worse nightmare than the clothes she wore. It looked like she picked a year from the past, let's say 1975, and decided all her clothes would be from that time. To make it worse, she just said, forget a color scheme. I'll wear a purple shirt with green gauchos, with a yellow hat with a big pink flower on it, and I'll top it all off with some wooden platform open-toed shoes so I can show off my big maroon bunion. Needless to say, Claudette mostly stayed to herself. The only time I seen her chilling with the other girls in the house was when they chipped in and bought her a cheap Walkman for her birthday. She was ridiculously happy. They claimed the only reason they bought it was because Claudette played some messed up old Christian radio station with gospel music and a loud, wacky screaming preacher on the AM dial. They couldn't take hearing it no more, so they got her the radio with the headphones. Lachey was a trip. She was kind of chubby with a big cute face. She was one of those girls who decided as she didn't care if she was a size 16. She was still going to wear size 11 clothing. She had big hips, a big butt, and a waist that was small compared to the rest of her butt. You couldn't tell her she was fat though. The way she figured it, if the hips were 48 inches and the waist 36 and the titties 40, that's a perfect hourglass shape. She wore halter tops when it obviously should have been a crime. She wore Daisy Duke shorts and shoes with laid to the side heels that were begging for forgiveness with every step she took. Her thing was the boys, who, if you let her tell it, all were in love with her. She had dang near every issue of Word Up magazine, with all her favorite pictures of rap stars glued to the wall in a raggedy collage. She was the show-off type. It was more like she was a comedian to me. 'Cause how you gonna show off in busted shoes and clothes you bought from some Indian at a candy store in the train station? Rashida was into her own little world. She was pretty, but it didn't count. She never made it work for her. She wore her hair back in a ponytail all the time, every day. She had no flavor about cuts, wraps, twists, nothing, no style. She had a cute little figure, but kept it covered up like it was on punishment or something. She had the nerve to, in this day and time, wear dingy no-name kicks on her feet. You know the ones they sell at the supermarket for $4. She didn't decorate her side of the room at all. If you looked over there, it was plain, period. She was extra clean and tidy. All she did was read. She didn't even watch television unless it was the gloomy news. Noni was the girl whose bed I got. She was transferred to another room. The girl said Noni smoked cigarettes like a smokestack, even though there was no smoking allowed. She had taken a roll of string, made a line and a curtain around her bed out of a sheet. It didn't matter, they said, 'cause the smoke kept stinking up the room anyway. They said she had a nervous problem, was molested by her stepdad, and beaten by her mother. Smoking made her feel good, and she would beat up anybody who tried to take her cigarettes or report her. They said the counselors who did the overnight just let her keep smoking, 'cause it was easier to be Noni's friend than her enemy. As a consequence, other girls just followed her lead and lit up too. When one girl in the other room turned 18, she was released and had to go and make it on her own. When her bed got free, they put Noni in there, 'cause there were 3 more smokers in that room. I got her bed and ended up with Claudette, Lachey, and Rashida. My first week was crazy. They took me into an office for an interview with my newly assigned social worker. Her name was Cappy Johnson. On her feet were pleather knockoffs. The kind that when you flip them over, had a stamp on the bottom that said, Men-Made Uppers. Her pantsuit was JCPenney's or Sears, definitely polyester or rayon. As soon as I got in the room, I peeped her. Her perm needed a serious touch-up. I could see that she tried to lay down the naps with some gel that was turning white and flaking. She did her own nails, but believe me, She was the type who was too lazy to take off the old layer of nail polish, so she just piled the new layer on top so it didn't lay smooth on her nails.
Come in, Winter. Have a seat.
She said like I needed her help. She pushed the manila file open and flipped through some papers. I checked her left hand. No engagement ring, no wedding ring, nothing. On the wall, she had some kind of degree from Fordham University.
Winter, where did you go to school?
She asked. I used to go to Half Hollow High, Long Island. I sucked my teeth and said,
Then what happened?
What's the sense in having all those papers in the folder about me if you gonna ask me what you already know?
Okay, Winter. Did you drop out? Did you re-register at another school after Long Island? And how do you plan to finish your education? These are the type of things I need to find out from you.
I gave her answers, short ones. No sense in getting all involved when she was a walking, talking example of what an education amounted to. What was I supposed to do? Struggle to be like her? Pay some big school big money so I could get a little job in some little place making an itty bitty bit of cash? What do I get? To hang a stupid degree up in my little office where I don't make enough dough to get a regular manicure, pedicure, or perm. I should be interviewing her, asking her what's her problem. She asked me about my sisters, who, for the most part, I had put out of my mind. She asked me about my mother and father and every nosy thing she could nose around in, at which time I gave her any answer that popped into my head. She asked me if I could read and write. I told her, of course, and I can talk too. After 2 hours, I was leaving her office. I asked, how do I get money in here? She explained it. I got $60 a week. The institution got $800 per month per child. The $60 a week represented my spending money after the institution paid its expenses. What expenses? I asked.
We take care of everything else you need, Winter. We purchase the food, clothes, shelter, etc.
You mean to tell me you bought those clothes all them girls is wearing?
No, not exactly. There's a voucher system. Your social worker, that's me, will accompany you every 2 to 3 months to get what you need.
You are going to help me shop, I repeated and laughed.
You know, if you don't follow the rules in here, you forfeit all your privileges. That includes nights out, weekend passes, and your weekly stipend.
Stipend? I asked.
Your money. You know, Winter, you're one of the older girls in here. Most of the 16 and 17-year-old girls get after-school jobs. You're not going to be here long. I suggest you focus on making specific plans for your future. I'm here to help you in any way I can.
After a box lunch, I saw the institutional psychiatrist. She was a nut. She asked me all kinds of questions about my mother and father. Did my father touch me? Did I ever want to have sex with him? Did my mother ever beat me? No matter how many times I told her no, she would put the question another way, but still be asking me the same stuff. She asked me dumb things like, how did I feel when they took my sisters away? She might as well have been asking me, is the burning building hot? She asked me about the relationship I had with my friends and men. I looked at her like, lady, do you really think me and your old self was going to sit down here and have a girl talk? To entertain her, I started making things up. I break out in a rash when I'm in a room with more than 2 people. I'm a virgin and would like to be one until I'm 30. I masturbate to the sound of the washing machine. I was cracking myself up. She was sitting there with a long yellow pad actually trying to come up with the explanation for all the gobbledygook I was giving her. More tests, reading and math. If they found out anything, it's that I can read, write, and count. As Santiago would say, everything else is just extra unnecessary. I met with the birth control lady. Who really wanted to get personal. I wouldn't tell her nothing. But I did take some of those free condoms, even though there was no men in the house. I figured, when they loosen up on me, I can have them just in case. At night, most of the girls were gone. They got evening passes, which allowed you to leave until 11 p.m. Some had jobs to go to, others had free time. If you came in after 11 p.m., you missed curfew, you were forfeited your passes for the rest of the week. If you were late 3 times in 30 days, you permanently lost your evening opportunities. I was stuck inside with the girls on punishment, the newcomers who had just been evaluated like me, and the uniformed ladies who guarded the door, registering girls in and out. Laying in my bed, I put together a list of things I needed. Top of the list was a lock. I needed to lock up my suitcase before somebody pulled one of Aunt Bee's capers and tried to lift some of my clothes. I had already decided if anybody put their hands on my stuff, we go head up. After I got my list together, I sat and thought. The challenge for me now would be to make something out of nothing. How to make money when I had no money to start with. Then I was hit by a brilliant idea. I jumped up from my cot and walked into the bedroom across the hall. Noni, let me borrow $1. I need to make a couple of calls.
When am I gonna get it back?
Friday.
All right. I'll lend you $1 one time. If Friday comes and I don't see you or my dollar, your credit is dead. And don't ask me for nothing else.
Cool, I responded. Got 4 quarters and waited on this chick, Ginger, to get off the payphone. Simone, girl, what's up? I got a deal for you. You got any money?
Yeah, I got a little something. Heard you in some trouble.
Nah, I ain't in no trouble. At least nothing I can't handle. Listen, I got a lot of stuff I want you to pick up for me. It will run you $200.
It ain't gonna cost me nothing.
All the better, I said. I read the list, told her to pack everything in a box. I'll call you back Friday morning. You'll meet my girl. Give the box to her. I'll pay you for the stuff on Sunday night. I figured there were 40 girls in here. Every one of us got $60 a week. Some had jobs. That meant altogether the girls in the house's success took in a minimum of $2,400 per week. There was no way I was going to be standing around in some polyester McDonald's suit saying, "May I help you? Would you like a Coke with your fries?" I would provide everybody with what they needed. I would even help them to understand what they needed. I was locked in for 3 more weeks. That was 3 Fridays, which meant, at best, there was a minimum intake of 7,200. All I need is 5,000. When I got my eating privileges, I'd invest my money in the streets, triple it at least, and get my own place. I might as well have Simone for a partner, for she understood business and wasn't a gossip like Natalie. She was gonna have a baby soon and would need my help as well. We'd get paid together. I spent every day up until Friday getting to know the girls in the house. It wasn't hard. Every day I would get up and do my hair in a different fly style and rock some clothes like I was going to some special event. Only thing was, I really wasn't going anywhere and everybody knew it. The girls watched me and asked me how I did my hair in a particular style. How I manicure my own nails, pedicure my own toes, and where I got my clothes and shoes from. I gave them answers. After a while, they started asking me questions about me. Who I am, my background. Eventually, they started telling me about their lives. They liked my stories better though, 'cause theirs was mostly hard luck stories. I told them about the big birthday party Santiago gave me on my 5th birthday. It was in the ballroom at the local hotel. Santiago filled the room up with 500 balloons, 100 for every year I was alive. All the kids from the block came. I got my first party dress, the kind you wouldn't be caught dead in when you were 13, but were delighted to have when you were 5. I had Gucci patent leather loafers with white lace stockings. We took family photos together, and Santiago gave me a charm bracelet with a 24-karat gold elephant. Every year until I was 12, he gave me a new gold animal. When I turned 13, I turned the charm bracelet into a necklace. I didn't wear it because by that time I had even better stuff, but I treasured it. Of course, they asked what all my stuff was, and I lied and told them it was in storage. I found out which girls had jobs and which didn't, who had extra money, and what kind of taste they had. All the while I was talking, my mom was organizing the kind of stuff I could sell, what type of services I could perform, what type of prices I could charge, and how much I could expect to accumulate over the first couple of weeks. Friday, when Lachey was leaving on a weekend pass, I told her to meet Simone in the local pizza shop to pick up the box she was delivering to me. First thing I did was pull out my lock and chain from my suitcase that I had been guarding with my life since my arrival. I put all the new stuff inside and locked and chained it up. I organized all the magazines I had asked her for on my desk, and I officially opened up shop. My first customer, the person I volunteered to be my first customer, was Coldest. I figured if I could fix her up, make her pay for it, she'd be a good example of what my work was worth. I also found out that Claudette never spent her money. She was 17 years old, worked on weekends, and sent $150 a month to some wacky preacher she listened to. She stashed the rest. Claudette, you got a boyfriend?
No.
She said shyly. Oh, I guess you can't have a boyfriend because you're a Christian.
No, I can have a boyfriend. There are just some things we can do and some things we can't.
So what happens? I asked her. You meet a nice guy and he finds out you aren't gonna give him none, so he breaks out.
No, we didn't ever get that far. I like a guy. He doesn't like me, that's it.
I know what you need.
What do I need, Winter? I'm sure you know. You seem to know so much.
If I show you what you need and give you what you need, it's gonna cost you.
Oh no, I don't want to spend any money.
But after I hook you up, you will meet any man you want. Your whole life will change. You give money to that preacher, right?
Yeah, this is different.
But he doesn't do anything for you.
You don't know that. He makes me feel good, better every day.
But I can make you feel better than he can, and once I show you, you can do it yourself. All right, let's make a deal. I'll fix you up. If you like what you see, you pay me. If you don't have to owe me anything. I handed her a stack of magazines, told her to flip through and tell me who she wanted to look like. I talked Claudette's ear off, got her all hyped on change. When I had her settling in the chair, ready for her new cut, I could have cried with laughter. The only thing I knew about cutting hair was what a good haircut was supposed to look like when it was done, and whatever I had peeped from Earlene's. What made me calm, though, was there was no way for me to mess up Claudette's hair any more than it already was. So I started cutting until she was dang near bald. The way I figured it is she needed to start all over again. I gave her finger waves. If I say so myself, it looked fly. I gave her a facial, unclogged all the Vaseline, and that cheap $1 drugstore makeup she wore. I busted out a nail kit, gave her tips, a French manicure and pedicure. I made her take off that red skirt with 2 socks and sandals and told her that because I liked her, I would let her take a quick look into my suitcase. I unlocked and unchained it carefully to make her fully understand that she was about to enjoy a special privilege. From now on, I told her, she could order her clothes from me. Let's just take it slow. She selected one of my designer dresses. When she glanced in the mirror, saw the French manicure, finger waves, natural face with quality MAC lipstick, and Donna Karan dress, she smiled at herself, turned to the right, the left, front, back. From what I could tell, she was stuck in a state of shock. Now I'll try these on, I said. I took my shoes out of the shoebox I kept them packed in. They were one size too small for her, but she got the concept. "Now, Claudette," I said, holding her face between my hands, making her look me dead in the eye. "I have to take my dress and shoes back. But look at yourself and know that you can look like this if you let me help you. Your life will change."
How much?
"For the face, hair, nails, and feet?"
Yeah, and the dress.
"Oh, you can't afford that dress. It's mine. But I can show you something just as nice. I'll show you my catalog later tonight. You pick and pay, and we'll be in business."
How do you know I can't afford the dress?
"Even if you could, which I doubt, you can't have it. It's a designer exclusive." I lied just to gas her up. "They only make a few of these, but you think it's something on most is nice. Let me work on finding the right thing for you." I charged her $60. She paid me. I watched as she got an extra switch in her walk. For another $60, I convinced her to buy a pair of my jeans and a blouse. I talked to her about toning down her colors. All in all, I made a permanent customer. That was week 2 in the house of success, and I already had $120 plus my $60 stipend. Once Claudette spread the word, not through talking, because she was kind of shy, but just by being different from the fresh off the boat girl she used to be, I was on the rake in the dough. Things took off quickly. I had what everybody needed at better prices than they could get for themselves. Everybody was happy. I organized all the fashions from the magazines into the catalog, put numbers on the items and all that. I let the people in the house order their clothes from me. I let Simone boost them and sell them to me for a small price. I resold them to the girls at less than half of what the store would charge. Lachey was my unsuspected runner, which put money in her pocket. She got to meet Simone, take the stuff up from me, deliver it to me, and drop off whatever I wanted. I had cut-rate cartons of cigarettes for Noni, wholesale candy for Lachey, clothes, hairdos, fingernails, pedicures, and fashion tips for whoever needed it. I had beer and joints at the right time, on the down low. Depending on what was going on with Simone, I had things as big as cellular phones and CD players available. At the end of 21 days, I had $2,500 in my pocket, and I had never left my room. Cappy Johnson, my social worker, recommended I finish school. I disagreed and told her to make arrangements to let me drop out. To keep things cool, I agreed to take the GED exam so I could get that BS equivalency. I even agreed to look for a job, which I really wasn't going to do. The other girls in the house took me on to the scam. All I had to do was fill out a form weekly saying I look for a job and where I look for a job. I could get real company names and addresses from the want ads, complete the form, turn it in, and qualify for have a look for work. Work that, as far as I was concerned, I would never find, because I already had a more profitable hustle going. Miss Johnson threatened to sign me up for all kinds of technical and business schools. Like I would want to be some kind of refrigerator repairman or something like that. The psychiatrist recommended me to attend weekly psychiatric sessions, labeled me some kind of sociopath or something like that, because I told her all those kooky stories that she was educated enough, or should I say dumb enough, to believe. She recommended that once I got my privileges, I should visit my sisters, and that the whole family go to counseling. I had a better plan. I believe you see people when you have something to say or something to offer, and I was still working on it. What was the sense of me seeing my sisters if I couldn't do nothing for them? They start talking about they want to come with me. What would I do then? Move them from one shelter to another? People always seem to have stupid suggestions. On my first day free, I hooked up with Simone. We talked regularly on the phone, but only about business because time was limited. There was only one phone on the floor and everyone wanted to use it. No sense in hogging a phone and pissing off my customers. Simone seemed real happy to actually see me. We met at a pizza shop. She updated me on Brooklyn, said Natalie and Will were still together. Natalie hated me, and she told all my personal business to everyone. My mom's had sunk to an all-time low. Had been seen wearing a full-body catsuit. You know, the tight $2 leggings with the bodysuit attached with no panties underneath. Her head was still bald, face still twisted, and body still on crack. Of course, Simone didn't word it like that, but let's cut through the BS. I'm smart. Word on the street with Santiago ain't never getting out. Aunt B was screwing for money. My whole family had individual hustles going on. On the side, Simone added that she had fixed up the room in her apartment for the baby. She had a new crib, blankets, toys, the works. Everything was pink. I told her it was done, 'cause what if the baby was a boy? She had a sonogram, she said, and was sure it was a girl. So everything was in perfect order. She said she was 7 months pregnant now and getting tired all the time. She wanted me to know that she had put money aside for the baby and she would need to slow down for the 8th and 9th month. Now, I was no dummy, so I caught the signal. My plans had to kick in as soon as possible. If she was going to slow down, that would affect the chain of cash flow. Let's face it, she was a booster, I wasn't. She had the know-how and the connect, I didn't. To tell the truth, I wasn't even interested in being a booster. As long as I could make what Simone was already deep into work for me. Simone, I want to make an investment.
What kind of investment?
Crack. Once them baseheads get going, they're complete and loyal customers. I need to at least triple my money so I can make moves.
That ain't my area, Winter. You know that. You know I have a weed connect, but it's out in Brooklyn, back around the way.
No, forget that. I need a closer connect up here.
I got a guy I can talk to, a cousin uptown. He's real tight with his stuff, though. He may not even have a conversation with me. He be acting like he don't be doing what he be doing, where everybody know what he be doing. Winter, I don't know about getting into that. When you get caught, you do hard time. Look what happened to your father.
Right, I thought. That's who I should be talking to, my father. And no matter what Simone said, my father got at least 20 years of good high living out of that business. Nobody could argue with that. That's power. To be able to set up your whole empire in your neighborhood, or even somebody else's neighborhood for that matter. To buy cars, jeeps, trucks. To sport the flyest stuff made by the top designers. To be able to buy property, mansions, and still have an apartment on the side. To be able to flex on people before they get a chance to flex on you. That's power. Who could argue with that? A regular dude worked all week for change, to get to work plus a beer to forget about how hard he worked. My pops was a major player for a long time. With the benefit of his knowledge, I could make the whole world bow down. But better than he did, 'cause he would teach me about the mistakes. Let's compare it. 10 years of good living and 20 years of high living versus 60 years of scraping to get by. Enough said. I told Simone, listen, work on that connect for me. Try and set up a meeting. Here's a list of what I need for the house. Let's meet here Friday night at 9. I'll pick it up.
What about Lachey?
Who? I responded, my mind drifting to Santiago. Oh, I don't need her anymore. I can get my evening passes now. I can be out till 11 p.m.
So what's she gonna do?
Whatever she was doing before I got here. I gave Simone a hug and broke out. On the bus to the jail, I organized a clever way to key Santiago into what I was saying without exposing my hands to the guards or phone surveillance. As Santiago had taught me, hold your cards close to your chest. Also, I wouldn't bring up the Dolce situation, because that might cause him or even me to get mad, and then I might end up leaving the jail without the information I needed. I would say yes, I saw Portia, Mercedes, and Lexi. How they were doing? Fine. Getting big, growing up, and going to school. What could I say about Mama? Well, it was unusual, but I didn't have an answer up until the time I arrived at Rikers. Went through the checks and searches and the whole process. I still had no answer. Up until the time for me to sign the guest book, I sat nervously, biting my lip about Mama, a woman who, despite everything, I know Daddy loved so much. The guard said have a seat. I preferred to stand. Somehow I thought I could think better standing up, so I went to the corner of the room and paced back and forth. When the guard returned, he said,
Sorry, Miss Santiago. Ricky Santiago is not going to see anyone today.
What? Did you tell him it was his daughter went to Santiago?
Yes, I did. I gave him the same name you gave me.
What do you mean he doesn't want to see me? What did he say? What did he say?
He didn't say nothing. I told him you were here. He shook his head no. He don't have to come out. A prisoner has the right to refuse a visit.
Tears welled up and splashed out my eyes. The guard said,
Listen, if you write your name and address on this piece of paper, I can give it to him. Maybe he'll write.
As I jotted down my name, address, and phone number, I put on the bottom of the ripped piece of paper, Daddy, please call me right away. I need you badly, Winter. At the House of Success, everyone asked me what was wrong. I looked at their faces and thought to myself, you're not my family. Don't try to act like you are. I shut them out and didn't respond. I went to bed, took off my shoes, and balled up under the cover in my clothes and slept. I slept through the rest of the afternoon, evening, and the night. I slept through the next morning, the next afternoon, and the next evening. Girls came and went. Can I buy a stogie? Do you have any more perm cream? When can I get my hair done? Where did you put the catalog? My response was nothing. On the third bedridden morning, Ms. Johnson, the social worker, came in.
If there's a problem, Winter, we can talk about it. We can work it out. Pent-up aggression won't solve anything.
I just stared at her face, then rolled over and balled up again. By noontime, the psychiatrist came in and insisted that I needed a session. She said, I had better eat some food or at least drink some water. I said nothing. By 1 o'clock, security came, poked me with a nightstick and said I had to get dressed and go to the psychiatric office immediately. The rock-faced lady man with big arms made it clear that if I didn't move, she would move me. I got up and went through the motions of preparing to go. Rashida was seated on her bed. She watched me with tears in her eyes. As the guards waited outside the door, Rashida came to me and said,
All right, Winter. You don't have to say anything. I can understand it. But whatever happened to you, I've been there before. It's a real bad place to be in, but I've been there. It almost makes me wonder if being dead isn't better. But let me just say this. Once I took a bottle of pills because I wanted to die. I figured I died, no more pain, right? Wrong. I ended up on an operating table with doctors pumping my stomach. A lot of pain. When I got better, it was still pain. So I tried it again. I slashed my wrist. I figured, surefire way to die, right? And then I didn't die. I still had a cast, painkillers, and pain. Soon as the pills wore off, there was more pain. Even when I got better, there was pain. Pain's a part of life. That's my point. Pain is part of life. When it's your time to go, you go. If it's not your time, you don't go. I woke up in a hospital room with tubes everywhere and stitches on my wrists. Then the amnesia wore off. There was pain for weeks. If you find God, the good in yourself, you can take most of the pain away. And then the few times you do get pain, you just surrender and the pain will go away.
I couldn't connect to what she was saying. The security yelled in and said,
Come on, Santiago. The doctor's waiting.
Rashida said,
Listen, tonight I'm going to see Sister Souljah speak. She's a real beautiful sister who has helped me to understand myself a little more and get it together. If you want to come, I'll take you, my treat.
You a treat? It costs money? What you giving her money for? My face was vexed and Rashida was intimidated by my sudden change and instant anger. I could see if we were going to a show, I went on. Then at least you can get what you pay for. You going to listen to somebody talk? Souljah gets paid, you get nothing, stupid. Rashida looked shocked at the dramatic change in my personality.
I guess I am stupid for trying to help you.
As she left the room, probably just to get away from me, I shouted, Do me a favor.
Oh, now you need a favor.
Ask Sister Souljah if she knows somebody named Midnight. My session with the psychiatrist revived me, not because of anything she did, because of what I did and said. The story I told her made me laugh inside, and that helped to take away some of the depression. I told her I had a best friend named Natalie. And ever since childhood, we had been connected. We were so connected that when she cried, I cried. That when she was sick, I was sick. When she was happy, I was happy. Even when we were separated, I could still feel Natalie's emotions, and she could feel mine. Natalie had made one of our other friends angry by telling some of her personal business, so the girl beat Natalie unconscious. The reason I was stuck in bed for 3 days was because I was unconscious like Natalie. After the story, she asked 1,000 questions, all of which I answered. I can't repeat my answers because I made them up as I went along and forgot them just the same. That day, I decided I would think of everyone in my family as dead. This made everything easy. It would just be me against the world. Simone would be important to me because she was my business connect. I had learned that there was no point of getting personal. It was just a waste of time. As Santiago said, everyone knows. Time is money. Simone was on point as usual. She delivered my things. I gave her the loot.
It's not gonna happen. Forget it, Winter. He didn't want to get mixed up with no trouble. He got vexed just from you mentioning his business. I told him I could trust you, that you were in for self, but he said that was hard to believe.
Dang, I said, frustrated.
Any other options?
I got a couple ideas in my head. Let me work on them. All right, Simone. So what else is up?
I'm debating on whether to go to the show tomorrow night.
I laughed at her. Your belly kinda out there, I said, looking at her belly.
No, crazy. That's not it. I figure if I'm gonna go to a show, I ought to be able to stay awake. This sweetness stuff is getting out of control.
Who's performing?
Wu-Tang.
Let's do it.
What you gonna wear?
Saks Fifth Avenue got this dusty pink suede dress with a matcha jacket. Bangin'. Pick it up for me. I already got the shoes. I was trying to wait for you to get them, but there was only one pair left in my size, and I didn't want anybody else to buy them. If you can cop the dress and the jacket, I'll give you $350 for it. That's a little more than half of the price.
You got it, Winter. Let's meet at your spot at 9. How we rolling?
Limo like usual, I said with a half smile.
All right, Big Timer.
When I got back to the house, I apologized to everyone for bugging out for the past few days. I told them my mother was hospitalized and very sick. It got me depressed because the doctor said she may not pull through. I saw her today and thank God she was going to be all right. They all accepted my apology. I gave them discounts on stuff they needed for the weekend. After the discount, we were all cool again. None of the girls would hold a grudge because they had their good days and bad days too. One by one, girls were leaving on weekend passes. I hung around because Friday night was a money night for me. If I had a good take, I would have a total of $2,800 saved. Rashida came in and threw shade on me. For business purposes, I immediately apologized. However, in business, I know that if a bad feeling spreads about the saleswoman or the product, it can infect others. So I was being scientific about it. Rashida accepted my apology, but not in a way that made me believe that things were cool between us. She was cautious. Truth of the matter was, Rashida was one of maybe 2 girls in the house of success who never bought anything from me. She didn't borrow money, didn't ask for nothing. I rallied her back to a good position, found out something she liked, and provided to her. On Saturday morning, I went out to the stores. There was really no need for me to buy anything, because Simone could get what I wanted. But nothing could replace the whole idea of the store, along with the thrill of being there. I kept my finger on the fashion nerve by always being in and out of the top stores. This made Simone's job easy, because I could tell her what I wanted, which store had it, and down to the section, sometimes to the exact rack. And exclusive stuff they never could have known existed meant they would have to keep coming back to me. I like to keep up with cosmetics, although I didn't need anything besides a little lipstick. My skin was smooth, my lashes were already dark and long. Some of the girls I sold stuff to had uneven, blotchy, and sometimes straight up scarred skin, and razor blades that they wanted to hide. My being up on skin remedies, new cosmetic colors, I had packaged my advice, products, and styles like a secret potion that they could only purchase from me. While I was out, I saw a cute pink suede hat that I wanted. It will go so well with the dress, jacket, and shoes. I was gonna get Simone to pick it up for me, although I was tempted to buy it myself just in case. Sometimes Simone was a little slow to answer her beeps. You couldn't blame her because she was usually in the middle of picking something up. Later, I wandered into a pawn shop just to price what I could get for my diamond tennis bracelet, necklace, and earrings in an emergency situation. I found out that the shop owners were not only thieves, but perverts who made it clear that they weren't above having sex with me in the back room of a shop. $400 was what they offered me for a bracelet that cost my father a few thousand. The only thing was, if I got desperate enough and needed cash, I would pick up the $400 and buy the jewels back later. I saw a fat nail design in the Chinese lady shop, so I went in and got my nails redone. She was overcharging. When I asked her the price, she could tell from the look in my eyes that she was about $50 over the normal nail design fee. But she was smart. I never seen the same nail designs she was pushing anywhere. So I told myself, hey, she's a businesswoman, I'm a businesswoman. People gotta respect that. Got a fly design and easily calculated a way to pass this personal expense on to my loyal customers at the house.
I couldn't see you the other day. I was concentrated on things that needs to be done, and I need to shave and get a haircut. I didn't want you to think your pops was falling off. Listen, don't worry about me. You know I'm holding it down. I'm a fighter, and so are you. I raised you to be on top. I gotta admit, I wish the rest of the family was strong like the two of us. A lot of them been breaking down under pressure, slipping. I thought I could depend on certain family, and now I know I can't. Now there's a lesson for you, Winter. When you're making a dough, it's all love. The clique is tight and the family's bout it. When your dough is low and you ain't got nothing, dudes forget what you done for them. I need a small favor. If you can do it, good. If you can't, don't worry about it. Get in touch with Midnight. I need something taken care of that I can't trust with nobody else. Tell him to drop me a line or pay me a visit. Papa Santiago.
Tears came rolling down without my permission.
Is everything okay? Is your mom all right?
Everything's cool, I said quickly, clearing away tears.
Why do you always do that? Act like you're so cool, like you're in control of everything. Why can't you just admit when something's not right so somebody can help you?
You bugging. These are happy tears. But since we're on the topic of things people do that we hate, why you always wear a ponytail? Why don't you live a little? Let your hair down.
Depends on what you consider living, Winter.
Oh, I guess you're not like everybody else.
I try not to be.
So I pushed it. Do you have a man?
Nope.
Probably because of that ponytail, I laughed.
Listen.
Rashida said, like she lost her mind and was about to get loud.
I'm not Claudette. I know who I am. I'm not looking for a man. I'm not ready yet. When I'm finished working on myself, then I'll bother with that.
Ignore her explanations, I asked and stated at the same time. So you like girls, huh? It's cool. I don't judge.
You're crazy, Winter. I didn't say nothing about liking girls. I'm just taking my time. I'm only 16.
Are you a virgin?
You're not?
Yeah, I am. No, I said as I busted out laughing. I've been having sex since I was 12 years old. I started late. How about you?
Well, you could say I'm a virgin because I never had sex voluntarily. I've just never had those kind of feelings for a man. I guess you can say I just find it hard to trust guys. So I'm waiting to meet a guy who won't mind me just taking everything nice and slow.
Good luck, I said with a doubtful voice. I wasn't going to get all personal with her. By 10 p.m., I figured Simone wasn't showing up. No doubt her big self was somewhere eating or sleeping. I wasn't mad, but I wasn't rolling to the concert alone either. Hey, do you want to go to a concert with me tonight?
Who's performing?
Wu-Tang and Def Squad. You know, hip-hop.
Nah, I'll pass.
You might as well come. If not, you'd be the only person left on the floor, I warned her.
It's okay. It took me a while, but now I'm okay with being alone. Besides, security is here.
Finally, I got Rashida to loosen up enough to try on my Adrian Infinity dress. She spun around looking at herself in the mirror.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. This kind of dress gets a girl in trouble. Trouble is what I don't mean. I tried it on. Are you satisfied? Now you can have it back.
Rashida looked so good in my dress, I was happy to take it back from her. When the lights went out, I lay awake in my bed thinking of Santiago's letter. I said I was going to act like he was dead, but now things were different. I understood why he refused my visit. He couldn't do nothing for me. I believed him when he said he didn't want me to see him because he didn't have it all together. What he didn't know was that he would forever be my hero regardless of the small stuff. Before, I was crushed, devastated even. Now I realized that me and him were just alike. We were both born to win, and when we weren't winning, it was okay, 'cause we were busy planning to win. Next time I see Simone, I will remember to ask her to sniff around and see if anyone in Brooklyn had heard from Midnight. If anybody knew about his whereabouts, Natalie would know. It would be hard to get Simone to ask Natalie about him, because since me and her started hanging out, Simone made it clear that Natalie got on her nerves. Plus, Natalie would know that Simone was asking about Midnight for me. But I was sure if anybody would know, Natalie would. It had been months since Midnight had left. Santiago's letter brought him back to my thoughts. It had been weeks since I laid in that dark bed, imagining his fine body on top of me. No doubt I still had love for him. If what Daddy wanted would lead me to being able to see Midnight, the Loki in him could make me and Daddy happy. My thoughts were interrupted by Rashida's voice. I thought she had fallen asleep.
Remember when you asked me to ask Sister Souljah if she knew Midnight? Well, I did. And I think the reason you don't like Sister Souljah is because of a man.
What? I responded. My ears were at attention. I told you I didn't even know her.
Yeah, but you know this guy Midnight. And from the look of Souljah's face, when I asked her if she knew Midnight, she knew him well. You know, like a man-woman way.
I felt the heat in my body rising. I sat stiff in the dark, waiting for Rashida to continue, but she didn't. What did she tell you?
Oh, now you're interested in Souljah.
Rashida chuckled. She thought she had the upper hand on me, so I played it cool. No, I'm just saying, Rashida. Did Souljah tell you that Midnight was her man or something?
Nope.
Needing to stab her back because she was trying to score points on me, I said, what would Sister Souljah be doing with a drug dealer as a boyfriend? Rashida became quiet, so I continued. Wouldn't that make Souljah a fake dating the drug dealer?
Is Midnight a drug dealer?
Is Midnight Souljah's man? I pushed, waiting on an answer.
Well, Souljah didn't say Midnight was her man. She just had a look on her face when I mentioned his name, like there was some love there. You know she had one of those smiles in the movies, like Diana Ross had for Billy D. Williams, or Jada Pinkett had for Alan Payne, or Nia Long had for Lorenz Tate and Love Jones. You know what I mean.
I pictured Rashida's dumb self sitting in the dark, trying to duplicate the smile. I decided then and there that she's a crazy chick who definitely can't be trusted to be my middleman in any negotiation. I squeezed her for as much information as I could, then I cut her off. So what else did Souljah say?
Well, she got curious on how I knew Midnight. I told her I didn't know him, but I had a friend who does.
What did she say then?
She said she had spoken to Midnight recently and he was doing much better.
What else?
That's it.
My mind was listening for each little detail. What did Souljah mean Midnight was doing much better? Was he sick or something? Rashida still was trying to put two and two together for herself when she said,
So am I right? Are you in love with Midnight? Is he a drug dealer?
No, I'm just like you. I don't love nobody. Midnight is my cousin. We grew up together. He moved away and I haven't heard from him. My mom's practically raised him. I need him to get in touch with my mom right away, just in case something happens to her. The illness, you know? Rashida became quiet. He's not a drug dealer. I just said that to shake you up a little bit. You should never follow somebody the way you follow Souljah. Just think how disappointed you would have been if it turned out she was a hypocrite.
True, but she's not a hypocrite. She's for the people. She's helped me out a lot. Just being able to talk to her, to know she's actually listening and really loves me means a lot.
You really believe she loves you?
I'm just saying, she cares about my life, how it turns out, how my story ends. That's more than I can say about a bunch of people. Even people in my own family.
Whatever, Rashida, I said shortly, dismissing her.
I wish you could just meet Souljah, or join one of her womanhood classes or something.
Not hardly. Early Sunday morning, I called Simone. I didn't get no answer. Maybe she decided to give somebody some. I couldn't be mad at that. Simone had worked hard for that baby. She deserved a good screw. I laughed just thinking of the type of position the dude would have to twist her into just to get close to her stuff. I bounced out to the stores for the rest of the day. I had ideas that needed to be taken care of. When I got back to the house late that afternoon, seconds after I arrived, Lachey called me to the phone.
Winter, are you sitting down?
What? I laughed. Are you having triplets or something?
I got knocked.
What?
I'm locked down. I've been here all weekend. I'm cold, hungry, and I'm dying to get out.
What happened?
What happened? That stupid pink dress happened. That's what. That dress was so fly they had security guards just to watch it. Anyway, I need $1,500 to make bail.
$1,500, I repeated. Why so much? What happened to ROR?
Yeah, well, they seen me down here a couple of times before, so the judge trying to lock me up for a year. If these people take my baby away, they gon' have to upgrade the charges to murder.
Can't you get it from your mom's or somebody?
Stop playing, Winter. This ain't funny. Just put the loot up and we'll make it back as soon as I get out.
What about your money? Where were you keeping it stashed?
You mean the baby's money? I can't touch that, Winter. It's for the baby. Come on, just do me this one solid. I'll hit you right back as soon as you bail me out. You know how we do.
So why can't you use the baby's money to get yourself out?
Because anything can happen with the baby. The way these people got me stressed, the baby could drop out of me right now. Listen, I might have to use the baby's money for a lawyer anyway. They sent some legal aid guy down here with a nervous twitch and a nasty skin problem. He's already talking about plead guilty and stuff. This man was kicking it in the hallway with the prosecutor, like they old buddies. There's something about this time that got me worried. I can't have my baby in here. It's dirty, cold, wet. They'll take her from me. Just come down. You know I'm good for it. I'm in the pen downtown.
That's one thing I hate about friends, I thought. Now how you gonna trick a trickster? She purposely made that story up about the pink dress having gotten her arrested. Now I'm supposed to feel guilty about the situation and spend my hard-earned cash to get her out. How do I know that's what really happened? Sure, she helped me make dough in the past, or not really when you think about it. She brought the products, but I paid her for the products. It was all fair and square. It wasn't her doing me a favor. It was a business deal, straight up. She would have never done business with me if she wasn't getting a cut. I was the one who had to take the time to get along with all those crazy females in the house of success. I was the one who had to convince them to give me their money. Them hair products and all that stuff wouldn't mean nothing if I didn't have the flavor to freak the styles just the right way. Besides, who was she fooling talking about the money she saved for the baby? The money I saved is for something too. She acts like the baby is supposed to mean something to everybody, when the truth is, it only means something to her. She probably ain't even got no dough saved. She did something stupid with her money, and now she wants to do something stupid with mine. Now I'm calculating this scene. She already told me she was planning to spill up on her boosting, which is just a way of saying she don't want to do it no more. Now I'm supposed to give her the cash. She'll pay me back, she says. But I can see it already. I'll bail her out. She'll get scared that the judge is really gonna put her away. Then she'll give me some excuse, like she's too tired to boost. She needs to lay low and have her baby, just to be on the safe side. Then, when the kid comes out, she'll be talking about how the baby changed her outlook and she don't want to get back in trouble. The bottom line is, I get beat for my dough. Every way I turn this around, I lose. I've thought about it for a second. If I leave my partner in the cold, that makes me the bad guy. But I'd rather be the bad guy with money in my hand. Like Santiago said, when you got dough, everybody's cool with you. When your dough is low, nobody knows your name. I'd have to get my own hustle on now. After shopping today, I only had $2,500 to my name. I make it work for my advantage. I ain't giving Simone nothing. I laid my finger on the receiver, the call disconnected. Simone called back one more time. In exchange for 2 cigarettes, the security guard told Simone, Winter ain't here. By Tuesday night, I was in deep concentration. I had spent my day putting the package together for Santiago. It had everything I could think of him needing. I had dipped in my stash to get him some Salvador Ferragamo shoes. I bought him a crisp white Versace dress shirt, the kind he liked, the slacks I purchased from Barney's. I bought him a carton of cigarettes and a carton of cigars for bargaining. Now, if a man holds position, he can keep the stuff he owns, 'cause dudes know better than to try and rob him. Santiago wouldn't have no problems like this. I placed $250 in an envelope to drop in his commissary. All this with a bottle of Isi Miyahi cologne would set him up lovely on the inside. A lot of people think a prisoner can't style. They think all they can do is rock a jumpsuit. But prisoners who ain't suckers, who got family who ain't been convicted yet, can chill in the best clothes. After thinking about it, I knew it was important for me to get the package to him. I needed to show that Santiago got family on the outside checking for him. There would be no surprises on my next visit. I set my mind up, if Daddy refused to see me, I could handle it. 'Cause after I put the money in his commissary and dropped off the package, it will only be a short time before he will welcome me in and at least drop me a new line. Cattle on the bus was the way we rode to Rikers Island. I caught the bus in Queens with 60 other women and children. Chemical warfare is the way to describe what happens when cheap perfume, body spray, deodorant, hairspray, and pissy pampers collide. I chose to stand up after I almost sat down in some red juicy juice. My white shark skin skirt would have been ruined. Lucky for some kid and her mother I didn't make that mistake, 'cause in addition to overcrowding, there would have been a fight on that bus. From the bus to Rikers Island waiting room, the air went from stank to stale. I wasn't in the waiting room 10 seconds before an armed corrections officer picked me out of the waiting room crowd of women. He was over 6 feet tall, with a chest of steel. The funniest thing about him was he still rocked a box-style haircut. That style had been played out for more than a little while. He walked stiff, like he had a pole up his butt, like a lot of cops walk. He had a confident smile on. Hands rested on his gun.
Now let me guess which one of these losers you're here to see.
I rolled my eyes and shifted my body position away from him.
I can't understand it.
He said, speaking in a low voice so others couldn't peep his conversation.
I see it every day. You gotta get all dressed up to see these animals who can't do nothing for you. You ride trains and a bus to see these fools. They can't touch you. A brother with a good job and benefits can't get no play. So how about it, Cinnamon? Pass me your number. I'll call you as soon as I get off. I'll take you to lunch, dinner, breakfast, wherever you want to go.
I wanted to scream on this dude, but he had a gun. So instead I said, "No, that's all right. Ain't nothing happening."
You got kids?
No, I ain't got no kids. I'm here to see my father, not my man.
Oh, so where your man? If I was your man, I'd be sitting right there next to you.
I didn't say nothing. He pushed.
I'll give you my number. Maybe you'll think about what I said and give me a call sometime.
He handed me a business card. I doubt it, I said, crashing his ego down to the floor.
Who are you here to see?
He asked with authority, as if this was now some type of police matter. His eyes searched the package on my lap.
Well, now, you're about 4 days too late. That dude Santiago killed 2 prisoners 4 nights ago.
He said, reading the words printed on the box I brought for Daddy.
We buzzed him out up north.
I didn't like the idea of the CEO playing mind games with me. If I would have given him my number, would he still be making all this up?
Oh, you don't believe me? Go wait in line, get searched, go for the metal detectors. They're gonna tell you the same thing. They might say Santiago's allegedly killed 2 prisoners. Either way, he's not here.
How do I find out where he is? I asked, now desperate.
In a few days, he'll probably write to you. He can read and write, can he?
He asked and actually waited for a response. I got up quick.
He'll write. It's not like he has anything better to do.
The guard shouted. With my back now to the CO, I swiftly moved toward the exit. The last words I heard him say were,
Call me. I can make you feel better.
Yeah, I thought to myself. What a difference between the way men treated me before Santiago got knocked and the way they speak to me now. Like Santiago would say, they feeling themselves. But it was time to spread their wings. I know what happened behind those bars at Rikers. Some kind of disrespect. Somebody tried to test my father, so he was forced to set an example. He let everybody know, don't mess with Santiago. The penalty is death. There was no sense in feeling bad. My father was all man. This is what I love best about him. Next stop was the liquor store and a pint of Hennessy to mellow me out. I slid into the movie theater in Queens and bought a ticket. What show? Any show. I just wanted to be where nobody would bother me, see me, or ask me for none of my drink. It was just me, my brown paper bag, and 2 watermelon sticks to take away the liquor smell from my breath. Lights on, then off. I stayed to see what I didn't see twice. One skinny white boy with an elevator suit came over and shined the flashlight in my face. But after the light landed on my face, hair, skirt, and new Jonah Davis shoes, he took the light off me because I surely wasn't homeless. Besides, I had a stub. From dark to dark, the inside of the theater into the night, I was calm. I bought a nickel bag from a dread I ran into in the street. I'd rather get for my business than my body, which is what he wanted when he first approached. Dudes always think when they see a girl walking alone in the street, they can slide up in her. But I decide when I'm getting screwed, even when I'm drunk. My body jerked back, forward, and sideways as the train jetted through the underground. The lights blinked on and off, bugging me out as my mind tried to move faster than the train wheels. The crazies on the train were more animated than ever. One old chick with 4 pounds of a bottom lip and no top lip at all sat across from me muttering, "That's a lie. Y'all know that's a lie." I busted out laughing, 'cause everything in my eyes at the moment was magnified. People had the nerve to look at me like I was nuts. The weed had me hungry, so I slid Daddy's package into the locker at Penn Station. For 50 cents, I locked everything up and dropped the key into my pocketbook. Now I was free to get dinner. I treated myself to steak and brew restaurant. I sat in the dim light by myself eating my food.
Do you mind if I give you the check now, miss? It's 10:15 and my shift ended at 10. I'm sorry.
The hurried waitress asked. Don't worry about it. I paid the bill, a couple more bites of my steak well done, and I realized what the waitress said. It's 10:15. Curfew is at 11. I ran to the bathroom, peed, straightened up, then caught the local downtown to 14th Street. I still had to walk to the east side. I puffed the last of my L as the wind moved in and out of my legs as I walked to the house of success. 10 minutes to curfew. I didn't want to hear nothing about revoking my weekend privileges. My 2-inch heels clicked on the sidewalk making music, my theme music. I didn't know if anybody else could hear it, but it sounded real loud to me. When I turned the corner into the block, I felt nervous out of nowhere, as if something wasn't cool. I hated this little block that was tucked away like a fake suburb. I mean, on a normal block in New York, there were lights and people, bodegas, and dudes sitting on milk carts, playing cards or shooting CeeLo. But this little street was full of it, pretending to be something it wasn't. The lower Manhattan block turned into a haunted museum. The skinny little trees appeared to be armed enemies. I was seeing all types of stuff, like snipers on the roof and vipers crawling on the ground. Halfway down the block, in the front entrance of my building, the outline of a body stepped forward like it was an old Alfred Hitchcock movie. Energy shot through me, my eyes focused on a shadow cast by the dull light. An alarm sounded. Oh no, it's Simone. Has she seen me? Did she think she could hide her pregnant self by standing behind the tall, thin wall at the top of the stoop? What did she plan to do in her condition? Forget her, I said to myself. She can't do nothing. In a flash, maybe half a second, she jumped off the stoop like a little overweight acrobat. And out of the side of the stoop shot 4 wild mamas in black Reeboks, black jeans, and yellow hoodies, charging at me like killer bees. Brooklyn, the only females bold enough to wear bright colors in the middle of the night when they were supposed to be on a down low. Outnumbered 1 to 5, and unsure whether one of them was a big woman or a man, I turned on my heels and ran like my Jonah Davids with Jordans.
Go back, Simone.
One of them kept shouting, but Simone kept coming like a clunky pickup truck, talking about, I'ma get a piece of her. But like a mad bull, she kept coming. The short one was gaining on me, but my slim, muscular thighs were dodging them. I was working that miniskirt. As I flew around the corner, I looked back in time to see Simone fall flat on her face. I dashed down the subway stairs. 2 of the killer bees kept coming. I assumed that the other one would to help Simone. When I tried to jump off the last steps, my feet landed instead on the bottom step. I had lost my balance and one shoe. With only one shoe on, I heard them on my heels. I saw the train doors about to close and shot unevenly through the doors. As soon as I turned around to see if I shook them, the door shut tight. Whatever they were screaming on the other side of the door, it didn't matter because it was drowned out by the screeching train. But their middle fingers, I could read that. Relieved, I fell into a small space between a fat lady and a young man with headphones. With one shoe on and my blouse buttons popped open, my breast heaved even out from heavy breathing. When I looked up, I saw half the other passengers' eyes on me. I sucked my teeth, began buttoning my blouse, and spit. What is everybody looking at? I ran my hands over the handle thinking, that's right, Simone was smart enough to bring her crew, 'cause she knew 101 she had no wins. Even if there had only been 2 of them, I would have fought, but 5, who knows if one of them had a burner. I felt for the yellow envelope that I keep taped to the bottom of my coach bag. I hated ruining the leather inside of my bag, but ever since I beat stuck me for my loot, I never left my money or my jewels anywhere, no time, and my bag never leaves no side. Okay, think, what's the plan? Simone and them ain't gonna wait at the House of Success forever, so I could ride for a while and wait them out. No, I'll get off at the next stop and get to a payphone. I'll call the house and find out what's up. Rashida or one of them should fill me in. Now, should I leave on one shoe or should I walk barefoot on the filthy subway platform? How long would it be before I could run into a vendor to sell me a pair of socks? What would be the biggest spectacle? A female with one shoe or a well-dressed female with no shoes?
You blew curfew, Santiago.
I know,
I'm gonna have to write you up.
she said, taking her job seriously. I got a carton of Newports that say you don't have to say nothing.
Make it 2. Now what do you want?
Let me speak to Rashida.
Rashida's asleep.
Well, wake her up.
She's in the shower.
I thought you said she was asleep.
Whatever. Do you want to speak to Lachey?
What's going on, girl? I asked Lachey, hoping that she knew something or she would volunteer to tell me.
Nothing,
she said in a calm voice. Has anybody called for me?
You should have asked security. You know they take the messages. Anyway, I saw your girl Simone a few hours ago.
What did she say?
You know, the regular. She said give her a call. She needs to talk to you.
Anything else?
Nah.
Listen, Lachey, my mom's is sick again. It looks like I'm gonna have to sleep in the hospital. Could you do me a favor?
Yeah, anything. Just hit me off like old times.
Lachey laughed, but I knew she was serious. I didn't mind putting a few bucks in her palms for a favor. In my room, taped to the inside railing of my bed, there's a key. Use it to unlock the trunk. I further explained that she would need to pack the selected dresses, pants, blouses, and 2 pairs of my shoes. 1 flats, 1 heels.
All that? Where you going?
The hospital with my mom's. She needs me. Meet me at Penn Station tomorrow at noon, downstairs under the schedule board.
Tomorrow, Penn Station under the schedule display,
she repeated. And make sure you lock up my trunk and bring me my key.
Got it.
Lachey had a good question. Where am I going? But in the interest of not being predictable, I wasn't going back to the House of Success tonight. From the subway platform, I walked upstairs to 96th Street. I decided to keep the 1 shoe that I had on my left foot. After a minute of looking around, I realized the only types of stores that were open were restaurants. 8 minutes later, my dirty black foot got a splinter or a piece of glass stuck in it. It was the first time I was grossed out by my own blood. Finally, I found a 24-hour pharmacy. They didn't have no shoes for sale, but I was able to buy some pink, hairy bedroom slippers, cotton balls, alcohol, and sewing needles. I found a chair outside of a cafe. As soon as I opened the cotton balls and took the top off the alcohol, a waiter came out.
May I take your order?
Nothing for me.
Well, there's a drink and entree minimum to occupy these outdoor tables.
I'm not hungry. This'll only take a minute. The waiter looked suspiciously on the sides of the table, saw my foot and said,
Oh no, miss. You're not allowed to do that here.
Okay then, I'll get a cheeseburger deluxe and a Coke.
I'll have to ask you to leave now, or I'll have to go get the manager.
So I walked around aimlessly until I discovered the wide-open deserted steps of the Museum of Natural History. With only the midnight moonlight and the dull glare from the street lamp, I sat wiping my foot with alcohol and cotton balls. I successfully removed the splinter with the sewing needle. The pink slippers were definitely not the bomb, but there were 2 of them and they matched. Besides, it would only be a 10-hour fashion statement. The stores would open and I'd get some proper shoes. Whether or not to check into a hotel was running through my mind. After shopping for Daddy, I only had $1,650. Not having a clear plan was stressing me. So I decided to save my dough until I had a sure plan on what to do next. I walked for blocks just trying to keep it moving. In a city like New York, sitting still makes you a target. The McDonald's I looked up on closed at 3 a.m., so I took the $15 in magazines I purchased from a newsstand and moved next door to the donut shop. I ordered 2 glazed donuts and a coffee just to keep the cashier from saying I couldn't sit at the counter. I opened the hip-hop fanzine and began to read the articles about my favorite stars. Look at these rap chicks in the magazine, I thought to myself. If I could rhyme, I could get paid. Some of these girls had loot and still couldn't figure out where to get their weaves put in right. I cracked up. Just then, some dude wearing the finest blue metallic suit the thrift store had to offer sat in the chair next to me.
Hey, sweetheart.
he said, flashing a smile with so much plaque on his teeth it looked like a yeast infection.
What can I do for you?
I pushed my face into my magazine, ignoring him.
Are you a ballerina?
What? I said so loud I put him on blast.
Calm him down, sweetie. I'm just trying to talk to you for a minute. I'm saying, 'cause you look like a ballerina to me with those long, sexy legs. Now me, I'm a manager. I'm always looking for new talent.
He laid a dirty business card on the counter which read, Girls Galore Management. No, I ain't no ballerina. I picked up my stuff. Do I look like a ballerina? Do you know any ghetto girl ballerinas? Checking my hostility, he said,
Come on now. Don't get uptight. I'm just trying to do some business with you. Ballerina's just a fancy way of saying dancer.
Well, I can dance, I said, moving down 2 chairs. But I ain't no dancer.
Now don't go turning your nose up, little girl. A good dancer can bring in $300 to $500 a night.
Doing what? I asked with interest.
Dancing,
he said with another nasty smile. I looked at his whole entire face, that messed up suit, and the black dirt kicked up under his nails. I jumped up, threw my hand on my hip and said, Yeah, right, dancing and taking it up the butt a few times, and a bunch of stuff like that, huh? The man who spoke with a lowered voice left as quickly as he came. By 5 a.m., a fat lady wearing a cheap, greasy apron nudged me.
There's no sleeping in here.
She pointed to a sign on the wall that said no loitering. It don't say no sleeping.
Well, you ain't buying nothing, so you are loitering.
I pointed to the glazed donut and a cup of coffee left on the counter 2 seats down. She twisted up her face and said,
That was here when I started my shift.
I stood up to get my pocketbook that I was sitting on. I pulled out 50 cents and said, I'll take a glazed donut. She spun around in her dirty plastic work shoes with an attitude, handed me a donut on a tissue paper. I looked up at the clock, thinking, I only have 1 hour until sunlight. If I have to buy 1 donut every 10 minutes, I would. I strained to think at 8 a.m. The sun was up, but I was so tired my mind couldn't put anything in order. The only thing I decided for sure was, after the shade brought my clothes, I would check into a hotel, sleep, shower, and figure it all out. The fact that Simone, well, not really Simone, but her crew knew where to find me, put me on the defensive. I didn't like that arrangement. I should be the one coming up with surprises. The Koreans, who were always open the earliest and the latest, sold me a hat and a pair of sunglasses. Total cost $7. They were disposable. There was no way I was going to walk out in the morning rush where professional people wore suits, dresses, and trench coats with bare-bone slippers on my feet. At least I wouldn't walk without first shielding my eyes with sunglasses and the hat to add to my disguise and a sense of mystery. By 10 a.m., I would be standing outside Macy's. I'd buy new shoes, maybe a moderately priced dress. Then I tossed this depressing disguise. Why would I go shopping when a Shay was going to bring my clothes? Because I wouldn't give her the pleasure of seeing me down and out. Besides looking tired, she would never know what happened to me last night. I wouldn't be caught dead in its get-up by anybody who knows me. Macy's bathroom was a welcome relief. It definitely beat the filthy closet bathroom in the donut shop. The couch, comfortable chairs, clean counters, soap dispensers, and toiletries were what I needed. I had already begun to smell my underarms. I slid straight out my soiled panties, threw them in a garbage can. I washed myself with rough paper towels, splashed my face with water to wake up, and took a deep breath and said, This will have to do. My keen eyes were ready to find the best quality walking shoe at a reasonable price. As I picked through some of the salad items on the table, I noticed an elderly white man watching me. Every time I looked back to see him, he was still there, staring at me. He was careful to stay about 4 feet away. When the entire scene became too aggravating, I turned around quickly and startled him, throwing my hands in the air. "Yes, can I help you?" At first, he tried to have a blank look on his face. Then he stepped to me and said in a repulsively mild and courteous voice,
Do you mind if I take a look in your bag?
"Yes, I mind," I snapped.
Listen, miss, here are your options. You can cooperate with me, or I can get the police involved.
He held up a security badge. "Police for what?"
Miss, calm down. Lower your voice. You're alarming the customers.
"I'm a customer." He looked me over head to toe. His eyes landed on my pink slippers, then on my face. I'm thinking, my stuff don't match, but that ain't no crime.
Come with me, miss.
He walked me into a back room, one you wouldn't notice if you were just an ordinary customer like me. I sat in a chair right next to a silver two-way mirror. I could look out and see the customers, but I knew they couldn't see me.
No, I would like you to volunteer for me to look in your bag.
Why? I asked. I didn't do nothing.
I saw you when you were at our front door early at 9:45 a.m. You were wearing a black knit hat, black sunglasses, and pink slippers. You walked around the first floor for 10 minutes, looking at and touching merchandise.
You took the escalator to the third floor clutching your bag, then entered the ladies' restroom. You were in the restroom for 30 minutes. When you exited, you were no longer wearing the hat or sunglasses. Now, because of your suspicious behavior, I need to be sure that everything in your bag belongs to you.
Sucking my teeth, I opened my bag. I had a feeling this military wannabe was willing to take this foolishness all the way. Besides, I hadn't stolen anything. He turned it over, emptying its contents onto the blotter on the desk. His wrinkled face, with the bulging eyes, looked over everything. He knew he was wrong, but he was determined to be right. First thing he grabbed was my box cutter. He opened my wallet, glanced over my business cards, then discovered my House of Success ID. "Listen, you accused me of stealing. As you can see, I didn't take anything." Busting a sweat, I told him I just wanted my bag back. Luckily, this idiot didn't see the envelope taped to the bottom of my bag. This is why I cooperated with him. I didn't want him to call the police. Then I have to explain where I got $1,600 and diamond jewelry. Even if I offered the police an explanation, they would have wanted to drive me to the House of Success where I didn't want to go. No telling what would have happened when the counselors and authorities found out how much dough I had without a job. On his signal, I picked up my belongings and put them in my bag. "Can you please let me go now?"
1 minute. Raise your arms.
He ran his hands from the top of my shoulders to my wrists. "This is ridiculous. You can tell there's nothing on my blouse. My clothes are tight."
I can still get the police. They can get a warrant and search you thoroughly. I can make you sit and wait for them.
This bastard, whose hands couldn't stop shaking, ran over my back, down along my spine. Facing me, he then ran his 2 hands from my shoulders right over each of my breasts, cupping them. Infuriated, I saw nothing but images of the cops cuffing Mama, stealing Daddy's stuff, and pounding Mama's car. If I could tolerate him for a few minutes, I would be home free.
Take off your skirt.
What? See, now you bugging. I ain't taking off my skirt. What do you think I have, a pair of heels hidden in my panties?
I've seen all kind of things. I'm just doing my job.
I think you're doing a little more than your job. Just then, a security lady officer, short and fat, with Catwoman glasses, opened the door with her key.
Hey, what you got in here, Izzy?
She asked like Izzy was her best pal. "Nothing," I answered for Izzy. I gave him a threatening look, letting him know I'd blow the whistle on his little pervert party. "We're finished here, right?"
Yes, everything seems to be in order.
I brushed by the lady and walked out swiftly until I was outside on the street. It was 11:15. I'd run to meet Lachey. Forget it. I didn't know her no explanations about my appearance. As I placed the plate and pizza crust into the garbage can, my eye caught a glimpse of Rashida coming up the subway stairs and into the mall and Penn Station. She kept looking over her shoulder nervously, running in and out of every little store. Wondering what she was doing, but not wanting her to see me, I stepped back into the pizza shop. That's when she did it. Like a woman having a nervous breakdown, she went under the huge digital train schedule and shouted with both hands on her head.
Winter, if you hear me, please.
Stunned, I rushed over to her so she could shut up. When she saw me coming toward her, she got excited, like I was Ed McMahon delivering $1 million check. Without talking, she grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the steps that led to the uptown train. When I resisted, she said,
Simone is going to kill you. Well, maybe not kill you, but hurt you real bad. She got a gun. You must have did something real terrible to her.
I saw the terror on her face. I followed, knowing she ain't the slick type. How do you know this?
Everybody knows. Last night, Lachey said Simone said you double-crossed her. Lachey was with Simone yesterday. When Lachey came inside, she told everybody that you was going to get popped. She said you deserved it because you double-crossed her too. You cut her out of some money. They was waiting for you. Lachey said Simone had a crew of girls outside of House of Success. Everybody thought you would be there by curfew. I was praying you didn't come. I told them the whole thing was between Simone and Winter, and it was stupid for everybody else to get involved. I told them, y'all don't even know Winter's side of the story.
Then what happened?
They locked me in our room and kept their bodies against the door so I couldn't get out. They locked me in there till like 11:30.
Then what?
I don't know. Nobody would tell me nothing.
So how did you know I was here?
Last night, after everybody thought I was sleeping, Lachey came in our room. They was looking for something, 'cause they were all over your bed. Next thing I know, Lachey had your trunk open. They was picking and choosing who wanted what, and Lachey was giving all your stuff out. From what I could see, they took everything down to the barrettes in the face frame. Even the security guard was trying to get something out of the deal, but none of the clothes could fit her. She stole some cigarettes you had on the side pouch.
But how did you know I was going to be in Penn Station?
'Cause when Miss Porter came in this morning at 9, she asked the girls if they knew where you were. She wanted to know if you came in last night. Everybody started looking guilty, so Miss Porter stepped to me. Before I could open my mouth, Lachey blurted out that your mom's was in the hospital and you slept over there with her. Lachey said she would see you at noon at Penn Station. Now Lachey was getting calls all night, going back and forth to the security desk, so I knew she was up to no good. I didn't know if you had spoken to her or even if you would be here or not, but I took a chance. I didn't want to see nothing bad happen to you.
Rashida hugged me and my body stiffened. It was time to figure everything out.
Come on.
Rashida grabbed my hand and guided me through the station like I was in kindergarten. What's the deal? Where we headed?
A friend's house. Someone who can help you.
I don't need no help. I just need a couple of minutes to think. By the time we got off at the stop she wanted, it struck me. Without saying a word, I turned around and began to walk back to the subway station in the opposite direction of Rashida.
Winter, I just want to help.
Oh no, you trying to take me to Souljah's house like I'm some kind of charity case, a homeless runaway or something. You can forget that.
Well, do you have somewhere else to go?
I didn't answer. I didn't like her self-appointed mother role.
You already live in a girl's home. You already don't have no family.
I got family. You bugging. I got mad family.
If you got so much family, why don't you live with them? Where are they? And you don't have to live at Souljah's. Just chill for a few days while we figure out what to do next.
We, I screamed, throwing my hands in the air. Now all of a sudden it's we?
F you, Winter.
Rashida screamed back at me.
That's it. I tried to do the right thing, and look at you. You don't even realize when somebody's trying to help you.
As Rashida cried, I laughed. My laughing threw her off. She stopped crying.
What's so funny?
You don't even know how to curse right. You sound funny. You don't curse. She got back at ease and led the way.
Her house is right up here. Just do me one favor. Check it out before you just flat out say no.